Good morning. What's up? So I had to rev up the gears, you know, get prepped. We're saying good morning. We're saying hello. Oh shoot, is that a chronoscope? All right, I'm gonna flip on the stream. I was actually just like kind of spacing out, like walking in circles, and then all of a sudden I just noticed that there was like a chronoscope up, and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta do chronoscope. Gotta jump in. I don't usually do it. Right before Arcane Trickster all through the house. Do you think there should be a Fridays at 4 today, right? Some type of weekly thing. Usually I have the starting screen longer, but I was just like, I got the stream started and then I was kind of fawning over the messages. Yeah, it turns out it's not, there's no thing. So yeah, very fun. There's a raid going on. I wanted to jump in and get it done. Get it done. Anyway, what's up everybody? Hello, 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 hello. I'm really excited for Arcane Trickster. I really want it to come out. I can't TR this character until Arcane Trickster comes out, but I do have to get it to level 30 before Arcane Trickster comes out. Today should be a very easy 30 because it's pretty much just a straight Evening Star. It's like ES1 all the way through to like Stormhorns, and that should be the rest of my XP that I need to cap out. But you know, we'll see. Also, I love the fact that this legendary chronoscope is just like this is another door here. it's so silly. You guys, it's so silly. It's so silly.
You have arrived at the
also, I apologize if you hear bird sounds. There's a bird right outside my door making squeaking noises.
But can this place truly help her find her brother? Or is she being deceived?
I don't know. What's up, everybody? Hope everyone's having a good day. It is Friday, and I'm having a pretty good day today so far. I am tired because I was up late last night. But we are... all is well. All is well. So that, which is good. Just been a lot of long days recently. A lot of like get up early, stay up late, do a lot of things. So but fortunately, is that a guy who's abandoned? Oh, they're doing all the optionals with the extra chests, with the extra runes. I have too many chronoscope runes. I probably don't even need to do chronoscope. I don't know. I just like logging in and doing chronoscope every once in a while. It's sort of like when you see a Vault of Night up, part of my brain just goes, yeah, I'll do Vault of Night. All right. You know, you just kind of see it and then you just kind of do it. I don't really think about it that much. Stuck in nostalgia with the old character creator music. Yeah. Dude, it's so good. Some of the old DDO music is incredible. And yeah, the old nostalgic music is great. I'm a big fan of the old character creator stuff.
The Devil's Barrier prevents you from entering the tent this way. If you want to go inside, you'll need to find another way in.
It's because it's basically the theme you hear both in the harbor and the marketplace that kind of plays, mostly the harbor. Because in the market you hear the like the slower on, I think it's like the clarinet, where it's like the and it kind of comes in you with like the clarinet, and then the oboes come in, start carrying it, versus the oh, this guy made a save. What the hell? Not against that. Sorry, bub. Versus the much faster. You've got all the horns in the original character creator. But again, there's like the kind of the harp going nutso in the background. Oh, it's so good. The original character creator. God damn. Yeah, get turned to stone, buddy. Yeah, I didn't turn him to stone. How about you freeze? See, like my DC on Berserker's Wrath is 67. I wouldn't think that would be that low. What's DC on Dragon Breath? 75. Does he make a save against that? No. All right. There's a raid going on. Do I need the items? No. Then how do I get into this group? I know. It's just, you click enter, and then you're just there. That's why I love having like endgame characters that I can just jump in on a raid. You just get them geared, and then you get them sat, and then when you feel like raiding, you just do raids, and then you can accumulate runes over time. Runes, threads, runes and threads. If you're wondering what I'm doing here specifically, if you haven't done this raid in a very long time, inside of the chronoscope, there are several objectives: defeating air legions, rescuing guys. Apparently we're missing Stormreach defenders somewhere. There's lots of marketplace tent. Oh, Stormreach adventure somewhere over here. Where over here? Where are you? Just trying to look for him. There's an adventurer somewhere this way. Somewhere. For completing the options, you get extra raid loot, so kind of a neat way to do that, to like incentivize people to want to do more of the raid, to go further in, to go even further beyond. There is a dwarf somewhere around here, a sick dwarf who needs to be recovered, but I have yet to find him. This poor dwarf. Stormreach adventurer, where are you? Yeah, I just like jumping in on raids. It's just fun to do. It's one of the reasons why I recommend everybody get a character up to the level cap and then just sit on it. Yeah, you just get to do raids, man.
As a dying old woman.
No, not as a dying old woman.
Now that I have stolen her youth for myself, I'm headed
Hey Shrimp, my buddies, and me are near level 30. Decided to do 1 or 2 epic reincarnations for doing full reincarnations. Can you explain the official way to run 20 to 30? So the way that people will do it, if you guys are 30, but you're not yet 34, if you want, you can do a bunch of legendary sagas if you own them. So you can do like legendary Ravenloft, legendary Sharn, legendary Feywild, but don't collect the saga XP. Then when you do your epic TR, that's when you collect all your sagas. So you just run quests the first time, you do all the Evening Star sagas, the Ravenloft sagas, things like that. And then once you're at the very, very tippy top, you're at the end, you reincarnate. Epic reincarnations, you keep your character and you keep all your sagas. So then you just reset, you just pick them all up and you get like 2 or 3 million XP to get started on your next run. So that is what a lot of people will generally do, is they will hold all their sagas and not collect any of them until after they epic reincarnate. On true reincarnation, your sagas will reset. Okay, I just want to make sure that's super clear. On true reincarnation, your sagas will reset. So if you go from level 30 to level 1, all your sagas reset. But epic reincarnation doesn't reset anything. Your character is still the same character, you know, so you can still collect all your sagas, quest rewards, things like that. The other way that people will do it commonly is they will also run Slayers. So Slayers, epic areas for like an epic adventure zones. The amount of monsters that spawn in those zones is proportionate to the number of players in the zone. So as an example, let's say you have like 50 or like 100, let's say you have 100 people inside of a zone, right? Or not 100, one person inside of a zone. The monster packs will have like between 3 and 4 monsters in them per pack. But if you have a full 6, the monster packs will have anywhere from like 10 to like 15 monsters per pack. As a result, you end up being able to pick up and kill way more monsters way more efficiently. Additionally, people will then use the Slayer potions as well, so like major Slayer boosts and stuff that gives you triple the amount of points, and then you have people spread out. So now, everybody's killing packs of monsters that are 15 at a time, that are actually worth 45 at a time, and if everybody kills 2 or 3 packs per minute, then you're done this whole area, and you earn like over 1 million XP in like less than 30 minutes. Which is what a lot of people will do. So Slayers is also another good one. You do have to buy the Slayer potions, so if you don't have them, you'll have to buy them. They're not free, but yeah. Legendary and epic sagas are both good. I just assumed since you said you're already at 30, you've probably already collected all your epic sagas, so I was recommending doing legendary sagas. But yeah, some people, when leveling, the only thing they do is they do the Evening Star chain, as well as all of the Harper quests. So they do like, you know, Wayloon Prison, Druid's Deep, the Stormhorns, things like that. So they get all of the Evening Star sagas prepped. And then that brings you to like level 26-ish. And then they'll go like run Ravenloft, run Sharn, run Feywild. Now they're level 30. And then when they reincarnate, they collect all those saga rewards for like 3 million XP. Some people also save their heroic saga rewards for when they get into epics. I don't recommend you do that, just because the biggest heroic saga is, I think, 46 million XP, or no, I think it's 60 something million from Vecna. And even then, one quest is worth more XP than your whole saga, so you just collect it in heroics to level up faster. 2 bubbles into 27? God damn. Every saga? Holy. Yeah, it's thousands, right? Not million. I will say, Legendary Chronoscope does have some cool ideas. The HP bloat is a little wild in it, though. I'm not one to complain about HP bloat. I usually am just like, whatever, we do more damage. But man, Legendary Chronoscope. There's a reason why you never see people running it. Well, it's one of two reasons. Reaching to reprep all of them for the next time. Yeah, you have time. You just run more sagas. You'd also just do different stuff, right? So for example, let's say you did 26, you did Ravenloft, Sharn, and Feywild to get up to 30. Cool. So then instead of doing that, then you could do like Isle of Dread, Salt Marsh, and Vecna, which are now new quests. You get the first time bonuses again, but you get different sagas. And then you could do Mithranor, Chill of Ravenloft, and I don't know what you would do after that. Does he even take elemental damage? He does, okay. Get him, get this guy. Is we get Tower of Despair legendary? Yeah. I personally just don't really care that much. I think Tower of Despair is the type of raid that is cool, but they would need to break it up.
You become aware of something new and powerful arriving in the tent.
Although I will say, now that lag is much lower in modern DDO, I don't mind the phase raids as much. Like, one of the biggest problems with farming back in the day, after Reaper mode came out, my guild and I, we were trying to do R10 Babala Saga. Now, there was actually an exploit you could use where you could get outside the map and then force the... So what would happen is, whoever has aggro on Babala Saga when the Shambling Mounds spawn, the Shambling Mounds basically clone that aggro onto that player. So if the tank is tanking Baba, when she gets low, the Shambling Mounds spawn, and then the Mounds go for the tank immediately. They have frontal cleave. On R10, they just one-shot everybody. So what you would do is you would tank Baba, and then when she got low, you would go out of bounds, and then the Shambling Mounds would go for the out-of-bounds person, and then you would then just kill Babala Saga after that. That was like the cheating way to do it. But we wanted to do it legit, dude. We wanted to legit beat the raid on R10. And the problem was not that the Shambling Mounds would kill us. In fact, they weren't even the most dangerous part of the raid. The most dangerous part of the raid was the Wisps. Because if the Wisps weren't dealt with, the second they spawned, their spells were so powerful, they would just instant kill you. They'd instant kill everybody. They were so dangerous. They had they spam cast Horrid Wilting. Their Chain Lightnings on a higher difficulty were actually hard enough to deal with. They were really, really dangerous. So fortunately, they could be stunned fully for whatever reason. They had no normal Wisp immunities, so they could be fully stunned. So what you would do is we knew all the spawn locations. So it'd be like, you go here, kill this, move here, kill this, move here, kill this. Like, you're killing the Wisps as they're spawning in, because as you kill them, more of them will spawn. The bigger problem is we wiped so often to lag. And the Shambling Mounds were kind of the big wall, where if the game was lagging when the Shambling Mounds spawned, it was it. That was over. Unfortunately, the highest that we ever cleared was Reaper 8. We never got to the Reaper 10, because the weakness to lag that we had just increased exponentially the higher difficulty you go, and we could never get a not laggy run. I don't know, we probably did like 30-ish attempts to try to get one that didn't lag enough to beat it, and we just couldn't. It lagged at that time, at that part, every single time. It was really bad. So we just kind of stopped doing it. Now that the game doesn't lag, we could probably do an R10 Babala Saga. Legit. Although it's a lot easier now, because the damage is crazy. Baba has 4 million health, you guys. It's not a lot. Oh, really? Interesting. Are you on Thrain or are you on Shadowdale? Shadow? Oh, that explains it. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, dude. Unlucky. Shadowdale? More like lag? Let's bail. Still got it. Sorry, I recognize my brain is very stupid. I can't help that. It's an allergic response. Crush weakness seems good. Is Shadowdale that bad? No, it's just slightly laggier than Thrain. And Thrain is like not very laggy at all. Is there between the two? No.
The gatekeepers.
The best way I can describe this, it's not that Shadowdale is bad. It's that
where you battled the spinner of shadows.
Sometimes it's fun to have rivalries that mean nothing. You know, it's sort of like when two towns that are nearby have like rivaling like regional sports teams, which don't mean anything in the grand scheme of things, because none of them can beat any of the professional teams or even the semi-professional teams or even like the semi-professional teams, but there's still a rivalry there. It's just like that, you know. Yeah, like it's like a high school rivalry, exactly. Shadowdale's fine. Sometimes you get unlucky and the game lags out, but no, Shadowdale's fine. But to be fair, Shadowdale has a slightly higher population, so yeah. True, yeah. We're not trash like those Harvard phonies. True. Okay, so now it's time to do Evening Star chain. Now here's the thing, I'm going to be honest with you. I hate grouping for the Evening Star chain because one person is like late and then they don't make it in. And then you have to redo huge chunks. So against my better judgment, I'm going to solo the Evening Star chain, even though I mentioned how I don't really like soloing, exclusively because I really get upsetty spaghetti when somebody goes, oh, I just missed this one, let's do this, whatever. And then I have to like go do another thing. It's annoying. Could have gone to Harvard, but you were poor. Yeah, I could have gone to Harvard too, but I was pretty stupid, so they didn't let me in. I'm just kidding. I never applied to Harvard because I'm Canadian and didn't want to move. I did get a basically full academic scholarship to university, which was kind of neat. So I didn't really pay my first 2 years of university. I didn't really pay for, which was nice. It didn't really mean much because, as it turns out, I had like severe mental disorders, so I ended up dropping out due to brain problem. But you know, it is what it is. I'm better now. I just didn't know I needed like a lot of therapy and medication when I was 18. To know. What's the default server? It's Cormier. Cormier is the default server. The lowest pop server is almost always the default server. It just wasn't Wayfinder. For the record, Cormier is not a bad server. Cormier is just like, if you're a end gamer, it's not as good, but you just need people to get to end game to do stuff. So for example, there is a player named the Ex-Soloist, who is a guild member of mine. He plays on Cormier, and he runs like raids and stuff on the weekends and hosts a whole bunch of stuff. So if you're somebody who plays on Cormier, you probably know who that is. And so there are people that like make a conscious effort to do endgame on Cormier.
I see you again. I will sacrifice every last hostage.
Is that everybody? Yeah, they're free. You're free now. You're free now. You're free now. Run for your life. Not a tortured cry. Yo, what's up? Happy Friday, Rachel. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good day. I'm doing good. It is in fact a pretty good Friday. I mean, I can't really say Friday because I'm not like currently suffering an allegiance to a corporate entity where they come in and you know, have those like slogans be like, Friday, we got free donuts in the lounge. And you're like, negation more than a few times than I care to admit. Grippy sock? I'm not familiar with the term grippy sock. She's been used to recover? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good. I mean, I could Google it, but You could also explain it to me. So you don't know the term? No. All right, I'll Google it. Gen Z slang for an impatient stay at a psychiatric facility, often used on social media to humorously or ironically describe needing mental health care. Oh. Oh, because grippy socks is non-slip on the floor. Ah. Yes. I understand now. See, my problem, and this is personal opinion, I think the issue is you shouldn't add friction to the patients, you add friction to the floor. Again, this is just my personal bias. So what they could do is just apply a coating to the floor that contains some type of like grit, which is what you see around like pools or what have you, so that when people run it, there's friction on the actual ground itself. And that's my thought, is that's how you should handle those types of things. Sort of like how pretty much every single stairs everywhere should always have some type of grip on it. Sandpaper floor? No, it's very, very common to add like grip to things, like stairs especially. So for example, I'm sure you've all had this experience where you go to a house and there's those like individual board stairs that go down into the basement. So it's just a staircase with boards on it. There's no padding, it's just wooden boards. Maybe it's like painted. When painting that, those boards you can add like some grit to the boards, so that way, or to the paint, so that when you paint it over, it doesn't feel like rough. Like there's no bumps on it, but it adds additional layers of friction. So then when you walk down steps, you're much less likely to slip and fall because your foot can't slide forward on what you're walking down, regardless of what's on your feet at any given moment. Although that being said, maintenance nightmare with all the people tracking over top of it, then carts, heavy things, machinery. Yeah, you're probably right. It's better to have grippy socks, but I was thinking the other way.
The abandoned village is very quiet. Even the air is still. An unnatural
Yeah, it's very common.
chill. A lone drow seems uninterested by your presence. He makes no move to attack you as you approach.
Makes no move to attack me, literally attacking me. Your butter and banana peel socks on? Oh, you gotta watch out for the banana peels. Those things are deadly. Okay. But yes, sorry, I apologize for not knowing the term grippy sock vacation. I now know the term grippy sock vacation, and I have learned something. So I appreciate you taking the time to teach me that, Julian. That information I will not use, and I will forget it within the next 24 hours. But it's cool to know right now.
Trees have been uprooted in this area. The drow must have dug deep.
Hey Strim, Brian here.
Hey, Brian.
I missed the Titan run you did. Can you run the Head of Gola fan for me? Thanks, but much appreciated. And please remind Louis D. Crisp that we need to run Vesper's host about 80 times once they have the tiered loot in Destiny 3 years from now.
Yeah. Dude, I like
and
Vesper's
I missed
host.
the beginning quest of this chain. Can you run it again?
I just don't like the end fight. To be fair though, a tiered VS pyroelectric propellant. Oh boy, howdy! I would do Vesper's host for a new pyroelectric propellant. Also, the VS velocity baton is also amazing. But what is the what's the fusion rifle called? It's not the velocity baton. It's not the pyroelectric propellant. The fusion rifle is called. I can't remember the name. But fun fact, no, it's not chill inhibitor. That's the GL, yeah. But anyway, the fusion was actually the weapon I used the most doing the Edge of Fate campaign. Oddly enough, I really love that fusion. It's one of the few fusions I think it's just like straight up good. It's just a really, really good fusion. Which is a weird thing to say because usually fusions are not very, very good. But yeah, it just rocks. It's mostly because it's got the Bray Legacy on it, and the Bray Legacy procs based on hits, and each hit of the fusion procs Bray Legacy. It's very, very good.
Evening Star will want word of these ill tidings indeed.
Yeah. Can you ETR into an archetype? Yes, you can. You can ETR into an archetype. You can lesser TR into an archetype. You can glory for House Dun Robar. Get the hell... You know what? Get out of here. Get turned to ice and die. The hammers for this build? Yeah, I probably would use Soniar and a Golden Age hammer. But if I was going to choose, I'd probably go with Soniar. Oh, you're gonna hit me with light.gg for every fusion rifle in the whole game? No. Fine. I'll look. It's not Nox Perennial, it's not Resounding, Deliverance, Riptide, Afterlight. You know, I thought I would like Afterlight more than I did. I have the shiny Afterlight that has the extra reloading, and it's fine. I just don't love it. Scatter Signal, also don't love it that much. 225, there's so many. I don't have a finite maybe, but if I had one I would use it. Glacioclasm, another one I really thought I would like. I farmed out Godroll Glacioclasm. I used it a couple times. It's got the control burst. It's got, again, pretty much every single perk you could ever want on it. And I just, you know, I'm not the biggest fan. So that's a thing. It's me. Iterative Loop. Actually love Iterative Loop. One of my favorite fusion rifles in the whole game. Big fan. Monody. Null Composure, also incredible fusion. Where am I? I'm lost. I'm like giga lost. Did I go the wrong way? How far along the wrong way did I go? It's nighttime here, and usually I'm good. I would just follow the river. Did I miss the river? The river? Aha, river. I did miss the river. There we go. It's right here. This is where I want to go. Techian Force. There's a new fusion coming out called The Beacon, which is not in the game yet. Oh, a new fusion. Oh no, did I miss the river? Yes, I did. I went way too far. Crap. Well, whatever. This is where I want to go. I'm trying to do two things. Eremite is kind of fine. Gravitic Arrest. That's it. VS Gravitic Arrest. That's the one. Oh. Dude, the Gravitic Arrest is so good. It's got the Bray Legacy, where hits with this weapon grant ability energy to the most charged ability does not require direct hits, which means the fusion rifle gives you multiple charges of ability energy. It's got demo, it's got chain reaction, it's got withering gaze, it's got repulsor brace. Oh man, for me, I just use the demo chain. It's so good. Oh. So I was distracted. Okay, I was looking at fusion rifles in Destiny 2, a gun type I never use anymore.
Vanished years ago. Yet fresh footprints in the dust show that there are humans here, and a drow slaver could.
Embarrassing. Like, man, I love this gun. It's so good. I can't remember the name of it to save my life, but it's actually very good. I'm not that old, you guys. I'm young. I got my memories.
This is Ada's backpack. She's definitely been through here.
Whoop. See ya. Unfortunately, for a lot of the slaves that are in here, my attacks are AoE, so I have terrible news for these guys. Another one somewhere. There he is.
Whatever this temple once was, the drow are now using it to corral their captives.
You're gonna find out whether my leg is ballooning or whether or not it's gonna be destitute by October. Good luck. Hopefully you're doing well, Julian. In fact, here, I'll just say this. Yeah, you're gonna have to be doing well by Friday of next week, so that gives you some extra motivation to be like on there. Now you got a deadline. You better come back to this live stream with good news. You're gonna have to stay after work. I didn't get the key because I'm a moron. Keep key. Yeah, man. But yeah, good luck. Hopefully everything goes well. And, you know, we're rooting for you. No, I rolled a 1! Not again! I've already had this happen to me once before. Die.
Drow have installed a complex series of gates to guarantee that their newly captured slaves.
Yeah. Also, unrelated, I posted the next episode of Solo Guided Playthrough today. If you're wondering, hey Strim, where is the you might be wondering where is the thing I said I was gonna, the other video said I was gonna post. Again, it's been a lot of like, I've had no free time over the past couple of days, like at all, like 0 seconds of free time. It's just been go from one place to the next to do the next thing, to actually put some of these things together. I promise you, you'll get your videos soon. Before the update comes out, I will have the, at the very least, the builds will be done. for Arcane Trickster, so I will have 2 builds for you guys to jump into if you want the day that Arcane Trickster comes out. On top of that, the my opinions about what you should be taking from the token will be out as well before that actually takes place. So if you're worried about like not having enough information or not knowing what's going to be happening with the new update, again I will have something there for you. It just might not be there like literally the second that things are like everything will be done ahead of time. I just don't have it all for you right now. Unfortunately for me, some of the time I would like to spend this weekend working on stuff. I am actually helping a friend move on Saturday because I agreed to do that many months ago. So I am following through. The Fae event as well. Grouped unguided playthrough next? True.
Now use it to kill these intruders.
Yes, my feedback about the Fae event is definitely something I would like to put out a video on.
Now that she's no longer forced to attack you.
Yo, what's up, Anna? Get out of here. Get out of here, Anna.
What am I doing? I can't stop myself.
New Raiders box has? It's bad. Yeah, I reviewed it already. I have the video. I didn't have time to edit it and throw it on YouTube. Basically, I have a, it's going to be in 2 parts. So the video is going to have the video where I go over each individual item in excruciating detail, telling you which ones I think you should take and which ones you shouldn't. And then, for those that don't want to do any of that, and they want it quick and dirty, do I take this or do I take this? Yes or no? I will also have a... I missed this labor. I killed everybody else. I will also have a video for those people, not a video, a link in the description that will basically, of that video, that will just have tiered lists for what you should take on each character. Basically, like, if you are this, take this. If you are this, take this. If you are this, take this, and just go from there. Alright, pro tip, by the way. You tell Anna, you stay here, and you say, hey, stay here for now. And then you can get her when you open the door and she doesn't get stuck down here, which she does sometimes.
Long ago. Mistress Alter here still remains. Odd. It looks like there's something strange.
I actually don't hate the list, I'm going to be totally honest with you. Because there is some cool stuff on there. Again, I am aware I am extremely biased because I want the Shining Crescent, okay? So I'm aware I am very, very biased. But there are actually some cool items that I think if you're somebody who doesn't really do any raids, you will find fun. Searath's Spear of the Sky is an easy example. A lot of this is generally endgame items, like Tale of Sulamades. If you're somebody who likes playing melees and you're never going to raid, Tale of Sulamades is probably better than any other weapon you're ever going to get in your entire life. Because you might be like, yeah, but all the Legendary Greensteel stuff all require raiding. If you want to have LGS effects, it all requires raiding. So Tale of Sulamades not having any of those, but also not requiring raiding is excellent. And again, you might be like, but Strim, can't you craft it without doing raiding? Yeah, but then you gotta go farm Isle of Dread for black pearls and fight raid bosses, which is again gonna be the, like, if somebody doesn't want to put the time to do a singular raid to get a singular piece of gear, they're probably also not gonna farm out for like purple name rares. So like, that's pretty good. So I have terrible news for you. Dr. Lifestone's hunting horn is no longer on the list, so you can't summon dinosaurs anymore.
A barrier appears in front of the Drider.
You've done some serious damage to my slave operation here.
What's up, Kenahans? How you doing? How are you? Hope your day is well. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your whole life with that one, but I did do that. So I you know, again, didn't mean it, did do it. Hey, stop going after everybody else. Attack me. Fine, whatever. Kill Anna, I guess. I think she's immune, so I don't think she can die. Honestly, I'm not sure. God, the Dragon Breath is so cool. Also, what's up, Dorn? How are you doing? How is your day? I hope you are well.
I'm sure he can help me.
The tier list for the anniversary, that was pretty good. I didn't watch it yet because he's been pretty like super salty, so I need to make sure I'm in the right headspace to handle the salt levels that he can achieve. So I have not checked it out. I'm not saying it's a bad list. I haven't looked at it yet. I will eventually. There's some neat items on the list. Garbage. Garbage. For a few months, wake up at 1 a.m. since 11 a.m. doing work around the house and cleaning. I mean, that's a good way to use insomnia, at least. Like, insomnia sucks, and being stuck awake is, like, never a good thing. But at the very least, the fact that you can use it for some good, where you're like, you know what, I am awake, but I will force myself to do something. I think it's really easy when you struggle from insomnia to kind of take the easier road of just like, okay, just throw yourself into some simple task or like watch some TV, but those things might not use your brain enough to help you quiet it down. So it's good to hear that you're able to go in that direction. Everything not being what they wanted to, Raiders of the Box's curses. I agree.
Turned to charred rubble by the drow's attack.
I also do get a bit of a kick out of it. Where the buck stops for me is when it's like, I just want to move on sometimes. Like, what if we talked about something else?
The temple neighborhood is now secure.
That's all. Oh. Get out of here. I'm a monk. I went Friday for me because I got sick again with some cold thingy. Ooh. Dang. Well, you know what they say. That sucks. Hopefully your cold thingy is not something that is long lasting. Is everybody dead? She gonna eat somebody. I'm sure. No, she didn't. Nice. Looking for things around the house. Come in next week. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it's good that you're able to actually like get seen by somebody, because insomnia is really bad. Because as it turns out, sleep is actually quite important. Sleep affects your day-to-day. Sleep affects your brain pretty heavily, and it also affects like your motivation to do a lot of things. So like, yeah, being unable to sleep is just generally really disruptive. I mean, obvious thing, like, yes, you need to get your sleep or else your brain starts to have problems, but like, it like becomes compounding, you know? And it's hard to have good quality of life. Yeah, the win-win would have been to just leave like all the old items and just add new items to the list. I don't know if there's a limit on how many items they can give away on the thing, like in the UI, but like some of the UIs have like 10 scroll bars on them or more. Think about like the legendary upgrade like altar, or the heroic, or sorry, the epic legendary kind of upgrade system. There's like those altars where you can like upgrade everything, and they have like 20 pages, so they probably could have just like kept all the old items on there, even though you can't upgrade them for anything. But yeah, I don't know.
This farmstead used to belong to one of Evening Star's oldest families.
Hey, Stream, is Mantle Soul strong enough to offset the gear synergy loss from Devil Scale Bracers? They seem rogue coded, or just old gear that I should ignore? No, it's the Mantle of the Heart of Sulamades is actually good with the Devil Scale Bracers, because well, the Devil Scale Bracers give Deception, which is just useful generally. And even though you might not need the Assassinate DCs, you might also need or want the Assassinate DCs. So like, as a simple example, if you're playing like a Falconer of any kind, that can be quite good. So actually having access to that can be useful depending on the character that you're playing. But yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, just scrimped on one DDO. Drider Exterminator, hell yeah. Get him out of here. Guess what? He will rise. Alright, I'll sit up. But I gotta fight the drow! Oh god. So I didn't heal myself. Which is silly. Ugh. We're up. I'm alive. So yeah. But Kenna Hands, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support for 11 months. It's a very long time. I hope you're doing very, very well. I hope that unfortunately your day cannot be Wine Friday, but you know what you can do? You can complain about having a cold and then it can be a different kind of Wine Friday. Boom, problem solved.
Catching up with some old acquaintances.
That's one way you can do it.
You know,
Yo, what's up, Cussy Words? How are ya?
Marlin's farmstead is now secure.
Oh yeah, the Metronor artifacts are also going to be, they're going to be coming from the other thing. So I wouldn't stress about that too much. There will be the Remnant turn-in where you're going to be able to get all of the rare items from Metronor that you didn't get, which I'm going to be honest is actually kind of sick. Sterling's Remnant Rush is one of those weird, hard to evaluate sort of bonuses, but I think it'll just be nice to get a lot of different items from Metronor for free. I can finally fill out the whole Art Blade set. How do you convince someone to spend money on your product? So, excellent question. That is kind of like marketing 101, is convincing people to spend money on your product. So there's a lot of different ways you can do this. And depending on the market that you're looking at, like who is the target audience and what kind of, what do you think they would be willing to spend money on something for? So that's where market research usually comes in, where people will investigate what the demographics are they're looking for, who's their buyers, and then trying to find out what their buyers are interested in and appealing to those people. So yeah, knowing your buyers and then understanding what they want out of something. Now, that doesn't mean you have to change what you're selling. It means you have to change how you're selling what it is you're trying to sell. So for example, if I'm appealing to somebody who is like, under the age of 25, the way in which I communicate is probably going to need to be like a little bit more irreverent, kind of like, not so much silly, but kind of maybe with a more of a bend towards the humorous or entertaining, as opposed to somebody that might be looking at an older group that might be looking for answering questions about stability, reliability, things like that. Again, depends on exactly how it is you're trying to market something. But long story short, how do you convince somebody? You need to find a way to convince them that the value that they're going to gain from buying your thing is more than the value that they already have, and you need to have a way to show that to them quickly. So when I used to work in sales, I was selling things to people who were using competitors. It was not novel sales. I was working in a business where we had lots of different companies that we were competing against directly, selling similar products. And so the way that we would convince people to sell to convince them, hey, you should buy our very similar product in comparison to the very similar product that you're using, by offering two things a few things as additional value propositions. Number one, extra services, finding ways to give them things that are not directly what they are buying, but are included with what they are buying. So for example, you buy a thing, but then it actually comes with something else that you will find valuable. On top of that, because I worked in sales, it was like part of the offer was also like our services. So as a salesperson, if a client purchased a thing and then they had questions, they needed assistance with something, they had a guarantee that we would be there to support them through whatever it is that they needed. So if they said, hey, I need help doing X, let's say they purchase something and they want to purchase something and they don't know what it is, they could be assured that we would show up for them, go to wherever it is they're working, help them understand. Maybe if they need to read through a spec or something like a client was asking of them, we would help them do research automatically. Applying not just, because again, what we were selling was a product, and the product is something that is, not that it isn't unique, but it is something comparable to something they're already getting. So we had to think outside the box. And then you might be like, okay, so that all makes sense. You're trying to increase the value proposition to somebody to convince them that what you're selling is good. Okay, but then how do you do that? Like, how are you going to be in contact with these people? Like, where are you going to find this information? How are you going to find these people? And the unfortunate answer, because I was working in sales, cold calling. Bro, you just pick up the phone and you call them, you tell them who you are, you say, I want to meet you, I want to make you some money. Then we have a chat. Which, admittedly, that's true. As a salesperson, I was never out to kind of take advantage of people or give somebody something that they weren't already getting, because I'm just going to do my job. I'm getting paid to sell somebody a product or a service that I personally believe in. So I was always going to do a good job, but I just wanted them to spend their money with me instead of with somebody else. But yeah, the answer is, how do you get people to buy your product? I don't know. People study this for their whole life. Anyway, if you want further information about this, need more chai, there's a good resource I can recommend is just go listen to all of the billionaires talk. I'm sure they're really smart and they really understand individual product sales and fundamentals of engagement. So just go talk to them. I'm sure all their ideas are good and they definitely understand what they're talking about. But yeah, value prop. You got to say, because again, if I comparative thing. And like, especially when you're trying to sell things to like a consumer who already has a thing, you really got to hit them with the value, right? Imagine, like, if I have a car, right? I got a Honda, just using as an example, and somebody is like, "Yo, you should buy a Mazda." The problem is, number one, I have a car. Even if you're like, we can get you a comparative value, you know, maybe we'll exchange your car for another car, so you'll just come to us for maintenance, but we'll pay for your car. It might seem like it's no cost to the consumer, but now the consumer has to move from one car to the next. They have to learn how to use a new car. They have to get familiar with the new car, which is time consuming. What if it's not them using the car? What if they've staff or employees are going to be using this car? Well, now they have to get those people up to date. There needs to be training. There needs to be all this other stuff. And that can interrupt with their workflow. What if they don't want to have to train people to use a new car? What if they don't have to do any of this other things? And then on top of that, sure, they might be saving money on a car, but they literally already have a car. So even if you say, hey, you can save some money, there has to be more than that. What if you're like, oh, this new car will give you updates if there's any type of maintenance that's actually necessary. This new car is capable of doing something that some other car can't do. Or you can even go around it. You can say, as a service incentive, we will check your car for you. So if there is like a service thing where it's like, oh, I actually need to bring in the car to get something changed, you don't have to worry about it. We will go to where you are. We will get your car. We will give you a loaner, and then you will bring your car back. You never have to bring it into the shop. It's not actually in the cost of the car. It doesn't change the car. So the two cars could be identical, but now you're giving somebody something that they weren't already getting. But you also have to look at the cost benefit analysis of how expensive is that for you, and can you afford to do that? So it's a lot of like, look at value propositions, try to think outside the box, or try to put yourself in the shoes of the consumer and say, all right, I am building a product. This product is similar to these other products. Now sit down, use the product, and say, what do I want now? What is something that I want that I'm not willing to build and put into here, but I might be able to offer as an additional solution? That's how you got to think about it like that. You got to think about like the value prop. Hopefully that's helpful in some capacity. Again, I spent a lot of time thinking about this and working on this, writing business proposals and meeting with clients and doing all this stuff. And it's not always going to work. Sometimes you can literally shake a bag in front of somebody's face, a big bag of money, and say, this is all the money you're going to make. But they might have reasons to not want to change something. For the simple example of, if somebody is already familiar with a certain product, software, vehicle, physical thing, they might just feel comfortable with it, or it might be a human thing. You might say, hey, I would like you to use this thing, and then that person might go, yeah, but I know the rep that works for whatever company, and I trust them to take care of me. The personal relationship's too valuable. So you always gotta, it's gonna be dependent on a lot of different things. Now, granted, the personal relationship being too valuable from working in commercial sales is like something they tell us about, where the company would be like, yes, being personable and building a good relationship with your customer is a great way to make sure that you get repeat business. And what I learned from actually working directly with many different customers and clients over the years is that literally price point is almost always the make or break point, which sucks. What build am I currently playing? Michael Light, I am playing Meat and Potatoes Dragon Disciple. It is just pure Dragon Disciple. But I am doing a hybrid, I'm more of a caster lean. But this is just Meat and Potatoes Dragon Disciple. So I'm a caster and a melee at the same time, but I'm focusing more on the caster. I think I work in sales marketing. I haven't watched in decades. Funny then. Not sure how it's aged. It depends. If I fix a Pro Toolkit because the value propositions and quality all set in one for making things was worth it to you? Oh, yeah. And it's also difficult, too, because the value prop, I was a salesperson. So for me, making a proffer of value was easy because I would be physically sat in front of a person. I would go to somebody. I would go to their place of work. I would go to their office. I would go to where they are, and I'm going to prove to them that I'm going to work hard to get whatever I'm selling in front of them and make it better for them. But if you're doing separate sales, so for example, what SRB is talking about, where like somebody is researching a product on their own, and then they end up coming across your product, what are they going to think about it? How are they going to understand it? How are they going to understand how they're going to use it? How are you going to get that marketing proposition there as well? It's complicated. Told me to target 30 plus married homeowners. Yeah, but that's just demographics. Those are the ones that are most likely to lean into it. Well, the best part about a forever guarantee is that if the company gets sold or bought by another company, all their guarantees don't matter anymore. But I can imagine the same principles apply. Yeah. So yeah, that's like, again, when it comes to individual software, again, if you make something that you can even say it's not the same as a piece of software that that somebody else is using, right? There might be another piece of software that you can compare to your product. It's not the same, but you can compare it. You can say, like, you're not making something that is wholly unique. You're making something that is in the space, that is meant to compete, that is maybe meant to do something else. Take some time, sit with one of those other products, and just think to yourself, what would compel me? What do I want out of this that I'm not getting not on top of what I've already got? Because you can make those easy comparisons. Whoop. You can Flight of Kings on a mount? That's crazy. My bow ranger sucks. I have no ghost touch. It is last ranger life I need. Thought bow would be fun. It is not. What do I do? So you get ghost touch from using force arrows in the tree. So if you don't have force arrows, you can just put in force arrows. It's just a slightly weaker imbue because it's only a D6 instead of a D8, but it's still good. And on top of that, you can also use Elemental Inferno for the AoE, and it should feel a lot better. One of the nice things also about bow, however, is that bow is a dex-based thing. So since rangers get all of the 2-weapon fighting feats, as Float is saying, you can actually just swap into 2-weapon fighting if you want to go Tempest. I don't know where I'm going. Anyone give me the time of gate? It's literally a numbers game. Yeah, it's 100% a numbers game. So when I would do the cold calling, you sit down and I would have a list of 200 numbers, and you just boom, 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 boom. And because I was working for a sales company, we actually had like a tracker. So there would be like a list of every single client that like we'd ever heard of, or if I found somebody, I could enter them in. And then I had my list of 200 calls, and you hit them, you call them, you try to get information, and then anything you get or don't get goes into the record. So then 6 months later, if I want to try again, I can see what I did last time, what did or didn't work, and then give it another shot. Yeah, it's really low percent. It's just like dating in a sense, where like it's very much a numbers game. Stop rolling ones on paralysis. Damn it. But yes, so that would be my recommendation to you. So in Arcane Archer, make sure you're using the force arrows, because that will give you incorporeality bypass, so give you ghost touch. And then make sure you're using Elemental Inferno, which gives it AoE as well, which can be quite nice. If those things don't work, then it's difficult, because archers are just kind of like, they're not the greatest. But yeah, Arcane Archer should solve most of your problems. No, you're good. I've found Arcane Archers very smooth and easy to play with. Did I see the big ESO announcement? That is the announcement where they said they're adding passives to pure classes, right? If I recall correctly from watching through it, some of it. I saw like something on Reddit as I was scrolling that they're doing something like that. I didn't get a chance to read it, unfortunately.
The guardhouse ahead leads into a portion of the city.
You get a mastery passive. Do you get all of them? Because they showed like 1 out of 5. Do you get all of them, or do you get to pick one? Like it's not clear from the image, so I don't really understand. I didn't get to watch it. You get the line. Oh, you get all 5 passives. Oh, so then you should never multi-class. Pure classing is always better. See, that's confusing, because a lot of they showed 1 passive, but they showed that there's 5 of them. or like multiple passives, and it just seemed like it would be giga broken to have like all of them at the same time. But yeah, like some of them just seem absurd, where like one is enough, but you're telling me you get all 5? Oh my god. Oh no, so Horizon Walker, or whatever, this tree is horrible for leveling. And the reason why it's horrible for leveling is all it does is give you a tiny bit of damage, and like that's it. It doesn't do anything else. The reason why Arcane Archer is really good is because Arcane Archer gives you the flat added damage. It gives you all the imbue dice. You get massive imbue bonuses, and you get to add those attacks onto every shot, giving you a huge amount of damage, a huge amount of burst right away. So all of a sudden, at level 3, you can be level 3 and adding 5 d8s of damage onto every hit, scaling with spell power. If you have any amount of past lives, that's like an extra 60 to 100 damage per arrow. Like right out of the gate. Horizon Walker is good, but all of this stuff, you know, the ability scores, the flat bonuses to damage, all these other things, add to the first number, your flat physical, but flat physical scales later. It's not as good at the beginning. So yeah, let me see if I can find it, because I do want to talk about this, but so I looked at this yesterday. Yeah, so they had like these that they were showing off. So these are like the class masteries. So again, my understanding is that you get all 5 of these, and each one of these is like giga broken. Like they're just the nuts. Like look at this one. Look at this one. Dragon Knight class mastery, recursive flame. Your flames can never truly be extinguished, capable of birthing again from mere ember. When your Dragon Knight damage over time effects on a target, you apply recursive flame to them for 12 seconds. This effect stacks up to 12 times, dealing 5,901 flame damage over the duration, increasing by 25% per stack. Just insane. Insane. It's just a free dot that does giga damage. So like basically, and then on top of that, you got Unstoppable Force and Booming Voice and this and this. It seems good for sure, but I think that the meta is going to be pure classing is good and subclassing is exclusively bad. So yeah. I think this is probably too much in that direction, but again, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. Like, again, maybe they'll adjust, or maybe there's something I'm missing here. But the way I can think of it is like, imagine if SSG was like, hey, we know you guys are multi-classing for a lot of your builds, and we want to encourage pure classing. So now we're going to make it so that if you stay pure, you get every capstone. So that's just the benefit. You don't have to put points in. So if I'm a monk, I get the Dragon Disciple capstone, the Shintao capstone, the Ninja Spy capstone. Just that's what you get for being a pure class.
If your sources are correct, the laboratory
and I think that's probably too much. I don't know. The fact that there's also no decision making either means your character's going to feel really like stilted, where like you're going to get a big healing passive, a big defensive passive, a big offensive passive, and a bunch of other stuff. So again, we'll see how it comes out. If you just get all of them, I think it's probably like it's going to be the main problem that I have with a lot of the way that game designers do, where they do like knee-jerk reaction, where they don't have a cohesive idea about what they actually want to do, and instead are just reacting to feedback, where it's just the pendulum. Subclassing is too good, so do we make something that gives an incentive to pure classing? Maybe. But what if we just swing the pendulum? Now subclassing is bad and pure classing is too good. You could take the time and do the work to actually figure out, hey, how can we balance this and how can we make this work well? Or just swing the pendulum. People on Reddit are complaining. Just make them feel good. Again, I could be misunderstanding this. I do not know what the limitations are of that system. So if you only get to pick one, then it's fine. If they're adding a capstone passive that for like a tree line, that's fine. But adding 5 game warping capstone passives means that they should just delete subclassing. It's just a waste of time. Like literally delete it. I don't understand. Actually, yeah, a better comparison is what it looks like they're doing right now. Is DDO is saying if you pure class, you get every enhancement point from every tree that is in your class. You have to choose how to spend points. You just get all of them all the time. So yeah.
The drone of chanting pulses from the vast chamber
And for the record, again, my problem is choices. I think choices are interesting. I think making choices is interesting. It's the reason why I like the concept of subclassing, because you get to make choices and decide what you want to do or what would be good for you. It's one of the reasons why I love playing DDO. Is there's a lot of interesting choices you can make when building your character and how you want to build it, and what kind of things you actually want to have. There's a lot of decision making that goes into it. And again, I really like that about DDO. I love the decision-making element of it, and adding so much power, like basically saying, like, from what it looks like to me, they're saying here is an near infinite quantity of power that you can have if you decide not to make any choices, and that just seems off to me. There should be like decision-making. Yeah. Does seal an upgrade will only affect some people? I don't know. I think I'd have to see all of them. Right now, to me, it seems like a step. It's a good idea implemented poorly. Is what it seems like to me.
The portcullis blocking
Based on the information that I have seen. I did not watch the reveal. I only looked at the pictures. So if it is something like where the bonuses are like really specific and they're limited and you're not always going to be having access to these things all the time, then, or if you only get to pick one, then that like makes sense, because it's like it's like kind of like playing a card game, how in a lot of card games recognize that going first is advantageous because you get to like set the pace of the card game and you always get to make the first move, which is why in games like Magic, the person who goes second gets to draw an extra card on their opponent. Or like in Hearthstone, not only do you get to actually draw an extra card, you actually get one extra mana during one turn, because they give you the coin, which gives you one extra mana. So it's something minor, and this is like, hey, if you're going second in Magic, you get to draw 7 more cards, is what they're saying. One more card is not enough. Let's make it so you draw 7. So you start with a 14 card hand on your first turn. Or like if you're in Magic, you get to mull twice for free. You get 2 full whole hand mulligans without having to put any cards back in the deck. Again, I want to see more. To me, it just seems like they went way too far in the other direction. I have no problem buffing, like when developers want to buff things. I think it's good to make things that feel bad feel better. But yeah, it just seems like it's too much.
The personal quarters of Dunrobar's martial leaders boast vaulted ceilings and imposing pillars. Battlemaster Teblin's
I don't have D-door.
are ruined.
Hey Strim, Brian here.
Yo, what's
I
up?
heard yesterday it was all new content today. I've seen these quests before. What's going on?
Actually, you haven't seen these quests before. You just haven't seen them. Yep. That's all I got. I don't know. New content's next week. We're in the waiting room, man. We're in the waiting room. Hopefully new content will be coming out to give us something that we truly can dig our teeth into. But yeah, we gotta wait a little bit. Like I said, I am willing to accept that I am very wrong on the whole ESO pure classing thing. I don't want people to not be excited about them possibly buffing something, and the idea of the bell reverberates in the courtyard, and adding things that tie into specific abilities that give you extra bonuses is kind of cool. But the Arcanist one uses specific skill, you get max crux rather than 1. Right, but like all 3 of the styles of Arcanist use crux. So you run into the problem of like when subclassing came out, it was like everybody was running the beam friggin' tree, and everybody was running assassination because those give you the most damage. All it's going to do if it affects one specific skill is now every single arcanist uses crux, therefore every single arcanist is going to use the one skill that gives you max crux, because why would they not? Again, we'll have to see what more of the abilities look like, but if they're so generic to be applicable to literally every build you can possibly play, I just can't, I don't know. I don't know. It reminds me of like what they did in WoW, where they were like, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of the entire talent tree system, because the talent tree is the illusion of choice, because there is a better way to go through the talent tree. And you're like, okay, sure. I can understand some of the logic of what you're saying. And they're like, and we're going to replace the talent tree with selectable talents. And what are the selectable talents? You get to pick between 3. A passive that's the a passive that gives you some effect all the time. The obvious good button that you press that does something really good, or a bad ability that's for fun and for memes. Yeah. So I'm like, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Again, I like conceptually, but literally what they're saying is if you play pure class, you just get every enhancement on all your enhancement trees compared to DDO at all times. But if you multi-class, you get your 80 points to spend. And that just feels like wrong to me in terms of like, as somebody who likes to make decisions in my video games, it just feels weird to do that.
Quest completed.
But again, we need more information.
You are my favorite.
We'll hold until we get
second
actual
monitor
information,
stream.
or like an article to look at. Also, Jasmine, thank you so much for the resub. I'm happy to be on a second monitor, because I'd be lying to you guys if I told you I watched a lot of things on the primary monitor. You know, sometimes you need that second monitor content, and I'm happy to be that. You know, if everybody's destined to be something, I'm happy for my thing to be on the other monitor. But welcome back. Appreciate the support. We're doing very good. And glad to have you here. Anyway. Break this. Break this. Freeze. Oh god, I love the dragon breath. It's so cool, dude. Freeze. Breath. Breath. Oh, I'm an AoE god. I'm a spell man. That's good. Have you guys tried AoE god? Dragon Disciple yet? 'Cause if you haven't, holy, it feels good. And I can paralyze them.
The
Oh.
last of the captives have been freed, and a full riot is underway. A guard captain investigates the racket.
What is going on here?
Oh, drop poison.
Let these captives out.
One of the best parts about playing as a Warforged is just complete and total immunity to drow poison, so you don't have to worry about that. I feel like maybe drow should get like immunity to drow poison. Maybe they will, I don't know. They said they're not doing a systems rework to drow. They're just doing mostly like a visual rework. I wonder if they'll do something like that.
The slave pen yards lead down into the main slave quarters.
River of Poison
You will only find
in DDO.
collared, obedient slaves.
It doesn't take into account as an abuse. Only get 1 D2 poison damage with the one I have. Yeah, it just adds a D2 poison damage onto all your attacks. It's not very powerful. Back in the day when our damage was a lot lower, an extra like 1.5 damage per shot could be kind of good, but yeah.
In the workroom, slaves labor over jobs beneath their drow masters.
Humans aren't any of the poisons we make. Well, we don't really make a lot of poisons. We have like bacteriums and stuff. So like if a human bites you, and you like actually like get a wound, it can get infected pretty bad. So you should like go to a doctor and get them to check it, you know, monitor your human bite.
What? These collars are supposed to be infallible.
You're thinking of venom, not poison? I am thinking of venom, not poison. No, you're right. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. All right. The drow don't secrete their venom. For some reason I was thinking about, I was like, yeah, the drow poison. Obviously they like lick the sword. I don't know. Sorry guys, I'm tired.
In the kitchens, slaves cook and clean under a slave master's.
I will sleep more someday and have more coherent thoughts in the future, but it is not this day.
Broken slave in my kitchen? Either you are very stupid, or I am very.
Next to feats section, errors. Next to feats section, error typo and dragon disciple build. I didn't post the dragon disciple build. I actually have it, so I should do that. I will do that today. But what do you mean there's errors next to feat section? Accolade of the skin. I did accolade of the skin. Is there an error? Hold on, I want to investigate this now, because if there's an error, that's not good. Beat up basics. Hold the thoughts. There shouldn't be any errors. Archetype list. And yeah, Dragon Disciple should 100% be in there. Okay, so that's a problem. Accolade of the skin. Errors. Oh, the feat errors. Yeah, it's errors because the computer program, I didn't really actually realize that was there. The program I was using didn't allow me to take some of the feats specifically because the computer program was incorrectly basing some of the things, so I had to fix it. I had to go above and beyond the program to like manually type in some stuff, and I forgot to get rid of that.
Clean that up, slaves.
Because in the program I was using, Accolade of the Skins didn't count as warlocks, so you couldn't give them Epic Eldritch Blast and Epic Pack Dice. Even though they 100% do qualify for both of those things because they are in fact warlocks. So that was just an error with the program. I actually don't know if it's been updated since the last time I used it, so I have to investigate that.
You think you can escape us? Run if you can, slave.
Probably also gonna have to hand type out. I don't want to get the rewards here. I'm just going. See ya. So thank you for bringing that up, Steak Hobson. And yes, the Dragon Disciple should be in there because I also have to add in Arcane Trickster as well. So I will get that done today. Warlock but worse. It doesn't have to be Warlock but worse. All they have to do is buff the Acolyte tree. If they make the SLAs do 150% spell power scaling, which they should, and then they make the big claw ability actually good, then it'll be fine. But the problem is the big claw ability gives you 200% spell power scaling, which sounds like it's good, but you have to sacrifice being ranged to get into melee. And since the warlock buffs came through, they buffed the basic blast to 170% scaling. So since it's 170 scaling, the claw build is like not even better. So yeah, it's just kind of worse. I'm for a Warlock pass. I don't know if they need a Warlock pass, but thank you for informing me of that, Steak Hobson. I really appreciate that. That is something I did not even know was there, and so I will fix it. Thinking Charisma Paladin, which is something I didn't know was possible the first time I played one. Any tips about that? Weapons, fighting style, and such? Yeah. You get Charisma to hit and damage out of the Fade Arc Illusionist tree. Charisma to hit and Charisma to damage. You need to take magical training as a feat to be able to do this. So, which is why I do have a Charisma Paladin build that does this and can show you how to get through it. But you need to have Charisma to hit and damage to be a Charisma Paladin. Or your character just feels bad, and then at level 10, you equip the Dynastic Valcata, which is a Kopesh that is favored, so you can use it as a favored weapon for all your Paladin stuff, but also allows you to use Charisma to hit and damage because that's built into the weapon. You can also, alternatively, just use the summoned weapons from Fade Arc Illusionist, which are short swords, which give charisma and damage inherently. Then the problem with this is you need to make sure you have the proper religion, because short swords aren't added into Paladin. And the short sword religion is Volkur, I believe, which means you need to be a drow
The chasm ahead,
to get access to the short sword religion, so it will count.
down into places that even the drow.
Yeah, or if you're a purple dragon knight, they also get the charisma and damage with several weapon types, which is also an option there. So it's be a purple dragon knight, be a drow with the short swords that you summon, get the, or just add charisma and damage with anything using Fade Arc Illusionist, but you have to take the feat, magical training. Oh, dual Dynastic Valcata is great because they actually each one counts for the set bonus. So if you have two of them, you get the whole set. And then dies? Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think of anything else that would be relevant to Charisma Paladin. Like I said, I have a relatively old video that goes into some stuff. I think it uses the old Epic Essays, I'm not sure. Oh, fun fact. Back in the day when I did play Charisma Paladin, the actual sword that I used was called the Eidolon of... Is it Eidolon of Chaos? No, that's something else. Eidolon of Shadow, that's what it is. And the Eidolon of Shadow is a sword that comes from the raid Dryad and the Demigod, and it is a very, very rare sword. However, it also sucks, so nobody wants it. However, that item is getting dramatically better, because it's being adjusted so that force damage is going to be affected by physical and magical resistance rating reductions on enemies, which means that if you're playing as a charisma-based paladin, you can now use that, dump enemy magic resistance rating, and then hit guys for quadrillions of damage, which is cool.
Portal gateway. This is where the drow enter the Temple of Loth that sits high atop the ziggurat. Elminster has just arrived, meeting.
And the next available field lets you pick a feat, personal preference, I suppose. So you want to take magical training at 1, and then you want to make sure you have your combat style feats sorted. So depending on how you want to play. If you're going to use a two-handed sword, you want to take two-handed fighting. If you're going to take dual wielding, you want to take two-weapon fighting. If you want to take sword and shield, you want to take shield mastery. The Bloodstone vid? Yeah. That was a good video. They're making force damage good. They are making force damage good as of the next patch. Which means, is Esper the Shadowblade and Eidolon of Shadow, are they going to be meta weapons? No, but it means they're less memey than they were. Because it's really hard to compete with the Golden Age weapons. Fun fact, it's actually a buff to the Golden Age weapons, because Golden Age weapons, automatically, they all add force damage onto all their attacks, and that force damage is now going to scale better. So it is actually a buff to the Golden Age weapons as well, which is funny. Weapons do elemental damage. I've actually been a big proponent that SSG should just add in like really, really wacky weapons that do stuff like that. They don't do it as often though. But I promise you, every single time I get asked for feedback on loot or something, or like we see loot feedback, my suggestion is always the same. Give me a cool sword that's just like, you know, it's like a spider's fang that only deals poison damage or something, you know? Give me cool weapons like that, because they might not be good, but sometimes they can make really interesting builds out of them. Although, if we ever get a sonic weapon, it might actually be one of the best weapons in the whole game. So, they maybe need to be mindful about that one. Sonic might be too good. Sonic might be too good. Yeah. Because you'll be able to apply your magic resistance rating against force damage when you get hit. So it means that toxic treatment is in fact easier. Hello there, so is this not a free-to-play game? Because I tired downloading this game and it kept telling me I need a sub. You have to make an account on the website. So you don't need a sub, it is free. But you need to make sure you make an account on the website before you can begin playing. Which is, I believe, having an account, they call a subscription. It's been a long time since I've made an account, the average hero. Yeah, you might get an error for zero Lotro key on your account. Oh, are you a Lord of the Rings Online player? And you're using your Lord of the Rings Online account? Good question. You are? Aha! Aha ho ho! Okay, so we actually have an answer for this. I wish I knew what the bot command was, though. But I have an answer for you. Because I can solve your problem. I have an answer. There is something here. Give me a second. Blah, blah, blah. No, there's no commands button. Also, there's way too many. Oh, it's exclamation point connect. So that was easier. Boom. No, you can. I can't use it on YouTube because the YouTube chat is too short. Are you kidding me? The messages are too short. Oh my. Okay, well, give me a second. I'm gonna try to type this out, but this is gonna be a challenge. Unbelievable. Okay, so I have to type this out. And then I have to type this out. There we go. Because YouTube chat doesn't allow you to put as much text. So to connect your accounts, you go to the My Account Standing Stone Games website. Don't log in. At the bottom, there's an input code section. So if you are a Lord of the Rings Online player and you want to play DDO on your account, you're gonna put the bottom code in there. So to add Lotro to your DDO account, it's the YCZK blah 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 blah. And then once you add in that code, it'll go, oh, okay, now log in. And then you log in and it'll like add a subscription to your account, like the login. And it's the other way around. If you're a DDO player and you want to add Lord of the Rings to your account, so you can just have one login instead of having to make a separate account. That's how you do it as well. Oh ho ho! There you go. Don't worry, I've spent so much time. I've spent so much time solving this problem because people will come into the chat all the time that play DDO and they want to play Lotro, or they play Lotro and they want to play DDO, because I stream both games and I play both games. This is just the solution that has been basically, if you email customer support, they will reply with this message, and I'm like, you know what? I can be faster than customer support because I'm here. Or just makes, okay, yeah, you can just make separate accounts. But what if you wanted to have it all on one account? You think about that? Anyways, there you go. It still bothers me that how much worse YouTube chat is. Like the actual physical interactive chat is just so much worse than Twitch. It's harder to get your bots running. It's harder to get different types of commands working. You can't have as much text going. Ugh. Aiming to beat SGCS is a pretty low bar. It is a extremely low bar, yeah. In cross-class with Pally, or should one stay pure? It depends, is the answer to that one. What used to be really popular is 15-5, and is still currently pretty popular. 15 Paladin to get access to the Paladin spells. The level 4 spells Holy Sword and Zeal. What Holy Sword does is it gives you +1 critical threat range and multiplier on your weapon attacks, and Zeal gives you 10% double strike, so they're both quite good as just generally spells. But then you can take 5 levels of something else. What people take now is Dragon Lord, so they do the top of the Dragon Lord tree, granting them the Dragon Roar, which stuns enemies, as well as having access to +2 critical multiplier, while also getting all the juicy good stuff out of Paladin. Another thing that people will do is they'll do the same thing, but they do 15 Paladin, 5 Ranger, and then they use the Tempest tree, and then when dual wielding, you can activate the Dance of Death and have a bunch of AoE melee attacks you can use against people. So those are 2 popular splits, is 15-5. Outside of that, I don't know what people are running. I don't multi-class Paladin too often, personally. Ironic about difficulty to run bots on YouTube? Yeah, it's chat bots, man. It's because the chat's too restrictive.
Now enter the portal, girl, and accept your fate in the demon web.
Because, dude, you can write a book on Twitch. But YouTube is like, 100 characters? That's too much. You gotta cut it off, dude.
I command you, in the name of the Spider Queen.
Short form only. Sorry, would you like to extrapolate or explain your thoughts in a more than one sentence? That's too much. Too much for YouTube. True. Again, this is not to me to comment on the people that are actually using YouTube as a platform for watching this stuff. Obviously, I'm streaming on YouTube so that people can watch. But, you know. Listen, if Alphabet is going to be one of the biggest, most evilest countries, or not countries, companies in the history of the human race, The very least, they could give us a better chat box while they're at it. You know what I mean?
Dark Mother, send forth your demonic minions to slay your enemies.
I don't ask for a lot. RTS tournaments and YouTube live streams? RTS tournaments? Which RTSs? You don't have to answer that, I'm just curious. Also, Glabbers were demons. Why did they take lightning damage?
Did I not bring you the thread of the weave?
Huh? No, I didn't kill her.
Please.
Dawn of War, Company Heroes. Oh, yeah.
Your
Yeah.
servant begs you.
Yeah, like I said, I try to make sure I'm reading both. I will say, adding a YouTube chat, what I used to just do is I would just have a banner on YouTube chat that say, I don't read it,
Please, not like
and it's easier on the brain. It is hard to do the game, try to make a coherent thought come out of your head, and read two chats at the same time. It's a little bit stressful on the old frontal cortex. What's up, Axlet? I'm doing great. A little tired, but other than that, I'm doing great.
Now go and tell the world of Lulth's power and might.
Yeah, ketchup trips are pretty good. That was simple? Yep. It's simple once you know what the answer is. Until you have the solution of how to connect your Lotro and DDO accounts together, it is impossible to figure out. I usually click the YouTube team and go to Twitch. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, ketchup chips are good. I don't really buy a lot of chips generally, but if I do buy chips, ketchup is on the list. It's definitely a top tier chip. If there's an applet that combined both chats in one window, that would be extremely good. I would love an app that would let me combine both into one. Unfortunately, there is one that does that, which is I use like Streamlabs for a lot of like my botting and convenience features, and they actually do have a way you can combine both the chats, but displaying it is against the terms of service, but you can physically read it if you want. But then I don't have any of the features. So, like I can actually combine the two into one program, but one of the reasons why, like I use Chatterino for watching Twitch chat. I don't use what you guys use. And the reason is because on Chatterino, one, it's just nicer. I can customize certain things, have things like pop out and highlight and what have you. But also if anyone gives me a link, so if somebody drops a link in the chat, so for example, like this link, boom, it's epic damage, clipped by Ipsum, channel, blah, blah, blah. I can see information about links before I actually click them, which is really nice. It's a convenience feature. Additionally, I can like click on somebody's name and I can see information. So, you know, account created this time, following since then, previously subscribed for 20 months. And then if I want to like give them a thing, I can also go to their like mod notes if I want directly from here. So it just saves me some time. And it's a lot of just like really good convenience features. That I can just have a single chat window that views all of it, but then I don't get anything else. Yeah, Twitch has a rule where you can't show non-Twitch chat on your screen. But again, if there was something like Chatterino that would let me just put the YouTube chat in there, oh my god, that'd be sick. But there is unfortunately no Chatterino for YouTube. Oh, sorry, yes, you can show it, you just can't show it combined. Yeah. It has to be, like, separated out. You can even have something where you put, like, tags, so it'll be like, oh, like, here's a YouTube tag and here's a Twitch tag to show a different thing. But again, my bigger problem is just for sorting. I don't want Chatterino to sort that stuff for me. Thanks again, you're very helpful and help me enjoy this game more than I can express without sounding weird. Yo, absolutely. No, I totally get it, cussy words, and I'm glad I can be of service and answer your questions. It's one of the things where, like, I do reply to YouTube comments. So when people ask me things, I try to get back to people and give people answers. And I try to make my videos as detailed as possible so people can just log in and have fun. Like, that's the goal. I just want people to have fun playing the game. That's why I started making videos and doing stuff in the first place. I'm like, you know what's confusing? DDO. What if I could make it easier? That was basically the whole goal. Didn't have any ulterior motive or anything. And in the future, or later on, many people have expressed over time that I've been able to help them and learn about the game and, you know, do things, yada, yada, yada. But for me personally, like I said, I'm glad I can help out and kind of be there and help guide people along the way. For me, one of the most wonderful things is when people kind of graduate, where they might read my build guides still. They might look at, they watch the videos because they're curious about what I'm doing. But then they look at it and they go, huh, this build looks interesting. But what if I did this? What if I did that? What if I did this? What if I did that? And you start like tinkering and customizing yourself, where you might watch the video because you're interested to see what the heck is going on. But then afterwards you're like, oh, I know how I can do this. And you've gotten to that point where you're, you know, you're on your own. I don't have any children and I never will. But seeing, it's like the feeling of seeing the birds finally leave the nest. You know what I mean? They still come back and they visit. But they, you know, I watch them fly. It's very fun. What the heck is yeast? I don't know. Would you consider doing a beginner basics cadence crafting or crafting in general? Okay, so walk on warrior. Here is the problem. I actually do have an answer to that. So we go to YouTube, right? So we're on YouTube, and I type in DDO Caneth crafting. So Shrimp Tom explains the new Caneth crafting. There's also crafting, voodoo spice, but I have a video here. Would you be willing to believe that this 9-year-old video is completely and fully up to date and gives you all the info you need? And it's on their channel. It's on the official DDO channel. So the problem is, I could update it, but cadence crafting has not been changed in 9 years. So I struggle with that personally, about the decision to update some videos like that, where I'm like, I could update it, I could make a new one, but it's kind of just the same thing, you know? I don't want to waste people's time. But to be fair, you as a consumer, you'll probably go and watch, like, look at the video, and you go, 9 years old? There's got to be a newer video, right? Like, that can't be like the newest video. It's got to have changed in the last 9 years. And listen, I don't know what to tell you. That being said, allegedly, cadence crafting there have been like 2 changes. Number 1 is that cadence crafting changed in such a way that they added a couple new recipes that are exclusive to the higher tiers, which doesn't change like getting used to the system. There's just newer recipes you can get when you're at like 350 or 400. They're still bad, so it doesn't matter. And then lastly, they are updating cadence crafting this year with the release of the new level cap to go up to 36. Let's go.
Quest completed.
Weekend, also 5 and 9 months. That's a lot of months.
Yo, welcome back to the Shrim Team Kentos for 59 months. You're closing in on 69 months, which is exciting, almost hitting 5 years. If you can believe it, you spent 5 years watching my dumbass channel, listening to all the stupid garbage that I say, and you know what? I'm proud of both of us. Great job. Welcome back to the Shrim Team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing very, very, very well. Well, then explain it better? True, I should just explain it better. Also, I'm reading slightly less chat because I am not solving this puzzle on my own. I'm using a solver, so it is hard to read everything. 26-year-old maps drawn with colored pencils for EverQuest 1. I mean, yeah, but those maps are at least still accurate. Never updates crafting? They do, they just don't update that crafting. Again, as of right now, my understanding is they got 2 people on systems, so it is it's a bit difficult to have the ability to update things all the time. Just out of curiosity, I'm a dummy. Why would they not want you to show the together? Just out of curiosity, why would they not want you to show the together? Huh? Help. Yeah. Maybe this legacy thing, you can break anything. True. Puzzle solving. Once I get past this quest, and I will be more responsive to chat once I get past this quest. Oh, this one's actually easy. I could have solved this one myself. Oh, show the chats? Oh, that was already explained, yeah. If you're wondering specifically, like, why would they not want you to show the chats? Oh, the answer to that one is, I don't know, I don't work for Amazon. I literally couldn't tell you. I couldn't imagine what like, it's the classic thing where, like with copyright. So, I'm going to take you through a little bit of a journey here. But I'm going to ask you a simple question, and I want you to think about it. Are you allowed to stream music on Twitch? Can I just listen to music? Let's say I want to listen to my favorite new song from, I'm trying to think of a music artist, Taylor Swift. Can I listen to a new Taylor Swift song here on Twitch? Can I play it and listen to it and have all you guys listen? The answer to that question is obviously no. It's copyrighted material. You're going to get sued back in time. You know, you're going to get account taken down. You know, they're going to send the Pinkertons to your house. Sorry, that's Wizards. Anyway, you know, you can't do that. Of course you can't do that. That would be ridiculous. It's copyrighted. Can you stream video games on Twitch? Of course not. You can't stream video games on Twitch. It's copyrighted material. Like, you know, SSG could at any point just come in, they could drop down the hammer, say you're not allowed to stream our game. This is ridiculous. You're just like basically showcasing the whole thing for people to do. Like, unbelievable. No, absolutely not. You cannot do that. It is completely against the rules. But that is the answer. You can't stream on Twitch because, or like any video game, because video games are copyrighted material. You can claim it's transformative, but at the end of the day, I am literally playing a video game and showcasing the whole thing to you guys. It is absolutely against the terms of service, or not terms of service, but absolutely like copyright infringement. Basically, I'm using their copyrighted material. I'm not paying them royalties. This is ridiculous. But here I am playing a video game and not listening to music. So what happened? The answer is that a lot of larger companies realize that the power of influencer marketing. As it turns out, watching people having fun playing a game is almost every video game commercial ever, okay? Have you seen a Nintendo Wii commercial? It's all these dumbasses being like, Wii bowling! When they like whip their hands around and everyone's laughing and having fun. That's what they want. They want to have commercials where people are having fun, engaging with the product that they want to sell you. As it turns out, a really good way to show people engaging and having fun with the product they want to sell you is by doing it live on camera. Now, Nintendo is not the best example because Nintendo's a bit slow on this one, but that's just the general rule of thumb. A great way to advertise your product is just to show that it's working. It's going to convince people because they want to try it, because somebody looks and they go, you know what? That does look kind of fun. That does look kind of cool. And so video game companies realize that people making videos, people streaming stuff, is actually very, very profitable for them. It is very, very, very good. It's good business. Not all companies have realized this. In fact, some companies will still stretch their litigious arms. For example, Nintendo. If you were too heavily criticize Nintendo, they will actually enforce their copyright and try to take down your content.
Quest
because
completed.
They can literally say you're not allowed to stream it because we own it, and they can do that to people on an individual basis. And the problem is, they can't do that on a sweeping scale, because if they wanted to, let's say, go pursue legal action against a large company that could actually fight them, that would be expensive. But almost every single small content creator who they can tell to shut down their channel or shut down any of their things, that person can't really fight them in court. There's just not enough to do. So you don't set any precedent because it's not like a major court case. But also, Nintendo gets to shut down, not whatever they want, but things that they want. They can't do it too much, but they can kind of shut people down using literally the exact mechanism of, this is our thing that we own and you're doing a thing, without having to enforce it broadly on everybody. It is pretty wild. It is just one of those things. Also, Chris Brown 56, thank you so much for gifting out 5 subs to the channel. I really appreciate that. I hope you're doing very, very good. Welcome to the stream team. Gutarni 1404, Zorain DJ Rukolar, and Donnie TB. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I hope you're doing very, very well. I appreciate it. That's just really kind of you. 5 subs is a lot, so thank you for your support. So yes. So that's why it's really weird. These are literally the same things, but different industries responded in a different method. And every industry is going to be different. One of the things you have to understand is that the music industry is owned by giga dinosaurs. People that are so old, they give the definition, or they give the concept of a mummy a run for its money, because they are just like, you know, being extended beyond the precipice of the concept of living through, I don't know, endless mutations and tests in an attempt to just stay alive so they can keep making money off of music artists in the modern day and squeezing every little penny out of people. However, as a result, because they're still in the cave right now, they have failed to realize that people that are watching a live stream or a Twitch live stream are not doing it to listen to music. They are doing it because they want to be engaged with the product. And if you're having a good time and listening to music, there is a good chance that you decide, hey, I'm having a good time and I'm listening to this song. I want to listen to this music more. You know, that's a good idea. It's sort of like how like beer commercials, they show people having a good time drinking the beer, and then you go, yeah, that looks fun, and then you have a good time drinking the beer and you want to do it again because you had a good time. For some reason, the music industry has like completely missed the memo, and they are extremely restrictive and like don't want to have anything get displayed like that because they just don't want to have any cross-pollination. They believe, which I personally think is not correct, but they believe falsely that they will lose gazillions of dollars if they allow people, somebody like myself or another user, to stream the music hypothetically while they're playing a game, because that would damage their brand, damage people's buying, like the buying power, because oh, no one's gonna listen to no one's gonna buy Spotify or like pay for a Spotify subscription so we can collect royalties if it's just gonna have people listening to it passively. Obviously someone's gonna turn on a Minecraft stream to listen to the latest, you know, release from Lady Gaga because they can, as opposed to doing something else, which is again completely false and makes no sense. But I think that's what the thought that goes through their head. So then you ask the question, okay, but how does this tie into how come you can't show YouTube and Twitch combined into one chat on the website? And now we circle back. It is weird ancient dinosaurs from 100 million years ago who are like, yeah, if people can see that there's YouTube chat, they might go to YouTube instead of Twitch. They combine it together. That's ridiculous. And then bam, that's all you get. Is there a reason? There might be a reason somewhere, but it probably makes no sense. And it's probably decided by some ancient dinosaur from like 1,000 generations ago that every once in a while gets unsealed from their crypt to like make a decision and then put back in the crypt.
You have come to honor our bargain.
So yeah. What's the fastest way to make $1 billion if you throw morals out the window? It's like a million ways. Also, Quandi, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate the support. Welcome back for 2 months. Hope you're doing very, very, very good. And the only Mr. No. Thank you so much for the resub or the sub as well. Hope you're doing very, very good. Apologize, I was like not responding to subs. I was just going on a bit of a. I wanted to hit the other end of my storytelling, but that's pretty much it.
Somewhere in here is the ruins keep, the demon Kishnaurak, and the orb.
Why does Mr. Stream not show the skips? I don't do the skips because if you're in a group, you don't have to do the skips, and it's basically at the same speed. And you get more XP anyway. Oh my god! And then also, Full Mithril Alchemist, thank you so much for the sub! Appreciate the support. Love the name. Hope you're doing very, very good. And glad to have you here.
The sign has ceased, but something.
Yeah, I hope everybody is doing good. Again, I am very passionate about these things, and I think that when you think about like I can't get on the case of the multi-billion-dollar music industry and be like, yeah, they're dumb for like not letting people like play music on the platform, because like I guess they're already making $1 billion, maybe whatever there is working. I still think their logic is faulty, but also like I don't know, I don't own like 10 yachts from, you know, owning the souls of almost every musician on the planet. I'm paying for Spotify because of the 5 songs on repeat. True. Yeah, just buy music.
The second sign floats just at the edge of the promontory. There must be.
And wow, where companies did something that enraged the players, and some players live streamed deleting rare items in their accounts and unsubbed to show their anger. It doesn't belong to you. You don't have the right to delete. That's funny. And oh, I just got into DDO based on your videos, and I'm following your Dark Hunter guide. Hell yeah! Dark Hunter's sick. I love Dark Hunter. Dark Hunter is like very cool thematically.
Turns off with a reluctant, anguished shudder.
I love the
runs up and down your spine.
way they kind of set it up. Where they're like, yeah, because you're a Dark Hunter, all of your favorite enemies, guess what? It's you don't get to pick anything. Now you get to pick like the kind of narrowed down hunting things. You get the wolf. It's cool. How would you stop someone that set up a Twitch channel that just streamed music? Oh, like in case you wanted to shut that down? I mean, again, you could just enforce the copyright that Nintendo does. Selective enforcement of copyright is like super duper common. You're not supposed to be able to do that. Technically, you have to defend all of your copyright or else you lose access to it and ownership over it. But that only works for small companies. If you're like a mega ultra corporation, they can just do whatever they want.
The power drained suddenly from the side in one violent jolt.
I made my concentration check. What the heck?
Has been undone. The barrier has dropped, and
the Dark Hunter assassin to be pretty workable and really fun. Yeah.
The Yugoloth waits for you.
Technically, if you have one Dark Hunter in a raid, it can be nice because the singular Dark Hunter casts the camouflage on everybody and gives you 20 PRR, which is kind of cool. Also, for the record, there are Twitch channels that just stream video and other types of content. There's like the Twitch channel, there's like the Bob Ross channel that just plays Bob Ross, there's the MXC channel that just plays MXC. Those are owned by the individual companies because they recognize that they're just making money for free.
The demon Kishnaurak.
Why did you choose to use hammers? Sounded cool at the time.
Eyes the mercenaries.
now that's what Strim calls music. True. Yeah, I had my fair share of big shiny tunes. Okay. In the 90s. Like, also, bear in mind, I think you are right. Like, I'm not a lawyer, so there is probably something along the lines of, like, they do need to have some amount of regulation about who can or what can listen to music or what can or who can't do a certain thing. But also, at the end of the day, like, I really just feel like a much simpler system or organization is, like, if you want to dedicate a channel to music, you just have to go and, if you're playing music, write that, like, in your description of your channel, this is a music dedicated channel, and then some of the revenue split goes to like the individual companies who you're playing music for. They can already detect who is doing what. Like, if I play 3 different songs back to back, their programs can tell you which those 3 songs are and who are all the shareholders here. So, like, that is a thing that they can do. That is completely within the bounds of something they have the power to do. And then they get the best of both worlds. The music gets to be exposed to people who are just like passively listening to it and observing to it. I don't want to go here. I want to go here. And they can make money off of the people who are just exclusively streaming the streaming music to make money. Are you able to get the outfit from this quest? No, I'm just playing the game. But yeah, I wish I had a better answer as to why I choose dual Warhammers. I just think Warhammers are cool and I didn't want to play hand wraps. Sometimes you gotta make decisions because the thing sounds cool. Not to be a bother, I bought VIP. Should I prioritize any of the expansions? Okay, so yes, you're not being a bother and asking questions is totally acceptable. The expansions I would recommend in the store right now, 99 points. The Mists of Ravenloft, Fables of the Feywild, Masterminds of Sharn. Those 3 are 99 points. 99 pointerinos, 99 pointeroos. It's a really, really good deal. You should buy all 3 of those because they are usually 2,500 to 3,000 points, and they are currently 99. So instead of spending like 8,000 points, you're spending 300. That's such a discount. It's so much of a discount, I don't even know why it's in the store. So make sure you do that. That was supposed to go away at the beginning of the year, by the way, and I think, I don't know, the people that are doing store stuff maybe fell asleep and they didn't notice. So at least right now, you should definitely buy those 3 for 99 points each. Mists of Ravenloft, Masterminds of Sharn, Fables of the Feywild, in-game store DDO points. After that, I would prioritize the newest expansion first, and then just wait for sales. So if you're like, oh, I want to play DDO, I'm going to buy an expansion, I would buy Chill of Ravenloft, because that bad boy ain't going on sale, and then wait for the others to go on sale before you buy them. Because Chill of Ravenloft, the newest content, it's got the newest stuff, highest level stuff, best gear, blah blah blah. And the other content is good, but it's not 100% necessary. Why don't I want to use hand wraps? Because the last time I played, I used hand wraps, so I want to use warhammers.
Chaotic goddess, the unstable vortex of the rift, or both.
I promise you, my reasoning is no more detailed than that. It is exclusively I just wanted to use warhammers. I think warhammers are cool.
Gapes between this ledge and the next.
I'm a big fan of that. Thank me and Kentos too. No way, I'm stealing all your credit.
A magical
Get the hell out of here.
suddenly appears, blocking access.
How dare you think you,
voice comes
mere
from behind
peasants,
and high
people in
above.
chat, can accept credit over me, God King Strimtom, he who hath has power over this domain? I use the word domain because he said the NPC in game used the word domain.
I will fight you myself.
You know what's crazy? There probably are people that actually think like that. I'm very grateful that there are many people in chat who can kind of fill in the blanks when I can't remember things, or like make up for my shortcomings, or just answer questions when I'm busy doing another task. I'm very grateful that people do that. So you guys are fantastic, and I love the community that I have. But it is always weird to me that there are... It's not weird, like it makes sense how this happens, but just the fact that some people like kind of forget that they are built based on the bones of the community that they have. Like, no matter how funny or entertaining you think you are, you're only funny and entertaining because you have people who will come and flock to you to want to engage and do the thing.
It won't stay down for long.
But some people get these like big ass egos who are like, no, I am in fact God. And it's just weird. You don't even need ChatGPT for that one. That one's free. Playing and lurking? Yo, I'm a lurker. Huge lurker. I love lurking. I'm a god, but I'm a humble god? Exactly. Dude, I'm the most humble, as they say. I take it you're not doing the raid? No. I don't really like doing Caught in the Web. Also, the only thing I would want out of Caught in the Web is a Searath, and it's free soon. So, what if I got a free one?
The Dragloff concedes.
Time for something bigger.
Are you suggesting that you can have fun in a game without doing objectively the best options at all times? Well, I know that the opinion will get me tarred and feathered on the internet. Yes. When a game is saying I'm a generous god, I'll allow it. You gotta really do the thing where you like, you know, you lean back and you're just kind of, you know, in the chair and you're just like,
The rift now appears to be
I'll allow it.
stabilized.
Gotta let him really get the feel that you're the one, you know, holding all the power. I do say, or I will say that I am pretty malleable when it comes to my opinions on a lot of different things when I'm playing actually at the table, where sometimes friends or the people will be like, hey, I want to do this thing, and I definitely rule a pool pretty regularly. If it sounds cool and it's not too disruptive, yeah, it sounds like a good idea. No, let me click the thing! No! The dot spell! Okay, we're good. Oh. Likes commas? I agree. Commas good. What Warhammers are those? Not familiar with Warhammer weapon? These are ethereal Warhammers. They're just generic Warhammers you buy from Keep on the Borderlands. So it's the same as if you bought like an ethereal Bastion Sword and an ethereal whatever. There's nothing special about this weapon. It's just a... It's literally just a meat and potatoes, stock standard, you know, basic Warhammer. It is a generic weapon. Nothing special. They just look pretty good. Like, look at it. Look how beefy they are. Look at them. Look at the size of these bad boys. If you want a good looking Warhammer, for the record, if you're like, oh, you like the hammer kind of aesthetic, I'll show you in a sec here. I'll show you the Warhammers that you need to go get right now. But I gotta finish this quest thing here. Gotta kill these bad guys. You know, gotta put them in their place.
The rift has been stabilized.
Also, I just realized I don't have any health. That's probably fine.
Fixing the rift like that.
Very clever. Essel? You wish. Dude, I'm gonna show you a Warhammer that's so good it's gonna blow your mind. Your mind is gonna feel shattered. Okay? But I need to not be in combat anymore. Morn? Oh, you guys have no idea.
Is stronger than us all. And when she has consumed the thread, stronger still.
As the light
You open them and just get to do what I do with them. Sounds cliche, but it's true. I'm a body worker? What's a body worker? Alright, are you ready? Oh, this is the perfect spot. I'm literally levitating. Fantastic. Alright, everybody. You wish for warhammers? Behold, the superior hammer. Oh, look at these hammers, man. I love these hammers. They might be like, these are generic looking. No, these are just like steel workman's hammers. And they hit for me, this is the perfect hammer aesthetic. They got like the big flat head. You got the power behind the strike. You got this perfect like kind of hook on the back, which is what you would want when you're looking at some type of hammer. I love this hammer. Ooh. I love this. I'm a big fan of this hammer. This is probably one of my favorite visuals in the game. It's simple, but it looks great. Big fan. To me, where's this? Oh yeah, it does. Where is? Where's this? I'm gonna get you the hammer that this gives you the nostalgia for. Okay, gives you nostalgia. We go to Diablo 2. Okay, we're gonna go into hammers, like the Warhammer Battle Hammer Legendary Mallet. These bad boys, dude. When I was a kid, you're playing Diablo, you get yourself some Warhammers. They look good in game. The pixel art looks great. And then now, ooh. Anyway, this is me. This is my hammer. I know some people like the really big, bulky, like giant head, big maul, like. No. Look at this. You know how hard this would hurt, dude. This would hurt so bad to get slammed by one of these hammers, because it is a bludgeoning weapon, but that's not that big of a point. That is not that big of a point. Can you drum up the force of the big hammer of a, like, you know, getting hit by a bus? No, you probably can't. But this bad boy, this is gonna, like, that precision strike. Ooh. It's gonna get you, man. It's gonna get you. Oh, disable the orb. The quest isn't over. Wait. There we go.
The orb's power dissipates. Both defenses have been weakened. More important, Eberron is safe.
PB2 one-handed mace? Yep. Something like that. Oh, massage therapist. Okay, gotcha, buddy. I've never heard the term body worker for that. I learned something today. What do you think the coolest weapon auto attack chain animation is in the game? Tabaxi Trailblazer quarterstaff animations. Roommate starts an audiobook and the stream chokes for almost a minute. Oh no, that's not good. You gotta get a second Ethernet cable, anti-pixel, and plug it into your machine so you get twice as much internet. You can push like way more pixels per gallon doing it like that. Oh yeah. Oh, hammers, man. I'm a big hammer guy. Vistani Knife Fighter. I like the Vistani Knife Fighter. I think that the visuals of the thing are just a little bit cleaner, you know? A little cleaner. Morty hammers? Pestle? I like Pestle. Pestle's not bad, but the Lemortian hammers, they're hammering, you know? These things are slamming. This looks like a real weapon somebody would use. This would be so dangerous. Oh. I'm a big fan. They do have Dolorous, yeah. They have Dolorous acid. For those wondering, Dolorous acid slot effect adds corroding. This effect causes the edges of the weapon to drip, dealing acid damage on a critical hit. That is not what that does. It does billions of times more damage than that. Don't worry about it. Secret. And secrets are fun. Okay. Elemental blood. Withering elements. I want to get up here. How do we get up here? Spell sword. Yes. How do we get up here? No. Bypass resistance is not bad. And now we want the strike. We're going with Vortex. Vortex is good. And then I want to pick up pull from the wellspring, and then we hit up, and then we polish off with Fatesinger. So it's ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-bam. Ba-boom, ba-bam. Also, I'll probably end up taking these 2 points here and grabbing regrowth. And then we ba-boom, ba-bam. We gotta ba-boom, ba-bam. That's what we gotta do. We're gonna ba-boom, then we're gonna ba-bam. It's gonna be great. Also, what's up, Chris? How you doing? How are you? This animation is hand rep zombie monk. Also good. Hand rep zombie monk is quite good. There we go. We're gonna start to chug closer and closer to epics, yeah. But not that much. They're still good. Yeah, we're gonna go up Fatesinger after this. Is it one of these wisdom? Oh yeah. Strength con wisdom. Strength charisma wisdom. Man, primal resonance is sick. Anyways, I gotta use the washroom and get some more water. I shall return briefly. So yeah, I shall return soon. I gotta use the washroom, get some more water, etc., etc. Back in a minute. I'm back. Anyway. I have returned. Oh yeah, I wanted to sort something out. Hold on. I have to do two things. I am going to be mildly ignoring the stream because I am sorting out a message here. It's because there's something a brain went through my mind and I needed to... A brain went through my mind. Shut up, Stream Tom. You're stupid. And everything you say is dumb. Okay, so we'll share this because this is something you guys can look at if you're bored. So while I look at my other menu, my other screen. Okay, so I run a pen and paper game. In my pen and paper game, one of the characters has abilities that freeze enemies because I wrote all the classes. And one of the issues is that freezing an enemy is not a condition in 5th edition. It's like a composite set of conditions. So instead I decided to create the frozen condition. So feel free to read it and let me know what you think while I look at my other monitor and then send a different message because there's something I needed to message about that I didn't do yet. There we go. That's where I wanted. Sorry, I had to do that. Okay, so basically the idea behind the frozen condition is I kind of want to treat it like the frozen condition is in DDO, where you think of things that can be frozen, and then those things can be frozen, and what exactly that entails. So, for example, if something is stunned, you can get an automatic critical hit against them, where it's like, oh, if something is stunned, you get to make a crit because they can't defend themselves. But if something is frozen, you can't make a crit on it because its weak point is literally covered in a layer of ice, right? So it doesn't have that feature. It functions like a stun, it functions like a restraint, but it can't be either of those things because, for example, like skeletons are immune to stun. Therefore, if a freeze is a stun or a restrain, it's immune to all of it. So yeah, immobilize another thing as well. So instead, yes. So I wanted to have a composite set, like a new condition that can work around other things that implicitly you can understand whether you can or can't freeze something. Resistant. So if something is resistant, that means you take half. So becoming resistant to slashing means you take half damage. Weak means you take double damage. Resistant and that sort of thing. So that is kind of the idea there. Yeah, or no effect on save is another example. So right down here, creatures that do not have a physical form, incorporeal creatures like ghosts, are resistant to cold, like yetis or ice dragons, or creatures composed of flame, fire, heat, such as fire elementals, may be resistant or immune to the freeze condition. So for example, you might have a scenario where like you freeze an ice dragon, but it doesn't get fully frozen because they control the ice. Maybe it would only count as partially freeze, even though you are fully freezing them, as an example. Because the campaign that I'm running is entirely homebrew, the world is homebrew, almost every monster is homebrew, the classes are homebrew, everything is homebrew. I want to make it so that the players can intuit whether something will work based on what they understand about the condition. So, for example, if they fight a lava salamander, they can intuit there is a good chance the lava lizard will not freeze because it's made of lava, right? So that it gives them the information they can probably intuit that, versus can you freeze a zombie? Maybe, right? So conditionally. So that is kind of my thoughts there on that. But basically the idea behind this and conditionally is that they have an ability that freezes. So their basic ability here is flash freeze, and flash freeze is literally, it's a touch range, you target a guy and they're frozen. So as per this effect, they're granted a dex save for the resist the effect. If they fail, they're fully encased in ice, being counted as both stunned and restrained. The ice grants them resistance to all damage types while struck. At the end of each of the turns, they can attempt to break free with a strength saving throw. I'm going to throw this out the window, and flash freeze is, all of this text is going to, if they fail, they are considered frozen. That's it. So I don't have any of this other text, right? The ice grants them resistance damage type, blah, 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 blah. But the reason for this is, one, resistance, I wanted to make it more broad so I can apply it to more effects and abilities. So I can be like, oh, this ability applies a freeze. So for example, there might be, and also the idea of being partially frozen is also a good idea, which is to say, if I'm a medium creature and I attempt to freeze an ogre that's taller than me, you need a lot of power and a lot of ice. So that's why if a one or more size larger, if a creature is of a large size, or creatures of a large size only become frozen if they fail their save by 5 times 1 per size difference or more. So, which is to say, if I'm a medium and I'm against a large creature, if the DC is 17 and they roll a 16, they will fail, becoming partially frozen. But if they fail with like an 11, they become fully frozen, if that makes sense. So inherently larger creatures resist the freeze effect because you would need like exponentially more ice to be able to fully freeze them. So it still limits their abilities, but not entirely. Why does your freeze become larger if someone casts enlarge person on you? Because you're generating more ice and you're doing more things. Dude, you can make more ice. It's all about the relative amount. It's sort of like how if you are a tiny creature, in theory, it's like an order of magnitude. A drop of lava would burn you really bad, but you could probably get it off of you. But if somebody spilt a dump truck worth of lava on you, that would probably be a bigger problem. So yeah. This is something that I was working on, so I thought I would share it. It's just a fun condition effect. But these are extra things I didn't think of. The water in the body turns ice expands, these sometimes pop unless their skin is stretchy. No, it's magic ice. They just get frozen. Don't worry about that. They're encased in ice, so they don't freeze entirely. That and also, and skill checks, abilities that don't require movement can still be activated. So for example, a sorcerer with still spell can cast the meta magic effect while frozen. So if you cast still spell like Misty Step, you could get out of the ice and you're fine. Doesn't mean I have more magic if I become bigger. Just silly lore question. I just intuitively assume that's how it works, because again, there's just volume of things. For example, there was an adventure where my players basically went into a house in the forest, and then when they exited the house, so it was a hut, and when they entered the hut, had like basically like it's a door in the front and a door in the back. They entered in the front door. When they left through the back door, they were now tiny, like really, really tiny, inside of a pixie village. And then they went to help the pixies, where they went and rode on top of basically like some flies and some bees, and they were effectively taken towards this beehive because the pixies were having trouble with these magic enchanted bees. So they had some of the party members stay big and some of the party members stay small, but the eventually some of the larger party members end up getting into an altercation with the bees, which they lost because they were enchanted bees. One of the bees literally blew a hole in the person's chest and like ripped their heart out. It was not good. Anyway, they then attempted to do stuff, but they're little tiny. They're little tiny. So they didn't. Their magic wasn't as powerful because they're just tiny. Because you can cast a fireball if you're this big, but your fireballs, you know, now it's going to be like this much fireball, and it's like, oh shit, like that burns, but it's not going to burn all of you. You know, you're not going to die from that tiny little fireball. Oh, real frostbite. Do I have to worry about my fingies if I'm frozen? No, it doesn't usually last that long. What are we looking at? This is a freeze condition that I wrote for 5 for the 5th edition style game that I'm running. And I'm like trying to make sure it makes sense, that it, like conceptually you can understand it. It fits well with something being frozen. So yeah, it's kind of the idea here. Anyway, it's just something I was working on. I thought it'd be fun if you guys were interested and you might want to look at it. Anyways. Yeah, and I also like the concept of freeze and partially frozen. As I mentioned it to my friend, they were not so sure about it, like the person who's actually playing the character. But I try to give examples of like, now that we have freeze as like a condition, I can now make more things that are freeze. So for example, a reaction where when somebody attacks you, you can freeze them. An attack that deals damage and applies a partial freeze. I wouldn't want something to deal damage and freeze as too much in one thing, but dealing damage and partially freezing conditionally, maybe like a cold wave that deals some damage and partially freezes. Maybe an ability that has an additional effect based on if somebody is partially or fully frozen. Maybe assuming an elemental form that causes wind to blow around you that partially freezes nearby enemies, and if they're still partially frozen when they start their turn, they become fully frozen. Conditional effects like making the ice cause secondary effects, like enemies that you freeze are more susceptible to enchantment magic, and it's like enchanted ice, something like that. Or classic Path of Exile brain in mind. What if you could treat freeze on yourself in reverse? You could reverse freeze yourself. Or if you're fighting an ice creature, the ice creature tries to freeze you and you become more powerful instead. It's a recurring save. All of these things would be recurring save. Because you get to fight, you get to try to fight against the ice, basically. Anyway, I'm like, there's lots of design space here, so I thought. Anyway, you freeze your hand, is used as a shield? Maybe. Stream still standing? Yeah, I can. I can sit down. I'm just choosing to stand. Now, raid check. No, no, no. Master Artificer, Lord of Blades, Killing Time, Hound of Zoriat. No. TTT. Druid's Curse solo? Well, I do want to do Druid's Deep. Alright. What is this? Harper, R1s. And then we're gonna go with I think it's just Evening Star. Yeah, it's just Evening Star. Outbreak. We'll do Evening Star into, or like Druid's Deep into Harper or High Road into all the other garbage. Get them all done. Be cancelled, or damage hits and removes the damage hits and removes the frozen condition. It means that inherently a freeze effect. So imagine you're in an area where you're taking constant fire damage on your turn. You have a fire effect that's dealing constant fire damage. It might have to be new applications of fire effects, because for example, would the spell Burning Blood, no one has it, but would the spell Burning Blood that deals fire damage counteract it? Excellent question. I haven't thought about that. No, but that is a good idea. So inherently there's two problems with that. So one, I actually do like the idea of setting it up that it's like, oh, they could use it defensively, but there are actually two issues that I run into. Issue number one is that the player in question would not do this. So they would not use this ability defensively, because that's the type of character they designed is relatively selfish and is more focused on like doing their own thing and protecting themselves generally. Not to say that's always going to be the case, but that is pretty relevant to the experience. But I actually like the idea, though. They have an ability that allows them to do something very similar to that, where they can actually use their ice to protect others from incoming damage. They do not use it at all, because it goes against the concept of how they design their character.
This corpse contains some of the
I have a lot of buttons.
priest spoke of. Nearby,
The devs are aware of the wisp issue. Yep.
from its hand lies on the floor.
Anyway, this doesn't look like Dragon Disciple. I know, isn't that crazy? I mean, I do have all the dragon breaths. So I have like 4 different dragon breath moves, and then I also have the ice freeze and other stuff. So I do have quite a lot of the freezy stuff going on here. But yeah, it's crazy. Key is either Sacred Fist or Monk, and Dragon Disciple. A Dragon Disciple is a monk. Dragon Disciple is a monk character. If you did not know, Dragon Disciple was added to Dungeons & Dragons Online, and it is a monk. Yeah, DDM, or Dragon Disciple Monk, is a monk, so you do get all of the, you know, the fun elemental abilities of being a dragon. They cost key, but you also get spells as well. So that's one of the reasons why I have like a lot of different types of spells. So in my actual spells, I took mostly defensive and buff spells, but then I took Draconic Devastation white and blue, so I have 2 separate dragon breaths. I have a dragon, another dragon breath that uses my key instead of spell points, and then I took Dragon Breath from Draconic Incarnation, and then I have Burst of Glacial Wrath because it's Burst of Glacial Wrath, and that's a really good spell. So I can go like, boom, freeze 4,000, freeze 2,000. So I have a lot of spells, I have a lot of regular damage. The AoE is really nice because it's just dealing contiguous damage as I'm like generally attacking these guys, which is good. But yeah, it's pretty neat. Yeah, so Dragon Lord came out. It was at the beginning of the Year of the Dragon. So in 2024, Dragon Lord was added to DDO. And then in 2025, at the end of the Year of the Dragon, they gave out Dragon Disciple. So both of them were available at that time. I believe both Dragon Disciple and Dragon Lord. Welcome. Heading to Overgrowth. I believe both Dragon Disciple and Dragon Lord were free at the time. If you logged in, you could claim them, but they are now paid. So if you want to play either one, you gotta spend the whatever. I think it's like 900 points or 1,000 points or something. Similar to how Arcane Trickster will be coming out soon. And you'll be able to play an Arcane Trickster next month. Or not next month, next week. It's almost next month, next week. But next week you'll be able to play Arcane Trickster, which will be free if you talk to a guy at the anniversary event, but will not be free afterwards. So you have the entire month of March to claim it for free. After the month of March is over, you'll still be able to play it if you buy it, but you won't be able to get it for free.
Creatures in Uth Lodge, some foul. There is some kind of wooden man beyond.
Freeze, everybody, freeze. I am the Lord of Ice.
Fellow defenders has drawn the wood.
You have it? There you go. You probably logged in and claimed it, so. Because it was like, for Year of the Dragon, it was like everybody was logging in every day.
Strange wilderness any longer. A door slammed shut.
Does this work?
That a human
Oh, it does work without a target. Interesting. I guess they fixed the aura. The aura didn't used to work without having a target. When did they fix that? Does anybody know? If they said it'll be available with VIP. Oh yeah, it probably is available to VIPs, yeah. This will make me buy Wild Mage? Rip. Wait, what? Why'd you have to buy Wild Mage? If it comes with the ultimate bundle, you shouldn't have to buy it. Ooh. Is VIP and/or 995? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. The store and I locked it from despite owning the content. Really weird. Did you ever submit a ticket about that, or did you just like buy it and call it a day? Asking so I have information for future reference. You also, for the record, you probably also told me this story before, but I need like repetition to remember things. So it is highly likely that you mentioned this in the chat when it happened, and I did not remember at the time because my memory is bad. Look sharp, two arms. Come here, buddy. Oh, I can't freeze him? What the heck? I'm gonna do this. Sure, the process was daunting. No, it's before the transfer to the trust ticket system. I see what you're saying. But yeah, Dragon Disciple is very cool. When Dragon Disciple first released, I honestly didn't think much of it. I was not very excited about it. I'm not a big monk guy, to be honest with you guys. I mean, some of you probably know this, but I don't post a lot of monk videos. I'm not the biggest monk player. Some people like really love monk. I'm just kind of whatever on it, you know, kind of whatever on the whole thing. So I wasn't really interested. Having played Dragon Disciple, it might be like one of my, like, it's probably top 5 favorite classes. Maybe even top 3. Like, I really love Dragon Disciple. It's awesome. If my dreams of my ultimate Warlock build don't pan out, I might swap to Dragon Disciple. But now there's always a stack of Arcane Warrior, even if there are no targets nearby. Oh, shit. Victra Mordenheim? Victra. You know what's funny? Okay, question. Some of you guys can answer this. Do you guys do what I do, which is you start with Outbreak because that's the first quest, or do you start with Thorn and Paw because it's here and then come back for the Druid quest later? Because I always like Thorn and Paw is the last one I do before Druid's Curse, but I'm curious if people start with this one. In the story, it's the last one you do. Yeah, I started Outbreak as well. I assume a lot of people do that, but I'm actually curious. Oh, over with the Thorn and Paw. I start Thorn and Paw. I would start with Outbreak. Oh. Story order? Yeah, I do story order. It's Outbreak, then Overgrowth, and Thorn and Paw. Okay. Because I've never even thought about the idea once about going out of the story order until just now, where I'm like standing here and I'm like, oh yeah, I guess we could do it the other way. I don't know. You're building the rank in terms of DPS utility. I mean, it's not a bad idea. It would probably could have been something if I did. A lot of the time that I spent cleaning up my builds for getting them off of forums-old before the shutdown, I could have, that would have been a good time to do it on stream and then rate all the builds as I went through it. At this point, I don't know how much of a desire I have to go through a lot of my older builds, specifically because many of them are just kind of out of date. And as previously mentioned, I'm not in the market of like just updating old builds. I would personally much prefer to just make new ones for 2 reasons. One, new builds are gonna have new ideas, and it makes me kind of, or it allows me to always be searching kind of for the next most interesting thing as opposed to like worrying about the old stuff. And 2, keeping the entire build archive up to date is a colossal, monumental, gigantical task that I don't think I'm ready to actually manage and do. But yeah, it's a tough one.
The surrounding roots weaken.
Also, some builds were just tests of was this good? Yeah, also that too. A lot of them are tests. B tier for Barbarian because every other class is also S tier. No, B for Barbarian makes sense. B for Barbarian, B for Bard, C for Cleric, D for Dragon Lord for sure.
The second corruption node is destroyed. Vibrations reverberate underfoot, and then through.
D for Dark Apostate, true.
Perhaps now it will be possible.
A for Alchemist. Honestly, a surprising number of the A, B, C, D classes fit well. A D for Dragon Lord is obviously not good, because Dragon Lord's a little bit better than that, but F for Fadark. Fadark is good. W for Warlock.
Looking for Hall Same, says the injured.
Yeah, then you have Z tier.
He is not here. He has
The problem is it would need to be like an actual tier list and like tier maker. I'm too lazy to do that. I used to do that for, and not I used to do that, I still do that for the hardcore builds. Did I rate them for hardcore? Hold on, I think I did.
None of these lands are safe.
I like recall doing that. I'm like pretty confident I did that. But I'll check because I don't know. My own DDO build repository. I'm like 99% sure. Dragon Disciple. Wait, was it just a document? Did I not put out builds for the Fae event? Or did I just not link it?
You are near to Druid's Deep. The dying Druid's riddle was that you must be
I might not have linked it.
a fish and a bear to find the way.
The video's a big Reaper Skull. Okay, good. I will investigate this. Give me a moment as we investigate. 3 free to play and 3 pay to play. Oh yes, Shrim Tom. Dude, my memory sucks. I literally can't remember the videos that I've done in my own life. Yeah, hardcore build guides. Where the hell is this? Good morning, Shut up. Shrim Tom build link. Oh, I just never linked it in the build repository because I'm an idiot. But I have them. Yeah, and I rated them. So I graded all of them on a solo rating out of 5. How easy they would be to solo versus not. Okay, good. I did that. I recall doing that. I thought I did that. I'm happy I did actually end up doing that. Good. All is well. I'm saying something about you being wrong? Yeah. No, I did that. I just didn't link it in the actual build repository, so I'll have to do that later. Is Dragon Disciple cap worth it in your opinion? Would you say multiclassing Dragon Lord be better from a standpoint of never playing a Disciple? Okay, so Dragon Disciple at cap as a hybrid spellcaster is not going to hit the spellcaster man hybrid dreams that you wish you could hit. The main reason that hybrids are not that good at cap, and it kind of is what it is. The main problem with that is you need to get too many numbers. Getting spell power is fine. Getting attack power is fine. But getting the spell DCs, so your spells actually land on targets, is the very brutal hard part. However, according to Standing Stone Games, specifically Torque, he said, there are caster changes coming in the future, and some of those caster changes include many things. They will be incremental, however. One of these changes that will be incremental, they're going to do it in steps. The first one they want to do is DC relief. Now, what that entails, I don't know. But what I would like is a way for casters who don't have this... I want the floor to be raised for DCs, which is to say, much like you might experience if you play like a melee character, when you attack monsters, if you roll a 16, 17, 18, or 19, you just hit, or 20, you just hit. Like 25% of the time, you just hit enemies. That's just how it works, at a minimum. Even if your attack is garbage, so you can always kind of do something. If they did something like that for spellcasters, where like if the monster rolled not just a 1, but maybe like a 1 to 5, they fail their save regardless. So there's like a minimum floor for your spells to be effective. You still want as high as possible. If I can mass hold the whole pack, I'd rather mass hold the whole pack. But if I can cast a mass hold and hit 1, sometimes 2 monsters, it might still be worth it, even with low investment. And something like that could be good. I don't know what they're planning on doing, but when they said, hey, DC relief, I'm like, yeah. Yeah. Sounds good to me. But yeah, I'm currently playing as a pure Dragon Disciple, and I love it. I'm having fun. As far as keeping it at camp, I don't know. Admittedly, you don't see a lot of hybrid, like, Dragon Disciples at the camp right now. Most of the time, if you're going to see a Dragon Disciple that is at the camp, it's probably going to be a Shuriken Thrower, which is not bad. It's quite good. But the dream of, like, I cast key spells, blammo, and then doing Giga Raid DPS is probably not a thing you're going to be experiencing. I mean, it can grease stuff again. I mean, you can grease your fingers and then touch your keyboard and then be upset with yourself that you grease your fingers and then touch your keyboard. Does that count?
You are now free to pass.
Did you ever do that thing where you eat like something greasy? Or like, okay, so when I was growing up, it was like the rule, if you were gonna like play on with the controllers or whatever, so like we had a Nintendo GameCube, before you could like touch the controller, if you were eating something that had grease on it, like a potato chip or something else, you had to like wipe your hand with like a paper towel to make sure your hand was like clean before touching the controller, so you don't get like grease and other things on your peripherals. But I did know people that did not do that, so like the paint would start stripping or other things, they would, or like it would get like greasy and somebody hands you a controller and you're like, oh god, what am I touching? I was a big fan of the don't get the Cheeto dust on or in the controller gaming style.
You have no place in my forest. You will die to feed my flies. No, my friend.
What if there's DC fixes adding 1 to all spell DCs and the epic spell power feed? I mean, I don't think they would do that, but maybe. It wouldn't solve the problem, so. Oh, what do you mean Hybrids don't work again? My DD is great. All I had to do was get class, racial, epic completionist, and lots of gear and filigree. True! I forgot about the class, racial, epic completionist.
You will be part of my.
Every explorer level, it's plus 10. No, like they're saying there's like the feats, the epic destiny feats, and just give them +1 to DCs when you take one. Do not want to use the controller. True, sweaty hands. Cheeto dust prevents stick drift? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. And it's a cap. Would you still use SLAs at all? Probably not. Basically, the higher level you get, the less you use the SLAs. That being said, you can do some cool stuff with the SLAs. One of the reasons why you want to use them, and this is where it gets kind of weird, as long as you're not the primary damage dealer in your party, let's say you have another damage dealer, having access to all of the dragon breaths, as well as this ability, Daunting Roar, which is 25% of the time you paralyze enemies with no save, you can just stand behind people and go breath, 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 and paralyze a good chunk of the monsters in the room. You're not doing as much damage, but you're still doing something. 2030 when they add Legendary Completionist? Probably it's going to be longer than 2030, I'm going to be honest with you. Okay. High Road next. Oh yeah, always brush your teeth before. Oh, I thought they meant the auto-granted one. Oh yeah, they could do that. They could, in fact, auto-grant us just +10 to spell DCs or +14. I don't think that's a good idea, but they could do that. That'd be a good idea. Hold on, I'm actually thinking about this for a second. That would be +14, which is a pretty big number. And then it would be +16 with a level cap. Will that solve the problem? 16 DCs is a lot. I don't think it solves the problem of DCs being unsatisfying in some cases, so I don't think it's good enough. Like, it solves it in the short term, but it doesn't solve it in the long term. Less threat with all sources is probably better than skills, so I should probably do that. What about spell pen? Spell pen's not a problem anymore. Most monsters, the reason why spell pen is less of an issue is because there aren't that many monsters that have spell resistance at this point. At the end game. There used to be a whole bunch. But now there's not nearly as many. Like that was the entire end game, was like all these Underdark Drow and also the garbage. But for the most part, you don't really care. Yeah, like when Tathumar was the end game, it was a huge problem and you needed to be able to manage the your spell penetration. But nowadays, who cares? Add DCs or just spell DCs? Curious whether they want to add universal spell DCs somewhere or lower mob saves. Well, again, I think they should just use like a bounded system. Where monsters have more opportunities for a guaranteed fail, or make the fail state of conditions not as bad. Like in a perfect world, every single spell would be built in with a fail condition. So for example, if you cast Mass Hold Monster, if the monster makes their save, maybe they get applied a partial slow to them because you still cast the hold on them, and it's not going to freeze them in place, but maybe it like slows them down or does something for a short duration because they made their save, and you do a fail state for every single spell in the entire game. But that's wishful thinking. Also not how it works in pen and paper.
Especially if we are attacked during our journey.
That makes spell pen important. It's gonna depend, because traditionally Underdark Drow have the highest spell resistance of anything in the entire game. So we'll definitely be a it depends sort of scenario.
Even though you were late, we still beat the Netherese.
I can't fail my masters, says the guy who failed his masters.
I can already tell there'll be plenty more out there trying to stop us.
Isn't DD a slower monk at cap? Yeah. If you want to play like a hand wrap user, you're probably better off not going Dragon Disciple if you want to be like pure in on the hand wraps. But like I said, people are using Dragon Disciple for the shuriken stuff. Dragon Disciple is definitely more of a flavor build than it is a big power build for the most part. But that being said, it's not bad either.
You hear that? Sounds
Like that's one of the things I think is really important when it comes to talking about DDO, and personally one of the things I try my hardest to impress upon people is that the reason why so many times people ask me a question about a build, the answer I give is, well, it depends, is because it depends is oftentimes the correct answer. I don't know what you're trying to play, what you're trying to do, what your goals are. You know, if you want to do Reaper 4, if that's your end game, like Dragon Disciple's killer. Dude, I can get my spells high enough that I'm clearing rooms, I'm blasting stuff. It's going to be awesome. If we're talking about, you know, being top DPS in an R10, well, now we got a different story. So that's where I said it's going to really depend on what specifically your goals are and what you consider is kind of the upper echelon of thing. Because it's really easy to say, well, I want my character to be viable for like doing R10s, the hardest content in the game. But like, how many people are doing that? You know what I mean? And I'm not even talking about like even among the super endgame players. There are lots of super endgame players that I know that instead of running R10s, will just do R7s because you get almost as much Reaper XP, but it's like 10 times faster because the monsters take way more damage.
There's an elite mercenary team the Netherese sent after the scroll. Allow me to stress how badly the Netherese must want.
So you really gotta plan for what you want to play when you go to the end game, or what your end game is. Like, as a dragon, like this character, even if I was full caster, would do great in any type of like standard raid you're gonna find a group for. R10 fast. What? Could be anything. But whatever it is, it's fast. God, the Dragon Disciple's so cool. I don't like taking 20 seconds off walking speed, but yeah.
Ignore this roadblock. The lodge isn't down.
Any first time builds with Solar Force level 3? Yeah, probably Artificer.
Move into the forest when you're done.
Yeah, if I was to put my money anywhere, I'd probably put it on Artificer.
Oh, I know what he meant by, oh no, not again. Oh well,
Probably
probably nothing. Through the forest to the lodge
Share,
now.
share, share, share. Blightcaster might be a little tough. It's possible, Blightcaster. But yeah, I would imagine like Artificer with repeating crossbow or Inquisitive could probably get it done. Share, 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 share. Yeah, if you have full Salt Marsh set, that will also help out because Salt Marsh is a huge quantity of stats. Have I done any guessing on what level the next expansion will be? No. I have a wish list. Which would be 9, 10, or 11. That's my wish list. Those are the areas that I think have the least amount of quests. But other than that, not really. I hate the 10s, man. I hate the 10s. There's like Ravenloft, but outside of Ravenloft, you got nothing else to do. Physical resistance rating is infinitely more valuable than spell resistance. Spell resistance only works on a small subtype of spells that can affect you. For example, spell resistance doesn't affect damage spells, so you don't really care. You don't really care about that. But physical resistance rating works against melee attacks, ranged attacks, pretty much every single hit you're going to take on your character. So yeah, I would always take physical resistance rating over spell resistance. Now, when you say spell resistance, Walk-On Warrior, are you talking about spell resistance or magic resistance rating? Tens will be good later this year? Yeah, I hope so. Also, MojoFett, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the you're fantastic. Glad to have you here. Hope everything is going well with you. 46 months is a really long time to resub for, by the way. And I'm very grateful you did. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing good. Spell resistance? Yeah. So spell resistance is not nearly as good as physical resistance rating. In any capacity. Oh, we're all here. I guess I can just go inside.
Good work. The warded container should be downstairs. Follow me.
We fit in the gear.
Careful. Do
Yeah.
not underestimate the cunning and insanity of this one. The Netherese didn't hire him. Watch out! The Netherese aren't...
Die. Die.
Find the Nether Stone. In any case,
Die.
after you
Die. Oh, baby, the damage. The damage. Breath. 3100 on a crit. She improved evasion?
the artifact container. Now, so we can put the scroll fragment...
I'm like literally at the end, but you know what? I don't have a potion running, so share, 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 share. Welcome. It's the last person, so I'll just wait for him. Did you say that DD is stronger than EK? Oh, like at what? At being like a melee character? At doing other stuff? So the big problem with Dragon Disciple is that it doesn't get access to Mass Hold Monster. So no. I think that it's more versatile in terms of what it can do, specifically because you get built-in healing, right? You get Hands of Healing, which is really convenient. You get a built-in trance, which is really convenient. But Eldritch Knight does end up pulling ahead exclusively because you get Mass Hold. I agree. Also, Eldritch Tempest is really good. Yeah, the equivalent of Eldritch Tempest here is Fist of the Dragon, and Fist of the Dragon is not good. Yeah. It's not the same thing. It's just a different ability entirely. Where are you? He's in the high road. I am being patient because I'm a green wheel lane. Yes.
Oh, this isn't
Got him.
good. The nether scroll fragment should no longer be a threat to the operation now that it's safely
I don't know if
watered
DDS has
inside
more
the
aura than
artifact
EK, so it has to be factored in.
If
It does
you're
have more
free to
aura.
take
True.
anything else you find
We out here
inside.
aura farming? Is that what the kids say? It's a real base take. Anyways. But yeah, overall, I would say that your Eldritch Knight versus Dragon Disciple, it's like, it's not that it isn't, Dragon Disciple isn't good, but Eldritch Knight just has so much going for it. It's been fairly universal that Dragon Disciple, not Dragon Disciple, but archetypes are not really a substitute for the main class. The closest you get is Dragon Lord, but Kensai is so good, there are still many different reasons as to why you run regular fighter over Dragon Lord.
And deeper into the swamp.
Spellsinger or Stormsinger hasn't entirely supplanted Spellsinger for bards. Dark Apostate didn't supplant anything on clerics. Same with what do you call it? Acolyte of the Skin. So yeah.
From the path, free the spirits.
They're more just like options that make you do something different. And again, Rogue Assassin is very, very powerful, so you can play the new Arcane Trickster, but I would say that it's not replacing anything, you know? We're not replacing stuff, we're just doing something different. Although, query as to where I, if I would ever play a Thief Acrobat without Arcane Trickster the rest of my entire life, probably not, because Thief Acrobat, Arcane Trickster seems like it's going to be the bee's knees. I mean, you get Soundburst. You get Soundburst. I prefer Dark Hunter for a melee ranger. I can see that. That one, I understand. You get the sneak attack damage. It just generally does more. I agree. I think for bow, I would generally prefer Arcane Archer. I find Arcane Archer just convenient. But again, for endgame, it's going to be different. Dark Hunter's like pretty close to being almost fully supplanting regular ranger. Almost. Hey, Reaper's for Reaper XP? Yep. Yeah, it's just for Reaper XP. The higher Reaper you do, the more Reaper XP you get. Allegedly, the drop rates on Reaper mode increase by 1% based on the difficulty. So Elite has a 33% drop rate, Reaper 1 has a 34% drop rate for named items, and Reaper 10 has a 43% drop rate for named items, allegedly. To my understanding, that people have done their own like analysis of drop rates in chess and have not found that to be entirely true, but I don't know the real answer because I have not done a data-driven analysis. I just play. Multiplicative, not additive. It's like multiplying by 10%, so you get a like go from 33 to 36.3. Could be. I wonder if that's also the case with the VIP one. Where it's not giving you a flat 1%, it's giving you a multiplicative percentage. Which, by the way, would be, of all the scandals that would be a part of DDO, that one's like a crazy scandal, in my opinion. If it turns out that the loot boosts were actually multiplying our totals and giving us significantly less, because a flat 1% is 1% increased chance. But if your chance is 33%, then you're basing that 1% off of a third of 100, not actually 100. So it's only like a fraction of how useful it would otherwise normally be. That would be bad.
No longer a threat to Lost Souls Swamp. Find Seamus and ask him.
Yeah, once you get to 75, I find it, for me, I just don't really care too much about Reaper points, but some people really do.
In the Medusa's hidden treasure room.
For example, It's in my guild. I have several people that have like over 200 Reaper points. I don't have the desire. I think my highest character is 109. This character's got 89. Ooh, look at my Reaper points. In fact, if I wanted, I could just kick it up to Reaper 2 or 3 and then hit 90 this life if I want.
This once bustling village is
I want 300 by the time DDO dies.
No townspeople can be seen, and many of the windows are shuttered. Are the villagers hiding from the...
I mean, I will say that is fun. It is fun to just have a group that's doing well and then go, hey guys, can we just like kick it up a notch? Just add like a little bit more skill, or difficulty, add a little bit more challenge, and we kind of go from there. I don't know, I don't mind that.
runs off.
What is happening here? Is R plus and not R1? Yeah, and it's a good way to communicate that as well. Some people might actually dislike the fact that you write R plus because they don't know exactly what it is, but then they know it's plus. It's not 1. For leveling's sake, because I just want to make sure this character is level 30 before next week, I want to do this. I'm just doing Reaper 1 because I just want to get to level 30 before next week so I can reincarnate. I'm going to prep this character for reincarnation so that way when Arcane Trickster drops, I can go into my first build for making videos and all that. No, what they should do is just give me all the items. Specifically me, not you guys. They should have a big box that I can, that's somewhere like, maybe it's on like the guild airship, but only I can use it. And it's got all the items in DDO, and then I can go in and get items whenever I want. That's what they should do. Because I'm stream guy, and I want to make content, and I want to be able to provide cool stuff, so they should just give me all the items so I can test stuff. You know what I mean? Just give me an admin account so I can very quickly run builds up and make videos.
Gives you the barn key, along with a warning. Don't you touch anything but that key.
Man, if I had an admin account for making build videos, oh, that'd be sick. I love that. I don't think something like that will ever happen, just due to the nature of like,
wizard brandishes his staff.
you know,
You will not stop.
I don't think SSG wants to give a break on some random player. I mean, I'm not like some random player. I am Stream Tom, but yeah, I don't think they want to just give like some random player
As the wizard incants a summoning spell,
access to, you know, keys to the castle. I feel like that'd be a quick track to losing interest fast. Oh no, I don't want an admin account so I can play on an admin account. I want an admin account for making videos, which is to say the number of times where I want to like, not so much prototype something, but just like be able to do a showcase of a build. One of the reasons why I don't do endgame build showcases is because the getting all of the gear takes way too long. Now, if you're gonna just stick with a build for like 2 months, yeah, it's worth it to go farm out all the items and get all the things that you want. But for me, if I'm gonna do a build every different week, dude, I ain't farming out all the raid gear and all the nonsense. So it'd be nice to like hit 30, put you know, have the leveling thing, then put the gear set together, run 2 R10s or something with my guild or with other people, just or pug R10s or whatever, pug some hard content for the demo and the video and be like, this is what this looks like at a high level, and then post it for people. That's the only reason I would use it. For that, because I'm 100% on your side. For me, if I have access to like, once you have access to like a cheat or a mod, or you can start to choose like, oh, I want this stat to be this, I want to update this thing to this. Once you have control over it, as opposed to the game having control over it, for me personally, I lose interest a lot. It's one of the reasons why, like, as a kid, I remember playing Grand Theft Auto for the first time, and it was on PlayStation 2, and we had one of these like big ass cheat code books that you'd buy at like the grocery store that would have like millions of codes put into them, and it would have like all of the codes for Grand Theft Auto for like everything, like make a tank, get all the weapons, do whatever. And so at which point you could play the story and play the game and engage with the characters. What else you could do? Make infinite weapons and then go fight the police at 6 stars because they send in the helicopters and stuff, and you're just like, yeah man, I'm blasting everything and exploding. But then you like lose interest because you have access to all the tools. It's the same thing with like that kind of happens to me with Skyrim, especially where like I find a lot of the systems in base game Skyrim to be underwhelming in terms of how you integrate with them, but a lot of the mods you can download kind of like go the other direction of making things too easy or too strong. And also some of the ways you can interact with the game where like, you know, like the whole recursive enchanting system where you can just like an enchanted item makes better enchanted items, it makes better enchanted items, it makes better enchanted items, and have infinite stats all the time. Once you do that, the game like loses all of its luster. So yeah, I don't like it that much. I like it when I have to work within the confines of the game to get what I want to get. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy doing randomizers, and why I do usually in case of like getting stuck. So like with friends, I've done those archipelago randomizers where you can recombine different games together, which is really cool. But I find the sometimes you can get stuck, or a game can break, or somebody doesn't, like a glitch happens, or even it might be a situation where you're just not good enough to do the thing that you need to do. Like let's say you're doing like randomized Dark Souls, and the first boss of like Dark Souls 3 is randomized to like Midir. So you're trying to beat Dark Eater Midir with your basic weapons, and it's just going to take you 2 hours, and you're like, I don't know, I can't do this. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm happy to have the keys so that way I can like change something in those scenarios. But that's only like limited to one person. That player doesn't have access to it. I have access to it. So I can go, all right, I will change this thing for you, but you can't just change this thing. But the reasoning is understandable.
Proud castle has fallen to ruin. Adventurers stand around the campfire, telling.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. Do you how many of you guys would say that having access to everything kind of makes you lose interest in something?
The rear of the fireplace opens smoothly.
Or are you more of a like you have all access to all the toys, so now you want to play with them all? I ask because my character that is now named Stream, that used to be called Streamtom, once I got Racial Completionist, I really didn't want to play it anymore. I was done. I'm like, cool, I beat it. And then I stopped playing the character because I got bored. The journey was more fun than the destination for me. Depends on the game. I can see it depending on the game. Yeah, obviously, like, I'm not saying, oh, once you have all the magic cards you want, now you stop playing Magic the Gathering? No. Strength. I'm not strong enough. Do you have any strength users? Maybe. Snap. Always do bore you eventually? Yeah, that's what I find.
Keldon's sing-song voice emanates from the Nether East staff.
It's one of the reasons why I find if a video game doesn't give me the ability to level up, I lose interest. I'm a big level up guy. It's why games like Diablo 3 or Elder Scrolls, another one on spell words. I am not lucky against spell words, this character. That have like the Paragon system where you just endlessly keep leveling up no matter what you do. My brain gets really excited about that. I like it. I only play my Uber Completionist tune, and that's fair. I actually do know a lot of people that they only play like one character when they play an MMO, and then they play that character for years. So you talk to them, and you know they might be like a WoW player who plays only warrior, and you talk to them about like something from another class, and they look at you like you got 3 heads because they have no idea what you're talking about.
The overseer collapses. Then there is only silence.
I don't have divine energy. But you know what I do have? Legs. Yeah, like games like Guild Wars 2, where there's no leveling up once you hit the level cap, I really personally struggle with. Because I like the journey, but then once I'm there, who cares?
The reek of still and stagnant pools wafts.
Why do you prefer to play alts instead of going for Reaper points you could possibly get? Oh, that's exactly why. I would... Oh, we didn't do the thing. We didn't do the other water thing. Again, for me, I much prefer to play alts, absolutely, than like farm out Reaper points. Absolutely.
Dark shadows whisper through the elemental. The Netherese must have done something in the castle throne room lies beyond a portcullis. A lone wizard is preoccupied with an object resting on the shadow.
No, I was too late.
Before the elemental
Like character in DDO, but the lack of bags and tomes? Yeah, there's no account-wide progress in DDO. I like games that have account-wide progress.
Magically connected to a gate somewhere. With their death, The sound of opening metal can be
Once I'm
heard
captain
in
of
the
all the best gear, I like the grind, so I like old Korean MMOs. Yeah, that's fair. That's one of the reasons why I like a lot of like the old MMOs, because they knew what grind was. There is like no you're done, because there's always something better you can do. Even like Asheron's Call back in the day, you might be like, oh, I have everything, I have all the gear. No, you have the best gear you can get so far. You can always tink something to be a little bit better. Tinking was a system in Asheron's Call where you can improve the quality of an item, but the higher you make the quality, the higher you chance you have of failing the upgrade. And when you fail the upgrade, your item's gone.
The piece of parchment is yours.
So you might have the best gear now, but now you can try to farm out for an even better chest piece. It's insane stuff. Huh? End of the road. Too bored to do anything until Trickster comes out? Yeah, that's why I make new characters. Like, I love making new characters, dude. I'm an altaholic through and through. I just like leveling up. I like getting XP. I like gaining things. It feels good. I'm very heavily motivated by things that give me XP. The character needed, but the amount of stuff you got to get there is too much, so I settle. Yeah, like I have one character, like again, this character, I have a lot of past lives, so we're at 35 heroic, 39 epic, 22 racial, 14 iconic. Eventually, I will get racial completionist, and when I do, this character is gonna die. I'm just never gonna play it ever again. Is it because grinding Reaper points is like playing the same character constantly, whereas alts lets you play different stuff? Yep, that's pretty much it. By the time I hit level 20, my fingers are itching. I just want to play something different. I just like playing different stuff all the time. Which is really funny, because you might think, oh, well, Shrimtom, you like playing different characters all the time. You must have like the craziest ADHD, can't sit still and do one thing. You know, you must make crazy decisions all the time. I bet you can't eat the same food 2 meals in a row or something, or like 2 days in a row, blah, blah, blah. My life is so sedentary and unchanging. I love when things don't change in my life. I love when I don't have to like figure out food. I eat the same breakfast every day. I would eat the same breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. I would eat the same meal for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. Okay. I have no care about that. I like doing the same types of activities. I like doing the same thing for hours. So I would much rather like play one video game for 4 hours than play 4 video games for 1 hour each. I would much rather just do the same thing. Again, it's only when it comes to character progression, I like doing other things. Also, what's up, Kevin Head? How you doing? Inventory management games. I like inventory management. Shoot up to 30 was a bit of a but slow drag. You know, the +5 tome. +5 tome! More tomes, more tomes. That's removed from free shit to keepers. Oh yeah. Oh, so I enjoy. So that's a great thing to bring up. I enjoy some level of inventory management. So as an example, in Path of Exile, I will never organize standard. And they can't make me organize standard. They can't. I'm never doing it. I will never organize my standard stash tabs. No, never. In Path of Exile, those standard stash tabs are going to stay there for an eternity. I will never organize them. Although that's mostly because I like having weird old stash tabs that just have like old items in them. Old items with old mods that don't exist, old maps. From back before they sold individual types of tabs, you would just have stash tabs. So I have old tabs that are called maps that are just regular tabs from a million years ago that hold all of the old maps that have like the weird different models on them, like the original maps in the game. I wonder how expensive some of the original maps are with the old alternate arts. Because it's a collector's item now. I don't have every map, but I have a fair amount. I have like 2 tabs worth of like the first edition maps. Hey, they haven't said that to me yet. Is that a thing that they can do? Because maybe I just don't own that many tabs. But I've never gotten a message from SSG or GGG telling me to empty my tabs. I feel like they have to at some point. Well, so here's the thing. This is my understanding, is that in Path of Exile, the items are actually stored as, it's all just text files. So the game reads the text file and then applies the item. The item itself is just a text file. It's the reason why you can copy and paste an item. So if you're in Path of Exile and you mouse over an item and hit Control C, you can then hit Control V and into a text document and it pastes the item. So it makes their items very lightweight. They can save them all easily. This is just text.
The wizard inches nearer the nether.
But I could be wrong about that.
Overcome with curiosity.
That's a staff and you wanting it. Can you use that for higher levels? Listen to level 10. I don't know. I don't have one.
Enough to make a man.
I will answer your questions with regards to how to use that staff after I play with it. Can you use it at higher levels? Like, not legendary, probably. Well, okay. You probably can use it in legendary, but, oh, does it? Because it's a two-handed weapon. Does that mean I get the two-handed bonus for using Ancient Power? Oh, man, that seems so cool.
The sky
Oh, there's so many good options, man.
sulfur fills the area. An ominous vortex opens in the sky. A portal to some malevolent place.
Engage with my audience. You can start a poll. What the heck? I was looking at YouTube chat.
Demon turns to the nephew's wizard and grins. Would you like to know what you've done? A rain of directions falls.
Oh, wrong button. Yeah. I should have applied these buffs before I started fighting this boss, but whatever, we're just gonna do it. We'll do it live.
Smoldering fire reapers.
No, don't throw me.
The demon whose infernal home snaps shut.
All right.
A pair of more familiar figures.
But yes, as far as like how good the staff is at legendary, it's probably not good, but you could definitely use it through heroics and you could definitely use it through epics, but the rest of that I don't know.
The moment Elminster detected the portal opening, I admit that this assignment could have gone a bit more smoothly. Though it looks like you managed to sort things out by yourself.
Next is Wayloon. Sorry, I'm like doing too many things. Taking 27 first. Wayloon time, but I gotta do level 27. Any newbie guilds I can join on Shadowdale? Shadowdale alerters, rise up. I like Embolden here. Embolden is plus to all my spell DCs, and it makes me emboldened. Yeah, let's go with Embolden. I think Embolden is the play. More spell DCs, more metamagic feats, more metamagic spell DCs. Hey. Makes everything cost 10 more mana, but who cares? Nope. Nope. 29, Harper R1s, Wayloon. Oh, there's more things, right? Friends in typing, friends in low places. Always open? Yeah. Tigers of Tomorrow is open on every server because they're like a cross cross-server guild. They have a website you can go investigate if you're ever curious. Hit him with the welcome, hit him with the lessons of deception, the friends of low places, and the army of shadow, and the thrill of the hunt. Everyone's got their quests. And off to friends in low places. Boom. Tycoons is a website? If I recall correctly, I'm thinking of either Tycoons or another website. It's either Tycoons or Order the Emerald Claw. Do you guys remember? I think so. I think Tycoons is a website. But do you guys remember back in the day, 100 million years ago, when all of the big guilds used to have their own custom websites? His favorite thing is prepping gear sets. Basically can't play a character unless I have the most optimal gear sets for each level range. Oof, that's a tough one. Yeah, I definitely go hodgepodge. I just kind of grab whatever I can out of the bank. I just go like, this looks good, and this looks good. Having a hot dog and a merge. Hell, imagine having two. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Double fists and hot dogs. Hopefully it's a good hot dog, like one of them Five Guys hot dogs.
Into their refuge when the prison was built.
And not one of those bad hot dogs. Like a Five Guys hot dog that somebody like let roll around on the floor.
Lie scattered near the tunnel entrance. A lone dog mourns its
the 25th of February kicks someone. The 25th of February.
Out orders somewhere nearby.
You lot take this tunnel. The rest of you go the other way.
You lot take this tunnel. The rest of you go the other way. Go the other way, Johnny. I mean, we're even a big guild at the time. Yeah, dude, it felt like every guild had a website.
Guttural snores.
Go on one of these websites where it's like you can just like make like a forum real quick and slam it together. You have like one person who's like tech savvy in your guild who's like, hey, yeah, and they make like a whole website and guild forum and everything else. Yep, and then there's the builder websites you could do. Yeah. You lot take this tunnel. I'll go home. Great reference. There's spam in LFMs for recruiting. Shouldn't be hard to find them. That's true, yeah. If you also don't have a guild and you just like kind of space out, you will get spammed to join one of these guilds. For better or for worse.
The woman's life ebbs away. The frantic one consumed the last of her strength. You act now, and may be able to prevent further massacres at the other camps.
Not further massacres at the other camps. Ah, the singing ventriloquist. Oh my god. The number of times where I will see a tiger and my brain just goes, tiger, 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 tiger. Murdy.
We will be safe now.
To those buffs you mentioned? Oh yeah, there's lots of leveling guilds. So for example, what you do is you go here, you hit up the thing, and you like look up every single group. And I don't know what's on whatever server you said you're playing on, Shadowdale, but Tycoons tomorrow, you just send a message to any of these guys, and bada bing, bada boom, you're there. Okay, Eastside Marios, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's a really regional Canadian thing to say, so you probably don't know what I'm saying. The point is, yeah, you just message some guy. What do you get when you cross an owl with a bungee cord? A headless owl? Wrong way. Wrong way.
The bat crest on the ground may be of use in reaching Harvest Hall.
Oh god.
Shouts come from
Am I inside the wall now? Yo, I'm in the walls. And now I'm on this side of the wall.
More criminals drop down right in the middle of the camp.
Great film. If you guys haven't had the chance to see the movie Kung Pao Into the Fist, you should. Yeah, true. If you do see a guild called the Airbud Cinematic Universe, they have no standards and they will invite everybody. That is true. That guild doesn't exist anymore, although Ipsum still, I believe, has the titular character Airbud I believe he still has it, although I'm not sure. You'd have to ask him. Yo, Ip Man, you still got the air bud?
As the gate defenders fall,
What if I did watch it? Should you watch it again? Yeah, you should definitely watch it again. The movie is a timeless classic. Bank Alternate joined the ABCU channel? Oh yeah, dude.
ended the attack on this camp. The
For those that don't know, back in the day when hardcore used to happen on separate servers, we would have to make a new guild every single time and buy a guild ship and everything, which usually costs like $300, but don't think about that. Anyway, so we get the guild ship and get everything set up, but I need to have a new guild name every time. So,
that you are nearing an exit.
some people use the same guild names all the time. For example, there was Open Guild for All was a guild name that was run pretty much every single time. There was also Mary's Guild, Death. Oh, I'm getting old. Death Smiles. So there'd be a lot of different guilds. My guild that I would run would be different every time. Every league, it was different. So one of the times our guild was 2 weeks notice, because that's how long, that's what we wanted. We only got 1 week notice before hardcore. It was like literally like, hey, by the way, hardcore's coming out on like Friday, and or like hardcore's coming out on next week, and it was like a couple or like 5 days before. So I needed the guild 2 weeks notice because I wanted to have, I personally wanted more notice on stuff like that for making content. The Airbud Cinematic Universe was another one. Big Egg was another one. New guilds. You Will Be Kicked is another great guild name. Yeah, You Will Be Kicked. Yeah, Shrimp Tom's Acid Arrows. Good guild names. Also, Duquette, welcome back to the stream team for 59 months. Hope you have a fantastic day. Do you know that 59 months is almost 60 months? But it's not. That's right. Welcome back to the stream team. Hot Dew, another good one. Yep.
And ended their scheme.
Good old Hot Dew.
You are welcome to use Harvest Hall as
yeah, You Will Get Kicked was a good one. People are still mad from being kicked. Oh, dude, so many people are still mad from being kicked. Yeah, remade Exodia. Left leg, left arm, right arm, and then I ran Exodia. That was a good time. So many people got lost their mind about getting kicked from You Will Get Kicked. So to give you context for people that did not play hardcore at the time, there's a limit on how many people you can have in your guild. So to make it so that everybody could get access to ship buffs, we had a rotational system. So the way it would work is when you joined in, you're online, you get access to ship buffs, you get to do whatever. When you logged off, we wouldn't instantly kick people, but when the guild would get full, we would do a purge. So you would go to the guild panel, we would go to hit last on, scroll all the way to the bottom, and just go and start blasting people out. Because these are people who have been offline the longest. And so they would log in, they would have no guild, and then they would just, to get access to the guild, you would need to rejoin. Which you would think would be a tedious task. You have to rejoin the guild every time. However, we had a custom user channel, which is the only way you were allowed to join the guild. The only requirement is you had to use the custom user channel and type like X or whatever you wanted to invite. You would just go to the channel and you would type invite. Exactly, right there. Join the guild. There it is, right there. And as long as you're in the user channel, if you logged in and you weren't in the guild, you literally typed an X, got an instant invite, boom, you're back in the guild, and you got access to all the cool stuff. The reason why we did that is because it meant that every single person that was logged in, including you, when you logged in, you would automatically have access to all the ship buffs. It was a way to provide ship buffs to as many people as possible. It also meant you were always in the guild because you would, we would never be entirely full. It would never have so many people that we couldn't add new people into the guild. It was a good system, and it worked really, really well. Most people understood. But not everybody. And so sometimes some people would get very excited about this problem. They would get very upset. What the heck? I was only offline for like 2 days and I got kicked out of the guild? This is ridiculous. And I'd be like, yep. Yeah, we specifically, I hired officers that would hire people at all hours of day and night. So we get Australians, we got all sorts of we got Europeans, people from like both like East and West Asia to like get people at different time zones. So that way we're covering like as many time zones as possible. So that way people can always get an invite. It was super easy. But man, some people got mad. And then they would argue with me. And I would love it when people would argue with me while I was online. Oh my god. Because some people would argue with me about what's going on while I'm sitting there online, guild leader. And I'd be like, okay, see ya, and just kick them. You get to join a guild and get free guild buffs. You're always in it when you're online because you can just ask for a re-invite. You instantly get to like hang out with other people. You get to have this like big group of people to go run quests with and do all this other stuff. And the only consequence is when you log in, you go /1 space, type in X, and somebody invites you. And like a couple seconds. That's it. That was the whole ask. You don't have to spend the $100. They didn't have to farm out the ship. We're the ones who, like, day one, me and other people would form a group and we would slam the whole game on the first day to get as many sagas as possible to make sure that all the ship buffs were acquired within 24 hours. Because you have to level up the guild and you can only get 4 levels per day. But by specifically going and doing all the sagas, drinking guild pots and getting it done, we got it all in the first day. We would always be the first guild to have all the ship buffs. But for some people, that wasn't enough.
The mysterious voice is much closer now.
We had to appeal to their special interest of being very special, very special boy or very special girl, and make it so that they were, we're very respectful to their fifis. Don't want to hurt their fifis.
Knock the ladder down to help even the odds.
It was interesting. It was a good system. Yeah, it worked well.
Your allies that still live.
Clock into work, clock into DDO. Yeah, exactly.
You are greeted by all of your allies.
Oh man, and then when people would be like rude to officers who were like doing the inviting and the kicking, and it's like they're doing all this work. You don't have to do anything. Which is one of the reasons why, after years of dealing with this, the name of the guild was literally Thrill. The name of the guild was literally called You Will Get Kicked. So there was no confusion. It was like, you will get kicked. It's fine. You're just going to get a re-invite. Don't worry about it. Yeah, new hardcore has literally no drama. Yeah, true. There was still confusion. There was still confusion. Yeah. Yeah. We made it idiot proof, so they made a better idiot.
Fresh corpses line the walls.
Yeah, it was good times. Like I said, I would love to see hardcore come back, so we could do that. Also, I will say, man, sometimes it felt so good when it was like, oh, purge time, and then you like rip open the thing, you start purging people, and then also other people would, like other officers were all like purging at the same time. Oh. Does your normal guild work the same way? No, on a regular server, these are people that like I'm in a guild with like people that I would personally call my friends that I've like visited and met in like real life, even though we live in disparate countries and places.
He's strong, he does this because he
The actual guild that I play in normally is just a guild. But for the purposes of the hardcore is temporary. The guild gets deleted after 3 months or 6 months or whatever it was. Here for a good time, not for a long time, you know? I wouldn't run a normal, non-temporary guild like that. If that was it's only because it's a temporary guild.
Searching the clutter reveals nothing of interest.
Does it purge when full? No, we've never gotten full. You have 1,500 guild slots. So we've never been full.
Searching the clutter reveals
Does somebody have a key? Oh, somebody has a
of
key.
interest.
Nice.
Down below,
We don't purge the main guild when full.
Commander addresses a terrified prisoner.
I really did like you, you know.
Reaper Casual is not that exclusive of a club.
How you
That nobody is in it. We do like recruit people from time to time, but Reaper Casual is very much like, other than like obviously TRing is a thing that everybody focuses on, but for the most part we do like a lot of end game sort of nonsense, a lot of raids, a lot of R10s and what have you, and so it's mostly an end game focused guild. And people ask me all the time
Carlet
how
comes to you from behind the safety of a grate.
how they like or like how you can join if you ever want to join Reaper Casual, and I actually can tell you the answer. If you ever want to join Reaper Casual, my guild, number one, don't talk to me about it, because I'm like a personality. I try to recuse myself from this process of recruiting people, because a lot of people want to join the guild to play with Strimtom, when realistically you should join the guild because you want to have people to do endgame content with and not just hang out with Strimtom. Also, it's like the worst way to engage with me, because also I am definitely like the least active when it comes to guild activities, just because I'm spending so much time streaming as opposed to like going to like whatever guild event is going on, whether it's raids. Like I do show up, just not as often as other people, but the easiest way to get in is at endgame. If you're ever in a group with somebody from Reaper Casual, or even while leveling, just like play good, have fun, and then make friends. That's it. That's pretty much how everybody has joined the guild over the past like several years. Yeah, exactly. Like Wrath posts R10 groups all the time. Get good, scrubs. It's not even like get good. It's like have fun. If you're fun to be around and you want to try to get good, you're a good fit.
The door is locked. One of the Shade Archive who guard this area must have the key.
So yeah. Does it end up having arrow stuff during those nights? Yeah.
Carlet stands before another prisoner trapped in a cage.
Science question time? Yeah, if you have a science question, I can do my best. The bum from being gift from a hardcore guild was one that asked for donos. Donos? That's crazy. Yeah, in the history of all of my guilds, we never asked for any donations, with the exception of we asked for donations in terms of if you wish to give gold to the guild for buying amenities, you could. But again, the whole point of the guild was like it's a rotational system, so like if you get kicked out, you just get immediately invited. The whole goal was that 100% of the people that participate in the guild always got re-invited all the time.
You've saved the captive from Carlet's
How do juxtamembrane domains influence RTK function? Well, the thing is, by being juxtamembrane, that means that, you know, we're not looking at things that are directly aligned, but that are in fact slightly opposed. So when you're trying to look at your RT, I have literally no idea. I don't even know most of the words you just said. I don't know what RTK stands for. I've never heard juxtamembrane in my life, and I don't know what domain we're talking about. Honestly, I'm at a 0 out of 5. So I'm gonna learn something. I can't even pretend to have an idea. I'm just like, huh? Receptor tyrosine kinase. Oh, RTK, tyrosine kinase transmembrane domains. Oh, okay, I did know some of this. This is still too far up for me, but yes. It's signaling.
The Netheries standing at the door waves you in.
This is the main problem, is there probably was a time where I knew a little bit more about this when I was doing like biochemistry a decade ago, but something I haven't studied in a long time. Something tunnels of SDK, exactly. There's literally a paper from Edwin Lee and Kalina Hristova that looks at the function, dimer structure, and dimerization energetics of receptor tyrosine kinase transmembrane domains. And the abstract says, the transmembrane domains of receptor tyrosine kinases play an active role in signaling. They contribute to the stability of full-length receptor dimers and to maintain a signaling component dimeric receptor conformation. In an exciting new development, 2 structures of RTK-TM domains have been solved, a breakthrough development in the field. Ooh. Again, that is such a high level of like nerd science. I unfortunately do not know. I would love to learn about it though. The problem is when engaging in a lot of like scientific media and literature online, it's really easy to find yourself like going for the low-hanging fruit, where, you know, you want something explained to you like you're a guy at a bus stop, where somebody is using like some of the scientific words, but they're using a lot of generalizations, or like this is kind of like this.
An angry figure leaps from the bed.
Internet Arcade does have a social public Discord. That's true. Yeah, if you're ever like, I would like to join a raiding thing and I don't know where to start. True, Wrath is correct. We do have a public Discord where you can join in. It's good for like forming groups and what have you, but then also it's like a good stepping stone. Also, if you're wondering and you're like, oh, damn, this seems like really crazy and intense, dude. That's like pretty wild. Are you guys like professionals? Like, what is this? What are the expectations? Not so much that. It's just, it's good to make sure that people gel. Because sometimes if you have people with like conflicting personalities, even if players might be good, you just might not have fun together. And so it's always good to just make sure people like gel before you add somebody to the group, if that makes sense. Think of it kind of like a regular friend group, you know? You might like make a friend or like make a new friend and then invite them to join you and your friends doing another activity. But if the vibes are bad, you might not invite them back, sort of deal.
Where the Shade General dwells.
The damage, 7,000 on my breath now. Oh, we're breathing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're breathing. You like playing with me? I can't get rid of me? Yep. Never know. But yeah, so unfortunately for me, I did not know anything about the RTKs. Juxtamembrane domains. It's got everything on here. This paper has literally everything you could ever want. This library is from the NIH. RTKs are single-pass transmembrane proteins that play a critical role in cell growth, differentiation, and motility. Their N-terminal extracellular domains, containing characteristic arrays of structural motifs, are involved in ligand growth factor binding. The single TM domain is followed by a juxtamembrane region and a catalytic domain related to that of the soluble tyrosine kinases. Oh, yeah. Wait, doesn't that mean that it's just a, the specifics here that we're talking about is the fact that the RTK is creating a space that is within the membrane that allows for, like, interactive material? Catalytic binding related to that of tyrosine kinases? Yeah. Juxtamembrane domains. This is too much, man. This paper? Different people. From Department of Biochemistry, University of Oxford, South Park Road.
The Shade breaks off his attack.
This is old science. 10-year-old science. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, the images of the actual membranes is very handy. This is cool. I will probably take some time to read this later. I love science. I love the fact that the world is so unbelievably complicated that somebody can just whip out a sentence of things that you don't understand at all. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I would not want to be in one of these labs. I learned early on in my working in lab career that I am, like, not a researcher. Some people are researchers. I am not a researcher.
The general slips into shadow forever.
Or at least I don't research things in a traditional sense, like the classic lab research. So that's one of the reasons why I never really kind of went that direction. It's very satisfying once it clicks and you understand. Yeah. Right. Is that door still open? Nope. Also, I will say, I don't like the cloud most of the time, but on the monk, it feels appropriate. Because I feel like I'm Goku riding on a cloud. Yeah, I'm not going to read this article right now, but I will look at it later. So thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. Because I have to go to the hospital later, and since I'll be at the hospital, I will need something to read, so I will admit I've actually been reading the Dungeons and Dragons Dungeon Master's Guide because I have read it, but it's a 3.5 Dungeon Master's Guide. I haven't read it since it's probably been 15 years. So I thought to myself, like, why not take a quick gander, see if there's anything that I can like learn or relearn. I find game design very, very interesting. And so being able to kind of poke my head through the window and look at, you know, a little bit of game design is kind of neat. All right. Here we have howlers to deal with. Realize you've been doing a rule wrong. Oh, dude, that's a classic move. That's a classic move where you read it and you go, wait a minute, that says what? Especially when you're doing something entirely backwards, too.
A barrier of magical shadows.
Oh, crap. Jiminy Christmas. Run for your life. There's Reapers here. Die. Die. Yeah, that can happen. It's actually one of the reasons why there's a book for 3.5 called the Rules Compendium, and it just clarifies a lot of conditions in specific terms. But the reason why I like the Rules Compendium is because inside of it, there is also, from the writers of the book, several dungeon masters who kind of give their experience with some of these rules and making custom rulings for individual things. And the idea is you go, okay, this is the rule as written, but on top of that, there's now someone's interpretation where they go, okay, in this game we had this happen, and this is how I work through it as a dungeon master, and they kind of give you kind of examples. And I personally really like that approach because it gives me the chance to not only learn something, but also understand the thought process of somebody else who's kind of, you know, you're running across the same thing. At the end of the day, I don't think of myself as a game designer in a traditional sense. Like, I've never designed an entire game from the ground up, but a lot of times when you have to think about the rulings, the custom rulings of how you do certain things, that's kind of where I think of myself as like the ways in which I have benefited from learning about game design is trying to understand both, you know, what is fun, what is fair, and what are, like, sometimes when you have to put in limitations on something. I've said before, I generally go with the rule of cool when it comes to like playing my pen and paper game. So if one of my players has an idea that sounds cool, like it just hits my ear and it sounds really good, and I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, dude, I'll usually go along with it. But also at the same time, I'm not going to always do that because you do need to have some amount of limitations. Because if you don't, the game might not be as fun because there might not be as many challenging decisions that your players need to make.
The Shadow Beholder bellows in agony as he dissipates back into the darkness.
I assume somebody else is grabbing the last two ones because I did not grab them. I only have one. Yeah, do I have it here? I think I have it here.
Place the light orbs on their pedestals to grant further access to the Nexus. Now that you have all of the shadow orbs,
it's this one right here, the Rules Compendium. So it's just a thing that goes over individual rules. So like on it as an example, so we've got there's this page. I don't know if I can show it I don't know what you can see here, hold on. But on this page is for action types. So it's action types right here. And at the bottom, there's a section that says Birth of the New Free Actions. And this is halfway into 3rd edition while designing Miniatures Handbook. We realized that free actions hid a potential smorgasbord of cool new mechanics. We subdivided free actions into immediate actions, a free action you can take when it isn't your turn, and swift actions, a free action you can take when it is your turn. However, it wasn't until expanded Psionics Handbook development that the bulb fully brightened. The concept of swift and immediate actions can serve as one more resource available to open a player up new vistas of possibility, expanding options in the game. Which is kind of what happens, where in current 5, you have, in current 5, you have free actions, or not free actions, it's not called a free action, what's the word I'm thinking for? Bonus action, and you have a reaction. and having a bonus action and reaction is kind of cool. I don't like that attacks of opportunity are in reactions, but I don't know how I feel about that.
Well played. The Shade applauds. You've certainly done a better job of damaging my operation than this.
Yeah, there's just some
fool
cool
of a
rules, man.
cat burglar. I shall force him to watch as I destroy you. Tivorus laughs as he draws.
No, Tivorus, don't laugh at me, Tivorus. That's so please bully. Fridays at 4? Oh, it's Fridays at 4 happening right now? Yeah, we'll take a look at it once this quest is done. It's possible that, like last week, will be communication problems. We'll see. But yeah, if I can get Fridays at 4 going, I will here.
Tivorus falls, breaking his hold over Orifon. Orifon quickly mutters a mystic phrase over the scroll, destroying the connection between the old stone hall and the Shadowfell.
Okay, done here. No, free me. Oh no, there's too many monsters here. Okay, I can't even escape. I'm just stuck. I'm gonna pray that my Dragon Breath will kill everything because there's so many monsters loading. It's just horrible. Okay. Let me see if I can get this going. GDO stream is currently offline. So. Alright, I'm gonna use the washroom real quick, and then if GDO stream is going, I will throw it on and we'll kind of watch what's happening on Fridays at 4. Oh, it's still offline. You canceled? Ooh, get wrecked. You canceled. Alright. And I got a message. What's this? Okay, good. Good. I was getting update on my brother, or from my brother, about what's going on. Reading, going the wrong way, still reading. Assigning points while reading. Enchantments. Okay. Okay. Alright, all's good. I am caught up. How many points do I have? 56. Holy, this guy spends a lot of points. I wonder, did they say why the Fridays at 4 was canceled? Maybe a water heater replacement. Honestly, fair. That's fair. As somebody who very recently had an electrician in my house, and so I had to have the electrician do a bunch of things, so I had to cancel my stream this week. I do get that. Liked and disliked change of 2024 5e update. Okay, so here is my, I don't have a liked change. I'm gonna give you total transparency. I have basically read nothing about 5.5. I am extremely behind on 5.5, but I have a reason for this. My big problem with the 5e update or whatever it is, first of all, number one, everybody calls it something different. Some people call it 5.5, some call it updated, some call it whatever. On the official website and on the product itself, it is titled as Dungeons and Dragons.
There it is. How did I ever miss
That is my biggest problem. The product itself does not indicate what it is or what it isn't, and it is confusing to all users for no reason. They numbered all of their editions. The new 2024 Dungeons & Dragons official title is Dungeons & Dragons. It is one of the most baffling, confusing, and bad decisions I've ever, like most bad decisions I've ever seen. I just don't understand it. As a consumer, you wouldn't realize it's not going to engage with other products that you might already own. How do you know if your Dungeons & Dragons is going to work, like the book is going to work with a adventure guide that you purchased? How are you going to know? It doesn't give you that information. That's my biggest problem. Just number your things properly. If the new version, the new updated rule set, is meant to work with the old rule set, then it should be called D&D 5 Revised, and say that. It should be whatever. But when you go to the website and you want to purchase a thing, the title of the book does not indicate at all, or like the draft that they have there does not indicate at all that it is in fact meant to tie in. The actual, like, there's no naming of the product anywhere that includes that it's meant to tie in, and that is my personal biggest pet peeve. For a game like D&D, that has a ton of rules and is all about following the rules and clearly defining things so that way you can understand what something is or something isn't, because it's a fantasy, right? I'm going to close my eyes and I'm supposed to picture something. So if I'm supposed to picture a fantasy, you know, it would be pretty disheartening if I was playing a game and my dungeon master was just like, yeah, you're fighting a monster. And like, what kind of monster? Like, I can't tell you. I'm not going to give you details about that. You want details about what you're fighting? Sorry, no details. It's monster.
The Netherese and I have been playing a game of cat and mouse since I stole their nether scroll back in Wayloon.
So like that's my main problem. It just needs to be clear on what it is and what the intentions are, and it's fine. Maybe it's a marketing thing, but this just reminds me of like Xbox One, how Xbox One is Xbox One, and then they decided to have the Xbox One X, and they had the Xbox Series X. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean Xbox Series X? What the hell is this? You know what I do understand? And I'm not an idiot either. You know what I do understand? PS5. PS5 comes out. Is that better than the PS4? Yeah. Is it newer? Yeah. You immediately understand what you're talking about. Can I play a PS2 game on a PS5? No, I can't. Because a PS5 plays PS5 games, and a PS2 plays PS2 games. As a consumer, you are not being mentally tricked, and I don't like it. I don't like it when the game company tries to trick me or convince me of something else or try to make me believe something else about the product that I'm trying to engage with. Then it wasn't 6th edition, then it wasn't, then none of it. Yeah, just name it something. It's not hard to name stuff. It's because these, like, some of the people that work at these companies are just beholden to, like, they have to have 50 focus groups to come up with a single idea. Just call it what it is.
I will trust it to my friend Halsame for safekeeping.
There are bad names for things. Not naming your D&D edition with an edition number when every other D&D edition has been numbered is a bad idea.
They were magically concealed, of course. What they reveal is beyond
Understanding. What does it say that Fridays at 4 was canceled today? I didn't see the exact notice. Allegedly, it was posted somewhere in the official Dungeons and Dragons Online Discord. It may also have been indicated that on the forums, but that is where we heard it there. I assume Cordovan posted somewhere, but I don't know where he posted that. Do you know which channel you saw that in, Patient? A streamers and creators section? Oh, streamers and creators. That actually doesn't make sense to put it there. Yeah, programming note. I need to cancel today's Fridays at 4. Sorry, see you next Friday for our anniversary stream, Cordovan. I am needed on site for a water heater replacement thing happening. Yeah, so it's in the streaming section, which honestly makes sense. Okay, the forums guy, don't use DDO Discord? Yeah, no problem. In case you would like an invitation and you want to use it, here is a link. If you don't want to use it, don't click the link. But that is for the official Dungeons and Dragons Online Discord run by Sandisk Games. Only if you want to use it. As a reminder, if Discord asks you for your personal ID, don't give it to them.
Shy's shield goes down. Taking a breath, Shy deftly casts a spell, restoring both her shield.
You want to end editions altogether? Future Needed products are all supposed to be compatible with it and each other. Yeah, but that's stupid. That's dumb. Here, let me explain to you how stupid that idea is. Not saying that you're saying this busy, but like that it's just so upsetting to me, the concept that it's like we're gonna have one edition. I'm gonna use terms that everybody can understand. Yeah, man, this car, we're not gonna Mazda 3, Mazda 5, we're just gonna have a Mazda. And all future Mazda parts are gonna be compatible with this car. You need a Mazda part, you just get a Mazda part. You need a Mazda catalytic converter, you get a Mazda, that's it. No new parts. All parts will be compatible with this car forever into the future, no matter what, no exceptions, no changes, always compatible with the car. And then you go, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. What if they want to change something with the car? Then they're gonna need new parts.
The wizard wheezes with her final breaths.
Yep.
Scar took him up to the peak.
It's so dumb. They took the Apple route to naming. Don't they still like number the iPhones? Or do they not number iPhones anymore? Shrimp, think of the shareholder value. What shareholder value? They didn't name the product. You can't sell it to anybody. Shareholder sued WotC. But yeah, but for Magic. I don't think anyone's suing for D&D. Think that would fix the thing where you're climbing to running the same ladder? No. I don't think they'll ever fix it. I don't use iPhone, so I have no idea. iPhones are only Apple product numbered. Oh yeah, because all the other ones, it's always like a new individual Apple product. Well, no, but don't they have like didn't they have like iPad 2? I recall there being like numbered iPads. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Thank you. Oh, they already left. Damn, I couldn't hit him with the take care fast enough. No. Storm. Lines of supply. If it's 6th edition, no rule by the old 5th edition books, we still have. Yep, maybe. Again, personal opinion. They just have to call it what it is. That's it. How do you get the second piece of Troubleshooter set again? One is from the quest Misery's Peak, and the other one is from the quest Redemption. Those are your two options: Misery's Peak and Redemption.
You finally reach the rendezvous point deep in the storm horns.
I'm a nice guy. I'm gonna fight the ice things.
Looks like she's been waiting a while.
Want a life? No, it's per run. You can run Misery's Peak again if you want. I wouldn't do that, but you can. And for their right to exist, yeah. No DDO stream today. Yeah, it looks like it got canceled because community manager Cordovan said, I am needed on site for water heater replacement thing happening today. Which, if he has water heater replacement going on in his house, that's rough, man. Because you know what happens when you need a water heater replacement? That means your water heater is not working. And when your water heater is not working, sometimes that can be catastrophically, as in the water heater has started leaking. And now it's leaking through the floor. And now it's leaking into another horrible place. So yeah, water heater needs fixing. Not good, not good. The knock-on expenses go crazy, man. The warbling, the harpies be warbling. Well, it's not so much frozen pipes, it's just more so that, like, for example, there's a water heater behind me, and when it was installed, the people that installed the water heater were very smart. They actually put like a metal basin around the heater, so in case the water heater does start to leak, at the very least, if we're home, we can solve it before it starts leaking everywhere. And destroys everything. It's a really big tank with a lot of water.
Persuaded by your argument, they agree to help.
Yeah. Also, it's still winter. True, it's very winter here. Anyways, so yeah, I will admit, I don't know much about the current edition of Dungeons and Dragons, because as I said, it's literally just called Dungeons and Dragons, which is so frustrating and annoying to me. I'm doing a homebrew thing where I'm actually making a lot of my own rules at this point, and just kind of doing, so if I'm playing a game, I'm just gonna run it and do whatever I want. So like Dungeons and Dragons books. So we're on the official Dungeons and Dragons website, dndstore.wizards. Game rules, core rules. I'm in the UK. Whatever, I don't give a shit. Doesn't matter. Pounds. So let's say I want to buy. It's called 2024 Player's Handbook Digital Physical Bundle. So you can buy the thing. It's the ultimate guide for 5th edition D&D players. Expanded player options, customize your 12 classes, 48 subclasses. There's 4 subclasses per character. 10 different species you can play as. New copy, digital beyond copy, and you can get a physical book. So you can get them both. That's kind of cool. At least now they are saying 2024 Player's Handbook. They were not saying that before. So that is at least better. Well, this is for the combo. You get the physical and the digital. But other than that, it just says 2024 book. So it doesn't really indicate to you that this is compatible with other 5th edition rule sets here. It just says 2024. Thoughtfully redesigned based on 10 years of feedback from the D&D community. But what was thoughtfully redesigned? What? I guess it's the ultimate guide to 5th edition, so it's 5th edition that has been redesigned? I don't know. Again, this sort of stuff just giga bothers me. Just be clear. Be intentional. My third most favorite adult DDO. I still remember the first time I played it like 10 years ago. Oh, yeah. This quest is a neat one. Nowadays, it's just stand in place and blow everybody up, but yeah. You just give us $80. There's probably more rules than that. Like I said, they have 4... It looks like they have 4 subclasses per class, when the base book only had 3. Unless they count all the wizard specializations as different subclasses, and that's just what's filling it up. Same with cleric, how they have all the different domains they can choose. Yeah. Need a pump with a motion sensor to solve the flooding issue for water heater leaks in the pan. Oh, smart. Water pump. The Minds Mind 5e all left to start working for other companies? No. It wouldn't surprise me, though. Each class got 4 subclasses. They also have rules glossary at the back, which is incredible. See, again, there's good things. One of my biggest complaints that I had about 5 is that a lot of the rules are really hard to find and hard to figure out.
More than half of their supplies. Kyra armor.
So having that actually being somewhere easily accessible is like kind of cool. And a more organized book. I like it. I'm a big fan of this. Oh, didn't get the share. Hold on. Get this. So if the book is more organized, that's good. And by the way, I'm not trying to say new D&D is bad, okay? I'm playing 5e. I actually like a lot of the things about 5e. I like how simple it is for people to get into. A lot of my friends would be like traditionally very scared of a game like Dungeons and Dragons, but 5e is a lot more accessible to people who have like no gaming experience, which I think is cool. So I'm not actually against like the newer product or the newer model. I'm against bad naming conventions. That's it. I just don't like bad naming conventions. Decided on the 2024 art. So I'll have to buy the book and read it. Though I've been playing D&D, I play Pathfinder. Yeah. I mean, I'm the dungeon master for my group, so if I want to play a D&D, I have to run the game. That's just how it works.
Not a single one made it through to the Netherese.
Playing Drawsteel online. I've heard a lot of good things about Drawsteel. Many people have told me Drawsteel good.
Back at her camp.
Have you seen the USB-C naming convention? Isn't it just USB-C? Or is there like mini USB-C, macro USB-C? If my biggest gripe is all the cool stuff that got left on the cutting room floor from testing. I can see that. Oh no, he's a cold guy. I forgot. I'm doing Stormhorns. Whatever, I guess I can just melee him. I want to click on the Heartbeat Matriarch game. I want to melee the giant. Yes, get meleeed. Yes. Yes.
The giant general falls, and with him goes the
He nailed the dancer,
supply the
Bard
Netherese
College of
army
Dance.
across Tumble Rock Pass.
You have advantage, let's see, dazzling featwork. When you aren't wearing armor or shield, you have advantage on charisma performance checks you make that involve dancing. Your base armor class equals 10 plus your dexterity and charisma modifiers. Agile strikes. When you expand, use your bardic inspiration as part of an action, bonus action, or reaction, you can make an unarmed strike. In bardic damage, you use dexterity instead of strength for attack rolls for your unarmed strikes. When you deal damage with an unarmed strike, you can deal bludgeoning damage equal to a roll of your bardic inspiration die plus your dex modifier to save your strike's damage. The roll doesn't expand die, but it's not magic damage though. Yeah, so you still have magic damage, so you're still using a weapon. It's a cool concept though. It's like Monk Bard. Yeah, except you don't get magic damage. DDO is 3.5. It's based off of 3.5 D&D. So most of the 3.5 rules are currently in D&D. Yeah, the original name was 1 D&D, which is way worse. Not hyperbolic. They also didn't give themselves enough time. They rushed out the door 2025 to get the 50th anniversary thing. Yeah, I can see that. What's this one called? Breaking the Ranks. Okay, so maybe this will be a question that like might sound stupid, but I literally don't know the answer to it. They say, or at least, you know, the idea is that it's supposed to be compatible with 5. So like, how is it compatible with 5? Could have sworn that in D&D you can only cast like 1 spell per rest or something. Yeah, so in pen and paper, the way it works is you memorize spells. So for example, if I'm playing like a pen and paper wizard at level 1, I get 2 first level spells. So I can choose like magic missile or something else, right? You can choose that. In DDO, the way that they did spells is casting like 1 spell in an adventure would feel very bad. Look at how many monsters there are. Like, look at them. Look at how many monsters there are. So being able to cast like 3 spells and having to rest would be kind of bad and wouldn't work, which is why instead they went with a spell point system. So you still can only select a certain number of spells, like in pen and paper, but then they have a cost so that magic users could do more than cast 1 or 2 spells. if they didn't do that, spellcasters would feel horrible. So the way that spells function, if you are unfamiliar, like the fact that there's the different spell schools, the saving throws, how the saving throws are calculated, the caster levels, maximum caster levels, the different types of components, all of those are drawn directly from 3.5 D&D. The only difference is that the spell point cost, obviously there is no cost spell points in 3.5 pen and paper. There's power points, which is how they kind of build psionics out. They just kind of adopted the psionic power point system and used that as a spell point system. Fun fact, there actually is a spell point system in pen and paper 3.5. I can't remember what book it is, but it's not like widely accepted. Updated monsters from 5e. You can use any old subclass with the new updated classes. Okay. But did they also change the base classes as well? You guess changes backgrounds and starting bonuses and weapon masteries? I'll have to read that, yeah. USB-C was the first to adopt USB 3 speeds, then we got better speeds released. It's okay. What do we do? Rename everything. 3.0 is 3.2 Gen, 3.1 is now 3.2 Gen 2, and the new speed is called 3.2 Gen 2x2. Oh, wow. IT. Touch up. Also, their subclasses move to level 3. Oh, all get subclasses at 3. Okay. Interesting. Because it's specifically because it's pretty good from comparison. Well, Warlock in 3.5 is kind of interesting with how they do the blasts and stuff. You're good at and get to do a cool thing with it, so melee isn't as boring. That's kind of neat. Yeah, I'll have to read into it at some point. I will probably end up buying a copy of the book so I can read it, but I just haven't done it yet.
It is strangely quiet in the central army.
That heroic durability, imagine starting with 9 HP. Well, that's one of the reasons. So when D&D or DDO first came out, heroic durability used to give you 20 hit points. Now heroic durability, I believe, gives you 30 hit points. But it used to give you 20. So I, on many occasions, would play a 6 Constitution sorcerer or wizard, like an elven wizard with 6 Constitution, and you would start the game with 22 hit points, only gain 2 health per level. Health was a lot lower back in the day. Nowadays, not only does it do more, so you have heroic durability, which gives you 30, and it also gives you even more, but you also get improved heroic durability as you level up for an extra 15 hit points. So you get, the higher level you get, the more hit points you get. Not IT's fault. It's the USB guys wanting everyone to pay to recertify for the new name for speed standards. Look, as long as it's somebody's fault, that's what matters, right?
The strategist.
The subclass does no web mastery and your basic class doesn't. You need to take a feed for it. Interesting.
A massive gate separates the greater central camp from Drayton.
So yeah. Pathfinder. But like I said, one of the things I love about actually spending time learning about a lot of these different systems and participating in them is I've had the opportunity over time to get better at kind of tweaking things to my liking. So like I said, I am not a game designer traditionally. Like I don't have any degrees and go to fancy schools or sell anybody some game programs. But I do like the fact that I have enough experience that I can be like, oh, I actually think this would work better like this, and I can personally make that decision and then talk with my players. Like, for example, how I want to have a character, or one of my players, one of their abilities is they can freeze enemies solid, but freezing isn't a condition. Like, you can't freeze somebody solid. It's like a composite condition between, like, restraining somebody's movement and immobilizing them and also stunning them, maybe, or, like, whatever. So instead, I was like, you know what? I'm smart. So I wrote out the freeze condition. And then we talked a little bit back and forth to make sure, like, does this make sense? Do you understand this? What have you? I, like, give it to the person who is going to be looking at it the most and try to see if they can, does it read as English to them? So for me, I really appreciate having the skill set to be able to do that. 5.5, you deal more damage and monsters are a little bit stronger. Yeah, I can see that. Shorter fights, more fights. Did I run where the game is 20 hours long and you play it over and over? Yeah, maybe. Maybe you'll get that someday. Probably not. I don't think you'll ever get a short Pathfinder game, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Bobby, I like where your head's at, but yeah, man. What if you got a Pathfinder game that was even longer? Also, whatever Pathfinder game you get next is going to be based on Pathfinder 2. I wonder, do you think... So obviously people aren't making games that are based on 3.5 D&D anymore, 3.0. You know, we don't have another Neverwinter Nights or Knights of the Republic coming out anytime soon. But couldn't you, if you really wanted to? Like, I'm pretty sure Pathfinder Kingmaker came out after Pathfinder 2 was already announced, and you could probably play it. And it uses the Pathfinder 1 rules. Right. What's the ice one called? Breaking the ice? Break in the ice. You do have a KOTOR coming out? Is KOTOR coming out? I thought that got cancelled. You redeemed the code for the Quest and Artificer in PAX last year. They've launched Big Edition for all the cosmetics and such, plus the racing class. Will I be able to access the content without buying all the other expansions through level restrictions? I was hoping to buy Ravenloft and subbing. Oh, so Overlord Mike, short answer. The code that you put in that gave you quests, you have enough quests to get to every level of the game. So you can level from level 1 all the way to 34, which is the current level cap, easily with the quests that you own. Easy, easy, easy. You don't own the expansions, but there's like gazillions of quests in DDO. So if you just buy the newest Ravenloft and nothing else, the newest Ravenloft is level 8, which you'll easily be able to get to. And then it's also level 34, which you'll easily be able to get to. So yes, the answer to your question is yes, you will have the content, because expansions are a lot of content, but there's so much, like so many quests in DDO, you'll have no problem. It's not very good for flavors of clerics and paladin. What do you mean I'm a cleric without a precise god at level 1? Oh yeah, well they also kind of changed up how clerics and paladins are a lot, where like clerics are more about domains as opposed to gods, and paladins are more about oaths instead of gods. Just a different take on it, I guess. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. I'm glad I could answer your question. And so honestly, it's a good one. How do you know if you have enough quests? The free quest code's a lot of stuff. D&D start using GURPS? True. I'm gonna need to level up. DD is even required to use divine magic. Yeah, exactly. Again, it's just a different interpretation of it. Some people very much don't like that element. I personally don't have a strong opinion, if I'm being totally honest with you. I think that it's just an alternative rule. Plus, you as a game designer, or not game designer, like if you're running a campaign and you're like, okay, in my campaign, we're going to use the gods from this set. So, you know, we're going to be running it with the Forgotten Realms gods, and all clerics and paladins need to have a deity that they follow. You just say that to your players and then just add it into the game. Like you could just say you want, that's what you want to do it. Some people get very upset that that's not like the base rules, but like you can just run your game however you want. Like for example, in my current game that I'm running, it's a 5th edition game, but I reintroduced touch armor class because I think it makes sense. It's a really good concept of like, it is, if somebody is very bulky and covered in armor, they're easy to touch but hard to actually penetrate. So you can apply a magical effect easier than something else. So it gives enemies like direct weaknesses. And I'm like, that's a cool concept and I like it. So I reintegrated touch armor class into my 5th edition game because I think it's a good idea. It's not Ian 5, but Just do it. I don't know. What's stopping you? What are you, a baby? What are you, a little crybaby? You're not gonna add your own rules? You can't be like, well, they didn't make this rule specifically for me. Just do it yourself. How about you pull up your goddamn bootstraps and make your own damn rules? You know? Sorry. Sorry.
Shut. A robed figure eyes you sourly from a ledge above you.
Certain way I should play as a new player when it releases. I'm going to be putting out a video for that next week. But the answer is, if you have literally no idea and you want one thing, the quiver of alacrity is your best bet. But I will be putting a whole YouTube video about it that will go over my personal opinion and thoughts on it. I was going to do it this week, but all of my free time that hasn't been spent streaming, I literally leave, and I've been going to and from the hospital to see my dad the whole time. So I have not been here doing the tasks that I want to, which means I haven't been doing anything. Dude, the new Diablo 2 expansion, Reign of the Warlock, came out, and I have barely played it. Ugh. Ugh. Quiver arrow build? No, the Quiver of Alacrity is an item that once you upgrade it, it is a level 1 item that gives you 30% movement speed. So you can just take the Quiver on every level 1 character, put it on, and then you get full movement speed without needing to get anything else. And the Quiver is basically a free slot. Did you clean and install Diablo 2? I did. It fixed most of my problems. Not all of them. I still had some. But it fixed a lot of them.
Then I fear you will
tracking all the math theory seems like a nightmare to do on paper. Just get good, man. It's the final boss. Mathematics.
No signs of the Netheries or their monstrous horde. A massive orb of some kind can be seen through a fissure in the ice.
Some people don't like mathematics in their game. I found it's not too bad. I don't mind a lot of the D&D math. It's usually like 2 and 3 digit numbers. It's when you have like an endless like sheet of +1s. But that's usually where, like, when I used to play pen and paper when I was actually a player, as opposed to Dungeon Master all the time, what I would do is, and I still do this as Dungeon Master, is I have scrap paper with me, and then if a status effect gets applied that is a +1 or a -1, I just rewrite out my stats. We can't go this way. So like if my attack rating is usually like, if my chance to hit is like +12, +7, +2, and then the bless comes through, I just write down like with bless 13, 8, 3. And then I can just immediately hit the sheet and go with bless it's this. And then, oh, somebody cast prayer. Okay, with prayer it's this. Like that's just how I've always done it, is I just immediately rewrite the new math that I need, so it shortens up the time so I don't have to do it myself. And go, okay, so we get 1 for the, so I got a 12 here, I'm +5, so that's 17, and then +1 for the prayer, and then +1 for the bless, and then +2 for the thing, and the +2 for the flank. No, just write it down. Just do the math. Just do the math! Being ice guy sucks against ice creatures. Since 15 years, I do not strongly hate it, just do not really appreciate the flavor of it. Yeah. Again, that's why I'm going to be honest with you. The way that I play 5 is I play a lot of like 5, but things I cherry pick that I really like from older editions.
Let us meet there. The wizard Tharno stands in the middle
of decks. What do you apply to touch in 5e? Like magic items don't differentiate between deflection, dodge, sacred, etc. Do you play it case by case? Oh, so the rule that I have for touch armor class is it's 10 plus your dex, limited by your armor, plus magic. I just use the word magic. So if it's the magical effects apply, non-magic doesn't. So let's say I have a +1 magic full plate. The magic is the +1, so you get to add a 1 to your touch, but the full plate is not magic, or that's just armor. So you would just do the regular full plate for like the whole thing. So like if a full plate gives sets your armor class to 18, then your touch would be 11 because you get the one from, or like the +1 full plate would be a 19 regular armor class and an 11 touch. Does that make sense? Get that bonus as well. Oh, yeah. I include that like in the magic mentally. So I have the actual rule here. Let me see if I can find the actual rule. House rule. I have a whole bunch of them. Touch armor class, blah, blah, blah. Touch armor class is lower, but things. Oh yeah. Formula for touch is 10 plus dex allowed by armor plus magic or spells that affect/grant armor class. But also, as a secondary to this, so you are actually correct that it wouldn't apply just to monk. I mean, I haven't made a more generic rule for something like that, and the reason for that is because I actually built that into the characters. So as a reminder, in my game that I'm running, all of my characters, all the players are playing custom character classes that I wrote. So all of their custom character classes, if they have something that affects their armor class in such a way like a monk, it would specifically outline what does or doesn't apply to touch armor class. Epic manual for 5? Oh, is there no 5 epic manual? Oh no. Advantage is cool, but extra numerical bonuses feels like a no-brainer. Yeah, I kind of go 50-50 on advantage. The problem I have with advantage is basically a +5 -5, like if you kind of boil it down, and that is very swingy depending on the context. So sometimes I'd rather offer a +1 versus an advantage. Another reason why I like +1 versus advantage is advantage doesn't allow you to accomplish things you couldn't otherwise accomplish, and +1 does. So for example, if I want to jump a gap and the DC is 20 or 21 and I'm +0, then having advantage on the jump means I still fail every time. But a +1 boots of jumping means that maybe I actually make it across. It's not likely, but maybe. Makes sparks and nice for touch attacks. Yep. Yeah, pretty much the idea is that magic is meant to protect you from that sort of thing. Basically, touch attack is the weakness of, like, I kind of think of it as like armor class is really strong against like regular guys. But then touch armor class is really strong against magic users. And so conceptually, I also have abilities. For example, like magic users have abilities that grant them bonuses specifically to their touch armor class, but not their regular armor class. Which is to imply that like they can be more magic resistant, but a sword still gets you. And it's like a neat balancing act that can run between the characters.
Pale light filters into the glacier.
If you're ever curious and you're like, oh, Strim, you write your own characters for your own campaign? That's kind of cool. If you ever want to see the designs, they're actually in my Discord. I will sometimes like show them on stream here, but all of the characters and the classes are, I actually post in the Discord. It's just links to the Google Docs. In the category pen and paper, if you go to the pins will have all of the actual characters there. Bear in mind, they are all staggeringly more powerful than regular D&D because of a base rule change. One of my biggest complaints about modern D&D is turns that do nothing. Like when you have a turn where you don't do literally anything, I really hate that turns don't do anything and don't mean anything sometimes. And what I mean by that is if, let's say you're like a low-level character, you're like a barbarian. Okay, I go, I move, I attack, I miss. I end my turn. It's just, you know, it's not the end of the world, but you do that 2 turns in a row and you feel like you didn't have a single impact on anything that happened. It's just like, oof, you know, it just feels bad. So, I made a couple changes. Number 1 is that all the players have 2 attacks per turn, starting out right away. But I also categorized the abilities of the characters into attacks. So, and broke them down by action type. So for example, if you can make 2 attacks, or as I was talking about the ice character, they could use 2 ice powers, per turn. But it depends on which is which. Some ice powers are attacks, some ice powers are bonus actions, some ice powers are reactions. So, you know, but you can make 2 attacks per turn, and so they might like swing with a sword and then cast an ice power that also uses an attack, that sort of thing. But also, the reason why you might be like, okay, but what if they just miss twice in a turn, Strum Tom? You're back to the same point. You're saying you can do 2 separate things, but they can still just miss twice? Like, excuse me, have you not heard of mathematics? Have you seen my dice? I miss all the time. Well, the difference is here, because all of the abilities that the characters get can also be boiled into the sort of global attack system. What it means is, let's say you have a plan. You're going to use a big wind-up attack, or like a setup and then a finisher. You know, maybe you freeze a guy and then you hit him with a big club and he shatters to 1,000 pieces. That's the idea behind what you want to do. If you miss with the first thing, now you can pivot and you go, okay, I missed. So you know what? I'm going to cast a protective spell now. I'm going to use one of my defensive abilities. Oh, I missed? Okay, well, I'm going to make a cloud of dust appear around me that makes it so enemies that enter it have to make a save or become whatever. Oh, I missed? I'm going to change. I'm actually going to do this. It gives you like a mid-action pivot. You can decide what you want to do. And it means that if you ever do just like miss once, you can choose to attack again, but you might go, oh, I was hoping I would kill that guy, or I was hoping I would do this. I'll do this instead.
These 2 golden are clearly more sophisticated. Something has gone horribly. Something has gone
Yes, my
horribly
UB sucks.
wrong. As the wings barriers drop,
AC falls off for higher tiers and monsters. Oh yeah, the AC is gonna get real crazy in my game. I also don't shy away from numbers and giving cool items. So yeah. Window after level 9 and 10. Well, yeah, that's only if you don't balance it. You just gotta put the work in.
There is a small silver keyhole.
20 is enough to do something, then make your players roll at that point. Or yeah, exactly. If 20 is enough to do a thing, well, I mean, yeah. That's the reason why like I have a lot of pluses. So for example, I'll give out items that I have like a chart that goes over like some of the random gear. I can't disable this. I have a chart for how I like generate random gear that I roll on, and I have several different charts that I do. And so I think I have the old one I can show you. I don't want to show the new one in case one of my players is actually watching, because I don't want them to see the new one. But I think I have my old one here. Yes. So I have like a loot chart, and so the loot chart has like, I have like potions and other things, so it's basically like your classic loot chart but modernized for things. And then I also have stats, so like item affinities, what type of affinity they should be going for, and then also what type of effects you find on the magical items, and then kind of build those things into it. Also rolling for what types of scrolls, what type of thing I'm getting, what type of loot, so whether I give them an accessory, a weapon, a knick-knack, which can be like anything else, you know, these sorts of things, all the different weapon types. So I have these just big charts that help me like give out loot. I give them a bunch of things. So yeah, 20 on our NPC because we weren't getting magic armor. Oh yeah. Which means you just die. Are people just chilling, like waiting for something to be found done? Ooh. Started Lotra yesterday, pretty cool. Made a Rohirrim captain. A captain of the Rohirrim? I have a high elf captain. I like the high elves because, specifically because, there's only one reason I have a high elf captain, and it's not because of any of the numbers. I want to make sure this is super clear. It's because when you jump off of a higher height, they do a front roll. That's it. Out of combat movement speed? I don't give a shit about that. Dude, I have a mount. Just mount up. Yeah, they do a front roll. I feel like I'm playing like Link from Legend of Zelda. You jump off of something, he goes, "Huh!" and rolls. Well, they don't make a sound, but
the spell to awaken it has already begun.
So I'm in doubt which to play. I mean, you got multiple options now. Yeah. Also, for getting started, I just want to point this out: race will not affect your ability to complete the hardest content in the game. Yes, there are racial bonuses and racial differences. So, for example, like, you know, men and elves get bonuses with swords, as an example. So they all get like a sword bonus, but it is an additive 5%. And remember that in the game, you get your numerical stats with, like, let's say physical mastery if you're playing a champion, scales up to 200%. So it would bring your 200% up to 205, which effectively is only a 1.25% damage increase. So it is technically a 1.25% damage increase over something else. Like somebody who, let's say, does not, or is not an elf, or maybe is using a different weapon type. But I would not stress about it. Orcs and spiders are PvP only, yeah. Finally got a Ferric Tiger Alpha. Hell yeah, now you can go and fight, what do you call them? Ferul. I wish I was a champion gamer. Back in the day, I used to play champion because champion could tank, and they can tank now, but at the time they had a trait they could acquire called heavy shield use. So they could equip a heavy shield, because Guardians got heavy shields for free. Champions had to spend a trait for it. But they also had a stance called Ardor stance. And what Ardor did is Fervor gave you like giga mana regen, but then it also made it so you couldn't block, parry, or evade, but it gave you like infinite mana and the ability to get more damage. So that was kind of cool. Ardor, on the other hand, gave you some like minor defenses, and it gave you like a little bit of mana regen, but because you weren't spamming skills as fast, the mana regen was fine, but it didn't take away like pretty much anything from you, and it also let you passively generate the Fervor stat, so you didn't have to use the Fervor generating skills all the time, and I thought it was really cool. And I enjoyed playing my champion tank for the short time that it was there. And then eventually they said, nope, champion. They did the trait rework and said champions can no longer wear shields. And then later on, they were like, also, by the way, you don't have any stances anymore. And I was like, damn, I got nothing left. That being said, I do have a champion. My champion Strim Gem is level 140. 140. I agree. The outfit in there was good. Don't stress about animation differences. You just have to, if you don't know about it, you can't stress about it. That matters. Okay. And then back in the day, the champion tanking stance was called Glory, because Glory made it so you took more damage, but also generated more threat. What an idea. The tank that holds aggro by taking more damage. Like, it's one of those old ideas that sounds really good, but in practice is useless, because you're like, you don't want to take more damage. Taking more damage is actually a bad thing, as it turns out, when you're playing video games. I know, I might blow some of your guys' mind right there, that one. But like, that's what I'm talking about. When I talk about old ideas, it's people that were like coming up with ideas like that. In a modern game, you would never get something which is like, WoW would never release a thing that says you get more threat and also take less damage. They would only do the opposite. Or, sorry, take more damage. They would be like, you generate more threat and you take less damage from monsters. Because you're a tank. You're meant to take less damage. Duh. But I love like how a lot of the old school games and designers from like way back when, they really like trade-offs. I personally really like trade-offs as well. I think trade-offs are a very interesting way to look at game design and decision-making in game design, so yeah.
Despite the nuisance, my invasion still flies. And now, you would become its first victims.
So yeah, trade-offs, video games, design. I didn't do this. Music in here is so good. Wonderful. It's really bright though. Bright ass screen. You know, needs titles. Yeah, titles would be kind of cool. We don't have any weight or like a title infrastructure. I don't know how we would use that, but I'd like it.
Vex, little insects. That's what you are. Don't you realize there is an entire army on this glacier? But really,
yeah, man.
why should I waste perfectly
Listen, I'm a big Captain gamer. I've always been a big Captain gamer because the theming is really good. Yeah, it's just me. I just like it. I think it's good. Plus, also, the idea of being a melee healer is just sick, dude. Yo, what's up, Night here? No, Cordovan unfortunately couldn't make it to the stream. What he said is, and I quote, I am needed on site for a water heater replacement thing happening. Which, if you're a homeowner and you hear, oh, water heater replacement, you think, oh no. So it sounds like he might be having a bad time. Because when your water heater breaks, sometimes it can break explosively. And when you have a water heater is a big tank full of water. And when your water heater breaks, the water goes somewhere. And some of you guys might not know this, but water, when it goes places, is not good. Might be SSG office. It could be the SSG office. I don't know. It could also be at home. I have no idea. Even if it is on site at the SSG office, if they need a new water heater at the office and the water heater broke, at least the company will pay for it. So maybe it's not as bad for Cordovan. But still, it's not good. The titles are there, but they're badly formatted. I can see that happening.
Here we are.
It's also snowing in the Boston area. True. It's snowing here right now as I look outside my window, realizing I have to leave the house soon. Go back to ye old hospital. I said this weekend I will get the stuff prepped for the release of Arcane Trickster, so you guys will have something. But yeah, 2 days to play again. You TR'd in 1 day?
Come down there and finish you myself.
TR timer is 2 hours or 2 days, 18 hours. Did you level up in 18 hours? Oh, Iconics. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Iconics are a little bit different. So I thought you meant like you did it when I was like, are we out here TRing and then leveling all the way through the game in 18 hours for funsies? I mean, honestly, that's not that far off from like where I get to, but still. Oh, Mscar is here. How about here? How do you level so fast? Iconics. It's like 4 hours to go from 15 to 20, and then maybe 6 hours to go from 20 to 30, depending on your group. 6 to 10. Especially if you use XP potions, it goes a little crazy. I bought VIP, but never finished all the free quests, so I can play the premium quests in the second life of my character. XP is scarce playing this way. I bought the VIP, but never finished all the free quests, so I can play the premium quests in my second life of my character. Oh, you just don't want to do any free quests? You want to do only paid quests on your second character? Yeah, you'll be fine. There's like millions of quests in DDO. There's like literally gazillions. You might have to every once in a while, like play a quest you might have already played once before, or you might end up running into that urge. Like for me, I love DDO. There's so many cool quests, but you better believe that there's some quests that are free that I love doing because they just give so much XP. A great example of a quest that's free that gives insane XP is like the Pit. I didn't do it this life, but my god, it's a lot of XP. You know, Gwilyn Stan, whew, that's a lot of XP. Tear of Decan, that's a lot of free experience, man. You don't have to. Oh, and DDI redid your hardcore ideas, yeah. The Pit, it's like one of the best quests yet created by mankind. Us mere mortals can barely like comprehend the complexities of what an excellent quest like the Pit is. That's what I want for a DDO 40th anniversary. Give me Legendary the Pit, and it's like 20 times more obtuse. You'll take Quiver if you already have 3 Scoundrel Lives? No, probably not. If you have the 3 Scoundrel Lives, you don't need the Quiver. You can grab something else. Again, I'll have a I will have a video coming out later, either over the weekend or next week for that. Just a classic plumber adventure. Yeah. Again, I would love it if they just went like whole hog and made the quest way more obtuse with like even weirder hand-drawn maps and all sorts of other garbage you had to do. Like, don't pussyfoot around it. Make it horrible. Make it really confusing. Make it so you're like like scratching your head the entire time trying to figure out what's even going on. That's what I want. Why do I hate you? Because I'm a streamer, man. It's easy. I don't know. I'm trying to remind you of your parents. Zing, got him. Do I have ship buffs? Yeah, I do. Okay, good. You want the maps to be 3DL and Metroid? Yep. Oh, there we go. That'd be kind of cool. Dude, the Metroid Prime maps are so cool. Unrelated. I did not play Metroid Prime 4, but I heard it was basically Midtroid Prime, which makes me sad. Originally, I was going to buy a Nintendo Switch 2 with the specific purpose of playing Metroid Prime 4. But then I never got a job, so I didn't do that. And then finding out that Metroid Prime 4 apparently is very, very whatever is disappointing. It's not entirely surprising. Metroid Prime 1 is like lightning in a bottle, genius product. Metroid Prime 2 is not loved by everybody, but I really liked it actually. I like the story, I like the characters. I really enjoyed Metroid Prime 2. And then Metroid Prime 3 is not that great. I don't like it that much actually. Prime 3 is easily my least favorite one. All right, time to soak some XP, baby. I gotta soak some XP. Same old song on Reaper. Oh hell yeah, we XP soaking. Yo. Yo, what's up? I only use physical media. Do the pit for years and did it 5 times in a row. Now I can fix sewer plants in real life. Oh yeah. It's just one of those skills you just build and develop.
Adventurers Guild to find out more about current events in the city. Speak to Summer Coronor of the Clifftop Adventurers Guild in the Clifftop Tower district
Melee?
of Sharn.
I don't need mana cost reduction, so I go spell pen. Seems good. Epic Threnal. Epic Threnal. Hell yeah. You know what they should do? They should do Epic Threnal and then make the cloak of the Mantle of the World Shaper also an artifact, so you can't wear both of them. Are you gonna give Slay the Spire 2 try in 2 weeks? No, I'm unemployed and I can't buy video games.
More dimension doors have opened nearby.
I really did. I enjoyed Slay the Spire 1 a lot. I did not get to Ascension 20 just because I didn't play it for long enough. But yeah, I enjoyed Slay the Spire a lot. Really, really fun. I wonder if any of you guys can guess what my favorite character was to play as in Slay the Spire.
Once again, harsh sounds issue from the direction of the stage.
I don't think I've ever talked about that, probably.
Screams and snakes.
There's the... Was it the Ironclad? The Rogue one? What's the Rogue one called? The Silent? Yeah. The Defect. And the Giga Broken one with the Karma or whatever. The Watcher? That's it, the Watcher. The Ironclad, the Watcher, the Defect, the Silent. Yeah.
Peaceful quiet descends over the nightclub once more.
Find them for that. The blue guy with the forms. Ooh, the blue guy with the
For your
forms.
help
That's a
in keeping
defect.
her and Encore alive,
I think.
Regina has promised to do everything she can
Love
to
defect?
cut ties
Yeah.
between the
For
Borbon
me.
clan and
I'll tell you what it's not. The Ironclad. I was never a big Ironclad guy. I think Ironclad is fine. It's kind of fun. Also, I will admit, when I played a lot, when I started playing Slay the Spire, I did the thing I think almost every Slay the Spire player does, which is you get the cards that like exhaust on the Ironclad, and I was like, ugh, I don't want to exhaust my cards. I want to have my cards. I don't want to exhaust anything. So I would never pick like the exhaust cards. Like, it's like one of them is like True Grit, which like exhausts cards in your hand specifically, and it'll be like, oh, you exhaust like 2 other cards in your hand to play it or whatever. And I was like, ugh, I don't want to do that. Why would I lose cards out of my deck? This is like really bad. I don't ever want to do that. And then you realize, oh, You can exhaust cards that are not good for your fight, so you don't see them again, so they're gone. You can exhaust status effects out of your hand, so they don't proc, they don't activate, because they never go back in the deck. You can exhaust all those random cards that get shuffled in that you don't want to see, like curses and stuff. And I'm like, oh, this is just good. It's all upside. There's no downside. It's actually just the best card ever.
Stay quiet as a mouse.
Yeah, what's where's it?
Mr. Wood, I assume this is about your request to join the Platinum Concord, which was turned down due to your lack of subtlety, shall we say?
Yeah. Yeah, this card.
Yes, well, I
This one, True Grit. Gain 7 block, exhaust a random card in your hand. You really think that this card is really horrible because you're like, why would I want to exhaust a card for 7 block? What you don't realize is you're literally, the upgrade is on here. It's standard. Where's the upgraded version? Oh yeah, upgrade. Exhaust a card in your hand you get to pick. You think, why would I want to do this for 9? That seems like too much of a cost, but you don't realize you're paying 1 to exhaust a card to get it out of the game. So it's gone. It's just gone. That's like the learning curve of Slay the Spires. When you realize, you know what, sometimes it's okay to have bad things happen to you, because sometimes those bad things are actually good things. But no, my favorite character to play with is in fact the Defect. I do like the Defect. It's the value. I've learned this over and over. I'm like a value character. Like, I just love value, dude. I love playing value in Magic. I like playing value in Hearthstone. I like playing value in Slay the Spire. You summon orbs that then lets you get more things, and you get to scale, and you get more things. Oh, it's the value, dude. Especially if you can activate Echo Form, and which is like one of those cards that, like, when you play Echo Form and then you get another turn, oh, it's so good because you play Echo Form and then it doubles all your cards, and you're like, yes, double to double to double to double, and everything feels so good.
Henchman releases a strange whooping bark,
Until
and the darkness around
you realize that, ooh, spending 3 mana on the first turn to do literally nothing is very bad.
shouts Casper.
As it turns out, Echo Form is really bad sometimes because you draw it and you can't play it, and then it's like ethereal, so it just disappears out of your deck if you didn't play it, and you're like, Yeah, Creative AI, that's the one that like adds like a random card in your hand every turn. I think. And you're like, yeah, oh man, it's so cool. I get a whole bunch of random cards, dude. I get so many cards, I can do all these other things. And then you play with it like literally one time and you realize, oh, my hand is just garbage. My hand is just full of garbage all the time. Oh no, what do I do? What do I do? My hand is full of garbage and you can't get rid of it. And then the garbage goes into your deck, and then you have so much garbage. It's fun. I do appreciate, like, obviously every card in like Slay the Spire has like a use case in some capacity, so you can have like decks that are specifically designed to do certain things. But I really love like the learning curve that Slay the Spire gives you, where you think something is good and you get bamboozled, and then you like, oh, this doesn't work how I thought it did, because I thought it would, you know, thought the effect would, not so much that it would be different, but it wouldn't be as bad. Or you didn't think the downside was bad, or then you have the realization that the downside is actually the reason why you play the card. There's some stuff like that. I really, really like it. We had the luck to make her work. I don't play the Watcher because, one, I don't really like the theming that much, and also the Watcher is basically get the right set of cards and you one-shot everything.
The goblin shouts abuse at his gnoll escort.
Those nobodies mean mincemeat out of your flea bag.
But it's fun. It's a fun game to play. Like I said, I like Slay the Spire. So will I play Slay the Spire 2? I mean, I probably will end up playing it because it's very cool. For those that don't know what we're talking about, Slay the Spire is a roguelike deck builder where you pick a character and then you have to climb, you literally climb a tower. And at each floor of the tower, you get like an event. So you can either like fight a monster, and if you beat it, you get like cards or like different rewards. But the trick to Slay the Spire is that your health stays. Oh my god, the damage. Your health stays. So if you take 10 damage from a monster, let's say, then you only have like 70. So you're down to 60 now. And you can only heal at like specific designated rest points. You have to be like very carefully managing your health and doing other things. But again, it's a card game, so you're like drawing cards on your turn to play, and you don't know if you're actually going to make it to the end. Because let's say you get a card that's really good and you add it to your deck that'll save you, but if you don't draw it, it's not nearly as good. So it's neat. It's a neat game.
A swarm of bats
Enjoy it.
clouds the street before you. Some kind of
Fun fact, the first time I ever played Slay the Spire, I installed it on my computer, and then I proceeded to stay up all night playing Slay the Spire. I put it on the computer, and then I didn't go to bed. And I pulled an all-nighter playing Slay the Spire.
The door of a nearby bookshop opens, and another cloud of bats streams out. Inside the bookstore,
Which also, funnily enough, happened to me, a similar thing happened to me with Vampire Survivor as well. In Vampire Survivor, I like played, and I was like, this is kind of fun, and then I didn't go to bed, and then it was the morning, and I was like, oh fuck, I have things to do today. Gods, what a circus. Do we have a, oh yeah.
mutters Casper as he coasts along behind you.
Yeah, overall fun game. Risk of Rain return, yeah.
Among the arches of a nearby market.
I haven't stayed up pulled all-nighters playing a lot of games, but in recent memory, the 3 that I've done where I just like couldn't turn the game off. Slay the Spire was one. Vampire Survivor was another. And then Undertale was another one where I like installed Undertale at like 6 o'clock. And I was like, okay, this game's kind of cool. And I started playing it. And then it was like 6 a.m. and I had finished the game and I was watching the credits. And I was like, damn. That was a video game. just like, oh shit. I had the opportunity to play a video game. I didn't know I was playing a video game tonight. Had that sudden realization.
A mage fire cannon! Must have been holding that reserve.
A mage fire cannon!
Listen, we go.
Casper needs some lozenges, dude. Somebody might be wondering, Shrimp Tom, why are you doing like Reaper 3 endgame content? I don't know. Well, I'm trying to soak XP. I'm off by like 800 or 400k, so I'm just like, I'll just join a group and do some stuff. More fun that way. Also, sometimes it is fun to just like put yourself in really dangerous situations because I'm not doing nothing. Like I'm getting kills. I've got 39. I'm top kills. Oh shit. Am I doing Vortex? Oh yeah, baby. And I'm top kills. Level 29. Let's go. In case you're curious and you're like, oh shit, does that mean like Dragon Disciples like insane in the membrane? No. But it's pretty good. Got the job done. Shrimp carrying the group? No, I'm just in melee all the time. That's it. I'm just running in and killing stuff. Honestly, I am doing quite a lot of kill stealing because of the aura is going to constantly be hitting stuff that are nearby me. So yeah, there's definitely some kill stealing going on for sure. Also, the fact that I can actually freeze things is so cool. Oh, I can't tumble. I'm flying. No, I couldn't tumble. I couldn't tumble. Also, I had Shardstorm up so I could have protected myself, but I couldn't tumble. Yep. Thank you, team.
Casper gasps in surprise as he reaches the wreckage of the mage fire.
Appreciate ya. Also, I definitely wasn't casting displacement. Also, no treasure. Oh, I can use it from down here. Beautiful.
This city
Route.
station is locked up tight.
We're free.
It's as silent as the grave. Is it unmanned, or have the guards inside?
Where in the world did I put those raise scrolls? In their Stadia. Hey man.
Looks like they're using
I action bar all my scrolls, but
Casper tells you
this is a good idea.
your source sleds might suddenly stop working out here. Be careful.
Not my source sleds. Yeah. Every time I die with a cooldown, this is my personal opinion. If I die with a cooldown, it's my fault. Just if you have cooldowns and you died, you shouldn't have died. You could have pressed a button. There's something you could have done. Don't die with cooldowns. Don't die with cooldowns. Kill with cooldowns. Absurd number of hotkeys. I only use 30 hotkeys. So I use 1 to 0, Shift 1 to 0, R, Shift R, F, Shift F, C, Shift C, V, Shift V, T, Shift T. This bar down here is for like the non-combat buffs. And this over here is stuff I want to access in combat, like my scrolls and my potions. And then these over here is like stances that I just want to look at and see. Flicker costs 24 on reserve 25. Hell yeah. As long as you get that instant leech so you can keep your mana up. And then you don't like foolishly like screw that up and like spend all your mana somehow. Oh good. I'm into Xanarcan before I fell asleep. Oh hell yeah. Xanarcans. I don't know where Xanarcan is. I have never played Final Fantasy X. I've only ever played Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced, Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced 2, and Final Fantasy 14. That's all of my Final Fantasy experience. Less organized, yeah. Well, I made my key binding video and for beginner basics, and it resonated with people way more than I thought. Because the number of people who are like, oh, like, put the same action on the same button every time. R is always a heal. R is a heal. Because R is reload when I play a shooter, which is kind of like healing. So mentally, if I need to like restock, resupply, refresh, R.
Why use your own when you can use someone else's? Sorry, sweethearts.
Yo, what's up, King Super Snakes?
The goblin stands at
Final Fantasy? I always think it's a given. Yeah. No, I just didn't really play it. Like I just I didn't have a PlayStation, so the only Final Fantasies that I could have played were growing up were like Final Fantasy on Super Nintendo, because we did have a Super Nintendo, but we didn't have any of the RPG games. I don't know why we never had any of the RPGs, but we literally didn't have a single one of them. So I never played Final Fantasy 6 or whatever. So I have no experience with that, unfortunately. Kingdom Hearts? No, I didn't have a PlayStation. Yeah, it's the lack of PlayStation really gets you, you know? I don't know how well this is gonna go, but we'll figure it out.
An imposing figure motions for you to stop. Please turn back. Von Darkano Technic is dealing with a security
Phantasy Star 4 on the Mega Drive. Hell yeah.
Leave immediately or face the consequences. The entrance is blocked by a magic field projected by a modified.
I'm trying to paralyze everybody and keep things down.
The manager says that one security agent came out to inform you you were supposed to leave.
We're getting stuff done. Things are working. Like the paralysis is cool. Like look at the crowd control in this bad boy. Everything's like slowed and feared and frozen. Like I'm gonna be honest. I think my build is like getting it done. I think I'm cooking these guys. I just have to like make sure I'm constantly using my spells, but other than that, yeah, this is working well. Hexing Squelcher? Ooh, I hate that card. Although I will admit, Hexing Squelcher, I was like, oh no, mono red. Oh no, mono red's gonna kill us all. And I will admit, I've played probably 100 games of Standard since the release of Lorwyn Eclipse, and I have not played against mono red once. Literally not even one time. I think mono red is, I don't know if it's because it's dead or people just aren't playing it. I couldn't tell you. Enhancement Shaman vibes. Yeah, honestly, it's got a little bit of Enhancement Shaman vibes with the double hammers. I mean, ain't no Doom Hammer, but, you know, we're doing what we can. Does anybody know what that's about? Is it just a thing? Like, no one's playing the Hexing Squelcher, or, like, mono red is just currently dead at the moment? I assume it's dead. Although, I guess, like, there's no better aggro deck than the stupid mono green druid aggro. Chocobo on 1, into Badger Mole on 2, into Ouroboros on 3, into something on 4, into some stupid bullshit that lets you immediately play the Behemoth, whatever it's called. The thing that when it enters, it buffs everything by 100 million, 100 million. Nothing a Day of Judgment can't fix? Yeah, because you're dead. Crater Hoof Behemoth, that's it. Crater Hoof. Crater Hoof is in standard? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And you get Crater Hoofed all the time. You're like, it's turn 4. I shouldn't get Crater Hoofed. Nope. Sorry, did you leave a Llanowar Elves on the table? Huge mistake. Huge mistake. You didn't realize they were playing Crater Hoof Behemoth? Well, I guess you don't really pay attention to standard King Super Smacks, but last year, it was basically Mono Red ran the entire show for the first half of the year until eventually they banned, where people were running a lot of Izzet, but also they were running a lot of Mono Red, until eventually they banned Corey Steelcutter, Monastery Swift Spear, Screaming Nemesis, just a whole bunch of stupid, the Heartfire Hero, just a bunch of stupid 1 and 2 drops that destroyed the entire game. And then you're like, okay, they got rid of everything. It's over. Mono Red is dead. Long live Izzet Prowess, baby. Izzet. And then they banned Vivi. Because Izzet Prowess was literally everything. They banned Vivi, they banned the Cauldron. And after all of those bans, now we're in, then the Avatar set came out. And now it is literally mono green everywhere. You see other stuff, people play other things, but man. Llanowar Elves or Chocobo on 1 into Badger Mole on 2, and you're like, I'll just go to something else. Yeah, on Magic Arena, the midweek Magic this week was pretty fun. It was a like a limited, or I don't know what you call it, like a sealed draft, but you do it with it was all the gold packs. So basically, you only have like 60 cards to choose from, but they're all like mythics and rares, and you build like a 40 card deck. And it was so fun because, one, it's all the cards I don't own because I don't have any mythics or any rares. So because I'm a free-to-play player and I'm not going to spend any money on Magic cards, so that was cool. But also, your deck has a bunch of cards that are like highly synergistic that have no synergy with one another because you don't have any of the other like related cards. I did manage to get, or I drafted Progenesis. I was never able to play it though. Progenesis or Progenitus, whatever. The big Hydra that's like the 10 mana, like 14/14 that is protection from everything. I wanted to play it. I came close, but I could never get the lands just right. Oh, I got the freaking Gauntlet of the Iron Council! Yo, this artifact back in the day was the bomb because at the spell resistance on it and insightful spell resistance 63 makes you immune to all magic basically. Oh, you gotta ban all one turn drops. True. Bolt the Bird is as true as always, I guess. Oh yeah. Yeah, you gotta hit it onto one. Well, fortunately there's no Bird of Paradise. That card's crazy. Whereas in Manico almost impossible to go infinite. Yeah, I can see that. I just play standard because I find card games are fun to play. And I find a lot of like the short-term card games are just too boring or too simplistic. Like, no offense to people that enjoy playing Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap's kind of fun. Or people that enjoy playing like that new Pokemon TCG Pocket game. Again, it's like kind of fun. But the game is like really simple. And I just find that I want to think about my game a little bit more, and there is not a whole lot of that in Marvel Snap or in TCG Pocket. So I just don't really, I don't play either. I have friends that enjoy those games, and they've been like, yo, you should play them. And I'm like, yeah, I have. I've tried to.
That you're being watched. More so than usual. Your recent encounters with an odd gnome inquisitive and undead spirits notwithstanding.
The problem I have with Marvel Snap is that because you only put 12 cards in your deck, every game kind of plays the same. And when you're playing at like the bottom of the barrel ranks, people are just playing with whatever cards they own, so you kind of face off against weird stuff. But then once you get above a certain rank, people just have, there's not that many cards in the game, so you're always playing against the same people playing the same cards every single game, every single time. And I don't mind that, but there's like no variety, or that's what it felt like when I was playing. And plus also, my game plan was the same every single time, because you have little to no counterplay most of the time. It's just it's basically just solitaire against solitaire. You do your game plan, they do their game plan, and you gotta hope your game plan's better than their game plan. And Pokemon TCG Pocket was even more offensive, because it was like, because of the lack of types, they didn't have as many types as in the regular Pokemon. What ended up happening most of the time is you would, like if I'm playing a fire deck and I load in and my opponent's playing water, there's like a 99.9% chance you lose. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, they didn't kill this stuff. Oops. Whoops. 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 Paralyze. Paralyze? Paralyze? Eventually, one of these guys gets paralyzed. Not yet, but eventually. But yeah, so that's one of the reasons why I just didn't really get into those games. Pokemon TCG Pocket was just too simplistic, I think, generally, for me. And yeah, there's just more stuff to do. I could have just gone back and kept playing like Hearthstone or something, but I did not. Your chest is not 6-linked? Yeah, it's where you don't use Orbs of Fusing, you just use a Black Morgan. But yeah, like I said, I just like it when my games have like variety. It's fun when you play against different stuff and you get different draws. That's one of the reasons why I do like the 100 card deck. My main problem is I don't know how to shuffle a 100 card deck. I actually have a 100 card singleton deck right behind me on that shelf. It's right there. But I don't know how to shuffle it. So I have to learn how to shuffle it because it's too hard. It's too many cards. Like, I got big hands, I just don't know how to do it. So I'll probably end up watching some videos about like how to shuffle a big card deck like that.
Doing in a place like this, you find yourself in a small corner of the vast sewers that snake beneath the
Yeah, but the problem with doing that is that, let's say I have a thing that is like a card that says search your deck, do X, then shuffle. It's like mildly disruptive to have to watch me spend 2 minutes trying to shuffle my deck.
How's the weather topside?
Bridge shuffle without sleeves? Oh my god, no sleeves. What if you touch your cards with your oily fingers? Think of the value, Busy. The resale value. Hand wraps of the Hound. Oh, hell yeah. the swarm hand wraps.
Lady Thora gapes at you like
And my cards to play with them? Yeah, me too.
Then she sighs with exasperation. Cursed contractors.
Yeah, I'll just look up a video. I just haven't done it yet. Out of sheer laziness. I had fun though. I actually got to, like, I think I mentioned this, but I actually played my first like bit of in-person Magic the first time a couple weeks ago, and it was neat. It's very different than Arena, where the computer, you go, I'm gonna do a thing, and the Arena taps the lands for you. Now, obviously, you have to learn how to use the auto tapper, because sometimes you have to be like, no, don't tap this. You tap something else. But like manually tapping all your stuff, manually declaring everything, being like, okay, I'm going to tap my this, and now I'm going to use my mana to cast this spell, and then, you know, respond. It was neat, actually having like the physical back and forth, which is cool. Playing with humans.
We had a deal, Talion. Thora calls out when she sees the lone.
It's sort of like how there are like PC games you can play that are analogous to board games. Kind of make it feel different. Like even if you play a game like Baldur's Gate, you can play Baldur's Gate 3 like with other players, and you can have an online D&D game. It's no substitute for like playing pen and paper D&D sitting around the table, even if you're running like a module or something. Also, are you ready? Are you ready?
To keep moving, Thora says. If you want to talk to Evan, you need to do it now.
Somebody will do it. Yeah! Maximum XP achieved. Let's go. Oh, sick. That was my goal. That's what I wanted to do today. Thanks. Plasma core. I don't even want it. Turn off auto tap on Arena. All right, bye Tier Bior. I don't turn off auto tap because most of the time it's fine. It's very rare that I don't want it to that the auto tap doesn't work. And if it is, I'm like attentively paying attention to the card I want to play, where I need to tap a certain thing a certain way. It's because I have what is that card? It's the 2-mana 2/2 spider with reach that taps for green or red, and when you play a card with mana value 4 or higher, it untaps. Oh my god, what is the name of that card? I can't believe I can remember the mana value, the stats, the fact that it's a spider, the entire effect, but I couldn't tell you what it's called. I hate that. Am I TRing? Next week into Arcane Trickster. Alright, right out of the group. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Let's go. Good afternoon, from Thomas. Dull Dagger still top tier for Dagger. Getting it for free seems kind of cool. No, Keeper of the Crimson Covenant is no longer one of the best daggers in the game. I mean, it's still super good. It's just like a little bit behind some of the modern daggers. But I will say, if you don't have one, upgrading it to a Keeper of the Crimson Covenant, and you're never going to get another raid dagger, yes, it is a top tier option. The Keeper of the Crimson Covenant is better than every quest dagger you could farm for. So if you want to play daggers, it's not a bad option. I don't want to take Intensify, you know? Just add more spell power into my shit. Yeah, let's do it. And then we want Scion, probably Fire, because it gives me PRR, MRR, Evocation DCs. I want Evocation DCs. I mean, I was thinking maybe Celestia, because it gives Evocation DCs, but it gives positive in light. Alternatively, I am a cold user, so I could just take water. The problem with water is it gives magic resistance rating, and I just don't care. But maybe I don't run magic resistance rating. Well, wait, don't I get MRR cap anyway? Yeah, I'm just gonna take water. Screw it. Give me the mana. Because my MRR cap is... There's a thing, it gives you like 20. Oh, 30 MRR cap here. Boom. So we're at 72. I'm almost at the cap. And I pick up more here, right? MRR cap. MRR cap. Mercap. Oh, I'm just closer to the top. Anyway, that's fine. So now we get the cold crit multi. I have mostly cold spells, which is kind of sweet. And now I level up. Level up. I like the effect warding. I like embodiment of law. I also just like taking epic spell power cold. Just kind of dialing in with the spell power and the spell crit. Question. It's like 10, right? 10 cold. Cold is 25. Crit. 40. Oh, 8 stacks. So that's 15 cold. Okay, that's not that bad. Wisdom. And now we get Hear My Voice. Chronic Heritage. Chronic Heritage moment. Con and Wisdom. Ballads of War. Free extend? I don't have points. Oh no. I'll have enough points later, but not now. Probably this and probably this. Maybe the Sonic thing. Maybe we take Harmonic Resonance. Oh, we probably take Harmonic Resonance. Now that I think about that, probably should have taken that. Dragon Lord was fun. Good to see you pubbing. Hey, anytime, Sylvander. I am happy to hear that you've had a good time with the build and that things have gone well for you with the character. I have more ideas and more things coming. As a reminder, before the Arcane Trickster releases, there will be a Arcane Trickster Beginner Basics build on the Beginner Basics section, or like on the document. I also have to update it to give the Dragon Disciple, which will also be there. But yeah, that will be there. So you'll have the Beginner Basics, Arcane Trickster, and Dragon Disciple, that both will be there. And I will have my own personal Arcane Trickster build that I personally will be running. I will have that posted as well online, although it'll just be a paste bin. So if you're watching on stream, you'll be able to get access to it right away. The actual real post I won't have up yet because obviously it's not out yet. Yeah, I want to put that somewhere. Man, I get so much plus to hit and damage and all this other stuff, but you know what I don't get? The top of the tree. Ugh. Do I even get the top of the tree? Hold on. So I get 8 more points. So yeah, I'd be able to take everything because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus 8. I can take exactly all of the stuff. So this would be the point spread. It would be 37 Fate Singer, 25 Draconic, 18 Primal, which means I don't have enough points to be able to actually take this. Because if I had more points, I would take this and I would grab this. Regrowth. Not bad. Also hitting 32. My DC on Dragon Breath is 85. Berserker's Wrath 77. Spells 79. Which is not terrible given the fact that I'm still wearing like heroic gear. And then of course you can bump it up with Touch of the Void Dragon for a plus a d4 to all ability scores. So go whoosh and I get, damn, 4 extra wisdom. So now we're at 87 Dragon Breath, 79 Berserker's Wrath. Again, it's not that bad. Get a lot of good DCs on there, and then start putting in filigrees and other stuff. If my Warlock build isn't working out the way I wanted to, I might just turn the character, my other character, into a Dragon Disciple, and just kind of try to do the in-game spellcasters, or like kind of caster hybrid sort of deal, because it just is fun. Especially the fact that I can go breath into breath into breath into breath and kind of lock down an entire room is pretty interesting as a melee character, but it's all going to depend on where the DCs end up landing. Again, something I kind of explained before is that because Dragon Disciple gets plus 4 wisdom from the capstone, plus 4 wisdom from Ocean Stance, and then plus 2 evocation DCs, as well as plus 2 breath weapon DCs, it actually counterbalances the fact that these are not 9th level spells. You actually get more DCs than anything else, which is kind of cool. My Warlock? Yeah, my Warlock. I'll show you. I'll show you. Stream, this character. This is meant to be endgame single target ultra DPS Warlock. I just need more raid gear, and I have to do more raids. Yeah, so this is the like Giga Ultra Warlock for single target for blasting bad boys. But I'm missing my boots. I'm missing bracer, and I'm missing a weapon. So I need one item from threats, or 2 items from threats old and new, and 1 item from the newest raid, Relentless. But I gotta raid more, which I have not been doing because I've been doing other stuff. What are you gonna do? Well, anyways, this build, by the way, if you ever want to play it, it's in my Discord, so it is under Warlock. The build is called Final Destination Eldritch Blast only, because I'm very funny. Breath weapon work. It looked like you had it working on my DD. Oh yeah, on Dragon Disciple, the breath weapons are really, really cool. The Dragon Disciple that I'm playing is just meat and potatoes Dragon Disciple, so once I put up the basic build, you'll be able to do this if you ever want to follow that one as well. Speaking of follow that one, I'm gonna have to follow myself out of here, because normally I would stream for much later, especially considering it's a Friday and I can stay up all night because it's the weekend. I mean, I can just do that anyway. I'm unemployed, but unfortunately I need to go to the hospital. So I will be back on Monday. So we'll have a Monday stream, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and all that. Over the weekend, I will give you a new video going over what I think you should take from the anniversary event that is coming up. Continuing posting some of the solo guided artificer playthrough, and then hopefully, if I have time, please have time, I want to get out the video for my thoughts on the Fae event that took place, the Symphony of the Fae, because I have some interesting opinions. Pizza Friday? No Pizza Friday today, unfortunately. But yeah, so I'm going to be taking off for a bit. Thank you guys for watching. Again, sorry about the shorter streams this week and the past couple of weeks. Hopefully family medical emergencies will cease, and I will be able to relax a little bit more. So that'd be nice. Because yeah, I haven't outside of stream, I literally haven't played any video games. I've just been game. Or drive and sit in hospital. It's been kind of boring. Anyway. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. You had a fantastic time. I will see you all soon. And I'm really grateful for all the people who, even though, my stream schedule has been off because of this most recent stuff, are still tuning in and checking things out. And, it's been nice. A lot of positive feedback, and it's been generally been really good. So I'm grateful for that. Anyways, I got nothing. Okay, bye.